that just dropped. It's disappeared. Alright, so the plan for today is me eating on stream. No. But it is lunchtime, so I will be eating on stream. The plan is to do some news, and then we're gonna react to the Piers Morgan interview with fucking Andrew Tate, that like he's still relevant or whatever. So we're gonna be doing that, and then we're gonna do some maybe Suika. Maybe we'll see how I feel. I will do some reacts as well. So just, you know, just a standard stream. Let me make this bigger for you guys. Okay. Went to the gym this morning. It was so nice. There was only one other person there, and then towards the end of my workout, another person walked in. So it was so nice. I hate it when the gym's packed. I hate it when there's more than like 5 people in the gym. I like it when it's like chill, you know, and you can just like do whatever, and you're not like vying for machines. I've been eating good. But Thanksgiving is coming up in 2 days, so I'm hoping I can eat as best as I can, or not as bad as I would be. Yeah. Because I have goals, or at least like that one day can be like my cheat day, but then I don't want to lose all the progress I've made. So we'll see. Maybe I'll like try to stick to it as best as I can, and only make like 1 or 2 like exceptions or whatever. I'm sure I can do it. It's not that hard. Maybe dessert. Dessert will be the hardest to say no to. And it's like the one time of year that like I eat pie or dessert. So it's like, it's hard to like, but then I also, it's just, you know, it's my birthday soon. I want to look good for that. And I'm, you know, it's just, you know, the holidays is not the best time for the waistline. But I'm sure everybody knows that. Especially Christmas. How are you supposed to say no to Christmas cookies and, you know, delicious food? But you gotta temper yourself. Bring snacks. Always bring snacks that you like to eat and that help you stick to your healthy diet. All right, so let's get started. I may play Suika later. Since I've already got 1 watermelon on stream and off stream, I'd like to try if I can get 2 watermelons. So that's no Slay the Princess right now. I just like can't do that right now.
Oh, and okay. So some of the updates coming out of Israel, and we had a number of very disturbing developments in terms of the risks of this sparking a wider regional war. So first, let's put this up on the screen. Hezbollah just struck and apparently destroyed. This is per, this video and other reports on the ground. Much of this is an Israeli military site called Birnet. It's near the Lebanese border, but it is in Israel. So this is a major cross-border attack from Hezbollah on an Israeli military location. This, of course, creates giant risks because Israel will no doubt respond. What does that response look like? Part of the escalation
what does that mean for us?
Not only in terms of the size and scope of the attack, but in terms of the actual weaponry that was used here. And you guys know this is not my specialty, but What they said is that Hezbollah forces carried out the attack using Burkan short-range rockets, which can have an explosive payload of up to 500 kilograms. This comes as Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah had previously announced this month that Hezbollah forces had started to deploy those weapon systems for the first time. So this is, Emily, the first time that we have seen that particular weapon being used in this conflict.
Yeah, and again, to your point, you never know what the sort of spark that lights something even wider is. And we actually are learning that on a day-to-day basis, which I think is partially what's so frightening about this news. You just don't know what comes next. And
because Biden's unequivocal support towards Israel, like if Netanyahu wants to have a two-front war, apparently we're supposed to fund that.
we have troops, so what are we up to, like dozens of attacks on American bases. So we have about 10 bases that have been hit so far, about 61 times, and that's led to about 61 injuries. Some of them have been serious, some of them have been reportedly traumatic brain injuries, and that's how fragile the ecosystem is, not actually just in the Middle East, but around the entire world right now, Crystal. It's really touch and go every single day.
Yeah, so you all will recall Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, gave a much anticipated speech that had a lot of people on edge about what they would be announcing. I believe this was like 2 weeks ago at this point.
Really?
And it ended up being a lot of typical saber rattling, but no commitment to escalation. But as you see, the Israeli ground offensive and bombing campaign continue in Gaza. Obviously, that continues the risk of escalation on Hezbollah's part and on the Israeli part. At the same time, that is not the only group that we have to be concerned about. Put this up on the screen. Okay, so what you're watching here
Well, what the fuck?
is Yemen's Houthis taking over a ship that has some ties to Israel. So a ship hijacking in the Red Sea.
They fucking hijacked that ship via helicopter. That's crazy. That's pretty awesome though. And they had a freaking camera too. They had it like shot. They knew people would want to see this shit. That's crazy.
Apparently had cameras with them to record this takeover. They had previously warned that they would intercept any sort of ships that came through this area close to Yemen that had any sort of Israeli ties. None of these individuals who are on board, by the way, are Israeli. Not that any of that would make any of this okay anyway. But you can see once again the risk of escalation. And let's put this next piece up on the screen of how this is already impacting, travel in terms of our shipping lanes. 2 ships divert course away from the Red Sea area after that vessel was seized by Houthis. 2 commercial ships had to divert their course in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. They were connected to the same maritime group whose vessel was seized by Yemen's Houthis, according to shipping data. Israel on Sunday said the Houthis had seized a British-owned, Japanese-operated cargo ship in the southern Red Sea, describing the incident as an Iranian act of terrorism, the Houthis having ties to Iran, with consequences for international maritime security. And so even the connection to Israel is a little far. It's not that closely connected to Israel, but apparently there was a beneficial owner of this ship that at one point was an Israeli billionaire, so I guess that's a connect.
Right. So the British company that owns the ship.
Well, the British kind of
businessman.
The fucking British kind of fucked it, the whole Middle East up anyway. So like,
and it is being right now leased out by the Japanese. So again, that's a completely different connection than I think a lot of people immediately suspected, because Israel, when the news broke, I don't think it was even clear how many. What's the right term when you're
I'm cold.
The distance from.
I have a little space heater next to me.
Just standing there. Degrees of separation.
There you go.
Degrees of. I was trying to think of the Kevin Bacon, right? Like you're 6 degrees. It wasn't clear what it was.
Yes.
And,
the bacon number.
Was really scary.
Well, and part of what makes it scary is, if this had been Israeli nationals on board this ship, and now you have an additional, because we still don't know where this ship is, we don't know.
Okay, I wonder how that feels though, to be Kevin Bacon and be like, hey, there's like a thing, like a cultural phenomenon named after me. Like, how does that feel like?
where these people are being held. I mean, the people who were on the ship are being held captive now, effectively.
Right.
So imagine we had Israeli nationals or American nationals who were now being held captive by
That would
the
be bad.
Houthis and the potential
Really
escalatory
bad.
spark that could provide. So all of these things are extraordinarily dangerous, and they will continue to be extraordinarily dangerous so long as Israel's war on Gaza continues. You also have within the Defense Department here in the U.S., put this up on the screen from the Washington Post, a real split emerging as they say Biden struggles to deter attacks on U.S. troops. This is what Emily was just referring to. A surge in attacks on deployed U.S. forces has roiled some within the Defense Department, where officials, frustrated by what they consider an incoherent strategy for countering the Iranian proxies believed responsible, acknowledge the limited retaliatory airstrikes approved by Biden have failed to stop the violence. There is no clear definition of what we are trying to deter, said one defense official. Are we trying to deter future Iranian attacks like this? Well, that's clearly not working. And what they point to is the fact that since October 17th, U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria face near daily assaults from rocket fire and one-way drones, recording at least 61 incidents and about as many injuries in that span. This is per Pentagon data that was obtained by the Washington Post. This is not something, by the way, that the U.S. government is really advertising. It took them being able to obtain this data to report out what the actual figures are. It shows the attacks have targeted 10 bases used by American personnel who are spread across both countries. The Pentagon said the Houthis destroyed a $30 million U.S. Reaper drone over the Red Sea in recent days. U.S. warships have in the past few weeks intercepted weapons fired from Yemen in the direction of Israel. As the attack count has continued to climb, so too has the concern that it is only a matter of time before one claims a U.S. service member's life. And again, as long as this conflict is ongoing, as long as there is no ceasefire or even any humanitarian pause, you have risks of escalation all around, from the Houthis, from Hezbollah, from the West Bank. You have U.S. troops being targeted in Iraq and Syria by these groups. And again, the possibility that a U.S. service member loses their life in one of these attacks continues to be extremely high. And then what does that mean in terms of an American response? So this is something we all have to keep our eyes on, because remember, Emily, there was that reporting that came out that even the U.S. administration is fearful that actually Israel wants that wider war. It's kind of an analogous situation to Ukraine, where Zelensky very much wants that wider war to fully draw the U.S. in on their side. There's a similar situation unfolding here, or at least concerns that there's a similar situation unfolding here. And comments by Netanyahu recently have done nothing to allay those fears. Let's take a listen to what he said in a recent interview.
We're destroying their infrastructure, their command posts, their rockets, their underground tunnels. And we're going to win because we have to win. This is a battle of the forces of civilization against the forces of barbarism. And if barbarism wins in our part of the world, Europe will be next and America will be next, because the axis of terror of Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis and their other minions will imperil the Middle East and then spread their barbarism to the entire world. Israel is fighting our war, but it's also fighting America's war. It's fighting your war.
So actively making the case.
So he's saying that we're fighting a proxy war, and that's why we have to join in?
That this is America's war.
Sound familiar?
And, yes, indeed. And trying to stoke fears here that Hamas, an organization that has never had interest in like global jihad the way that, say, Al-Qaeda or ISIS did, that would be a genuine risk to us here.
Right.
I mean, I will tell you that I think the longer that this conflict continues and the more Made in America stamp bombs are dropped on innocent civilians in Gaza, yeah, that probably does put us increasingly at risk the longer this continues.
Well, and the benefactors of Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah absolutely do have more global ambitions. They see the world in a different. It's not so much just about Gaza for Iran. It's about Netanyahu might have better luck actually making a point about that. It's not just about Hamas. The people who have funded Hamas, that support Hamas, and that's where. When we see how our troops are fanned out across the Middle East, and you have operations by Hezbollah, you have operations by the Houthis, that's where I think you really see the risk. And Netanyahu, I think, saying we're fighting your war is not going to go over well with the American people. I don't think that makes anybody feel better about this conflict whatsoever.
Well, one thing that polling shows really clearly is that no matter whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, there are widespread concerns about the U.S. getting drawn directly into this conflict. And I think what you can see from these events and these potential sparks and these potential steps up the escalatory ladder is that those fears are far from unfounded. The longer that this continues, the more of a risk of a wider regional war. And when you have someone like Netanyahu, who is the head of the Israeli government, who, again, even the Biden administration fears they actually want that wider war, even if the U.S. government wants nothing to do with it, that doesn't mean that things don't spiral out of control and we all end up somewhere that we do not want to be.
And I think that's why the "your war" language is especially grating here in the U.S., because that means we have lost control. That, you know, if this is our war and it's being waged by Netanyahu in this way where he's saying, you know, you're not fighting your own war. I mean, that's the implication.
I think if Emily had different glasses, it would suit her face more. But I'm just saying, I don't agree with like the vast majority of her politics. But I'm just saying she just needs to change her glasses and maybe her hair. It's a beautiful blonde, but maybe like a middle part. And yeah, and maybe more dimension. And then like just the glasses are too black. They need to be like brown, or they need to be like thinner or a different shape. It just doesn't
fighting
work.
your own war. We're fighting a war on your behalf.
Hey, I got glasses.
Yes.
I can
You
look.
lose control.
I can try to look
You lose
smarter.
control
Maybe she
over
wears
some
those.
major decisions.
Maybe
And
she wears those glasses to look smarter, because a lot of the times, like, usually I'm blonde. I'm not usually brunette. That's like a very recent development. I'm usually much closer to blonde than I am brunette. But I'm trying to grow my hair, and when you bleach it really light, your hair snaps off. Or there's split ends, or you gotta trim it more often so your hair doesn't grow. So I'm going darker so that my hair can grow. But my point is that when you're blonder, like, you do notice that people don't take you as seriously, and they think of your personality different. Like, they think of you as less serious, more fun, or more outgoing. You know, there is this slight difference. I do feel that way. I do sense it. And I know this because I've been blonde for like maybe 8 years. And then I recently went darker, like very recently, like within the last month and a half. And there's a big change. And I have to adapt my makeup and everything. But it's just the way that people perceive you. They do take you less seriously when you've got lighter hair. But I have been needing to adjust these freaking glasses for so long. But the last time I went, they were closed for training. The last time I went when I had free time. It's just, I gotta adjust like this little edge here. This little edge. Because it keeps digging into this part of my nose. And it's very, very, very uncomfortable. I don't know why. But, see what I mean? Like, you definitely look smarter with glasses on. You know? Or like I can do the whole like high-waisted skirt, button down, tucked in, like heels, you know, like secretary kind of vibe. But I just feel like maybe like her glasses need to be bigger or like less rounded. I think her glasses. And they're a little harsh. Like mine are like a slight blue. I wanted these in like black. Or the whole way around dark blue. There's a little bit of marbling here. But they didn't have that. this was the nicest one that they had that suited my face. Previously, I had like very rectangular, small ones, and they were black and they were awesome, but I lost them, so I had to get new glasses. I don't wear them very often. I used to wear them a lot during college, like during class, because you got to see the freaking like blackboard or the smart board or whatever, right? You just gotta see, you gotta be able to see, and you can't. And I'm not a front row sitter, okay? I'm not that person, and I'm also not the back row sitter. I'm like middle seat. And they literally did studies on this, like in social psychology, like the different personalities and what does that indicate about a person. And they also kind of measure like what type of person is the front, middle, and back. And then what does that implicate in their like studies and like the grades they get and stuff like that. It's very interesting. But yeah, I haven't worn these glasses in forevs, man. Does it make me look smarter? Do you think people will take me more seriously if I wore glasses and talk about politics? Or is that not? Or maybe if I put them on the top of my head.
I know, we do have, obviously, we know that we have a lot of control over how Israel is prosecuting this war. At the same time,
I hope it's not raining all
total
day.
control, and I think Netanyahu saying this is not entirely a war being fought by you, even though it is your war, that doesn't go over well.
His language is also, again, very reminiscent of Zelensky, who says,
Yes.
I'm fighting on behalf of civilized nations, on behalf of democracy. This is the case that he has been laying out, too, for why we should send him everything that he wants, and we should back him no matter what. And also part of why he has wanted to draw us in more directly to his defense. And, it's a very similar case. It's, hey, listen, if we don't stop Russia here in Ukraine, then next they're going to move to Europe, and who knows where the eastern, beyond Ukraine, further into Europe, and who knows where it's all going to end. That's basically the same case that Netanyahu is making here. And we should be very disturbed. We should listen very carefully to the implications of what that all means.
And actually it also reminds me a lot of David Frum and George W. Bush in 2002. This conversation about, obviously, Axis and allies is, not just about Iraq, and it's not just about now, but this idea that, in order to prevent future wars that are even wider, you have to fight a wide war now. I mean, and it is absolutely true that these groups are connected. There's no question about that they also share some similar ambitions, that they share similar enemies for similar reasons. I think what we've learned over and over and over again over recent decades, let alone the last decade, let alone the last 2 decades, is that's not a wise course of action. This idea that you can just have a, quote, global war on terrorism. I mean, have we learned nothing?
Clearly, we have not. I think that much has become incredibly clear, given our lack of ability or lack of desire, really, to rein in Israel, and the fact that Israel is repeating and amplifying every single mistake that we made in the wake of 9/11. Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber.
Crystal has like really good posture. You know what I mean? Hold on. Is he gonna analyze? If Hassan is gonna analyze this, we don't want to do that. Okay.
Yeah, very different time. It was in my London studio, and 8 days after that,
See, look at this bullshit. Look at the way that Andrew Tate is sitting. Okay, with those hands, it's like it's like he read that book where like project masculinity, and this is a phallic symbol to show your dominance, or like sit in a certain way so that like he's like trying so hard. Hi, TM. Thanks for following. Okay. Yeah, and why is he wearing sunglasses inside? Like, I don't get it. Like, the studio lights can't be that bright.
What's the year been like for you?
It's certainly been an interesting one. I've been constrained this entire year. I spent 93 days in a Romanian dungeon, 5 months locked in my house, and now I'm constrained within the country of Romania. So it's certainly been a turbulent time.
Come on.
The moment you got arrested, it was all pretty dramatic. The video came out, the world saw it. A lot of people smashing into your home. Did you have any
He thinks he looks
inkling,
cool.
warning that something like this may happen?
I knew it. I kept saying before I was arrested on every single podcast I did, I said, you get 3 lives in the world. The first life.
Like, nobody sits like this. Nobody normal sits like this. When you're having a conversation with somebody, like, nobody sits like this. It's so, like, artificial.
They're going to cancel you. They're going to slander you. They're going to delete your access to social media so you can't defend yourself. The second life, they're going to try and put you in jail for no reason. And if you continue to speak against the power, they're going to assassinate you. I knew I was on my second life. I kept saying it. I knew it was coming. I didn't know the bullshit reason they'd use, but I found out once I was in a cell.
When you were arrested,
The fuck? Is he a cat or something? And also, Sal, I thought you were in a dungeon, bro.
you don't speak any Romanian at
Zero.
all. And they didn't speak English to you.
Correct.
So you were taken to a cell. You had no idea
Are you sure?
what they were alleging you'd done.
I was arrested on the 27th of December, so
Everybody speaks a little English.
because of Christmas and New Year's and other problems, they couldn't even translate my paperwork for 2 weeks. So for the first 2 weeks I was in a prison cell, I had no idea why. I was given papers in Romanian. I could read human trafficking, I understood, but I was like, human trafficking who, when, what? None of this makes sense. I waited 2 entire weeks inside of my cell before I was given an English translation, and then I realized exactly how ridiculous the whole case was. Just to clarify, I am accused of helping my friends get big on TikTok. That is what I'm accused of. I told some girls I know.
No. That is not what you are accused of. He's so full of shit. And he just is dying to be relevant again. And because he's been banned on, like, every social media platform.
How to post on TikTok to become viral when I was at the time the most viral person on the planet. And they are saying I'm a human trafficker for that reason. It is insane.
Well, we'll come to what you've been accused of. It's more serious than the way you've categorized it, but we'll come to that.
Good,
There is
Piers.
a lot of speculation. that
He's
the
not-
reason
he's
the
no
Romanian
angel
authorities
too.
Knew that you were back because you were en route, I believe, to Dubai for a New Year's Eve party, is that you were interacting with Greta Thunberg on social media, and you had a pizza in front of you which came from a well-known Romanian pizza stall. Is there any truth to that?
I don't think so. I think that they know where I was. A lot of people knew where I was. And they had instructions from higher up to teach me a lesson. I was on my second life, and that's exactly what I'm going through right now.
There's an irony to your situation because you always said the reason you came to Romania was precisely because you thought you could avoid being in this situation.
Well, I loved Romania, and it's a strong Christian nation with strong traditional values. I want a life where I'm
Wait, he's not Christian though, bro. He's Muslim. He converted, remember?
left alone by government. I don't believe in big government. I'm trying to avoid that. It felt like Romania was a place which was very safe societally, and the government was not too interested or involved in people's lives. But things change. Also, your freedom and your ability to speak the truth is heavily correlated to your insignificance. When you become large and people start listening to what you say, you soon realize you no longer have freedom of speech. And it doesn't matter where you are on the planet. If they decide you must be assassinated, you will be assassinated.
You in jail. What was that like?
Romanian jail is not English jail.
Describe it. What was the cell like?
I have to be careful what I say because I don't want to insult the Romanian justice system, which I'm still beholden to. However, it's exactly as bad as people would expect it to be. Luckily, it was in the winter, so the cockroaches were not too bad. It was also during Ramadan, so I
Oh my god. Come on. It can't be that bad. Can't be that much worse than the US prisons.
didn't have to eat so much, which was helpful because of the situation. I think the most stressful thing about it is I had no idea how long I was going to be in there for. I was dragged from my house. I was given papers in Romanian. I didn't know why I was there. I found out why I was there, and it was garbage. I couldn't seem to get out. I could have been held for years. It's very stressful. And the best thing you can do is turn to God and train as hard as possible. I did thousands of push-ups a day every
Were
single
you
day.
in solitary in this period, 3 months?
No, I wasn't in solitary the entire time. Sometimes I was by myself. Sometimes I was with other guys, and sometimes I was with my brother. So.
Oh my god, dude, imagine like being in fucking jail with like actual like he's like, in my opinion, he's a criminal. But like, I mean, like criminals as in like murderers. Imagine being in an attempted murderers. Like, imagine being in that jail or prison with fucking Andrew Tate. This fucking arrogant pretty boy comes in talking a big game. Like, so funny. I think people, you know how like that show 30 Days In or something like that? I wish that they had cameras, because I would pay money to watch that. Watch Andrew Tate in jail.
When you were on your own, were they keeping you in there for 24 hours a day? Were you allowed out?
No, I wasn't allowed out. There was no yard time. It was 24 hours a day, locked in a single room, probably 3 or 4 steps large, and you do nothing but stare at the wall. And you.
How many days did you do that for? On your own?
11, 12.
I mean, that's a pretty grim scenario for anyone.
Life's grim.
For you, always being Mr. Confident, you said, interestingly, that you wouldn't categorize what you were feeling as depression because you don't believe in the concept of depression. You and I
What?
talked about that before. But it sounds to me, from what I've seen you say when you talked about this, that was pretty close to depression, what you were feeling.
Life's grim. And if you want to be a superhero, you have to understand in every single superhero movie, he is losing for 80% of the movie. He's going to suffer for the majority of the movie before he wins at the end. I've always wanted an exceptional life, Piers, and I'm not a coward. And I knew that by...
Did you just say that he's a superhero? He's absolutely ridiculous, and his accent is so forced.
telling the truth about certain issues, I was going to pay the price for it. So I won't say that I deserve to be in jail, but I certainly put myself in there by telling the truth to the populace and telling the truth and living.
But when you're on your own in that cell, what were you thinking? It's a long time to self-reflect, right?
It certainly is. And I think my number one concern when I was in jail, despite the fact that my situation was dire, were my concerns as a man and all the people I have to take care of, and my children and my family and the people I pay for and all the people who work for me. And truthfully, I wasn't worried about myself. I was worried about everybody else. And I think that's the true masculine frame.
Did you get emotional? Did you shed tears in your cell?
I'm an emotional man. I think
He can't say he sheds tears. He can't say he gets like super emotional to the point that like he cries, because then that destroys his image, because then he wouldn't be like a Sigma male.
I think men are hyper emotional. We just have to control it. I was extremely busy inside of my jail cell. I had lots of push-ups to do. I was very concerned about the people on the outside. I was trying my best to get out. It's difficult for me to answer the question because it was a interesting frame
He
of
did.
mind. I knew that God was watching and I had to perform. It's very difficult for me to go through life saying I'm the top G, I'm this, I'm that, and speak about mental resilience and mental toughness, and then the second I'm thrown inside of a solitary confinement cell, cower out. I'm not that person. There's some other people who talk about mental toughness and want to give advice, and when bad things happen to them, they end up addicted to prescription drugs. I'm not a coward and I'm not a liar.
No, but it would be perfectly natural to be emotional in that scenario, and there's no shame in admitting that.
I was emotional. I missed people. I missed them.
There is shame for Andrew Tate. Okay, for normal people and not his fans, not fucking top G's and like Andrew Tate wannabes. Those people admitting vulnerability, emotions is bad. It's shameful for them.
And I knew they missed me. So I felt a strong sense of missing.
But you cried.
There were tears that ran down my face, but I did not cry.
What?
I mean, that's crying.
That's crying. That's crying, bro.
I would disagree.
Because you're worried.
He's smiling because he knows. He knows. He's full of shit. Let's look at the definition of crying. The shedding of tears, weeping. Okay. Let's click on weeping. Shedding of tears, exuding liquid. Shed tears, cry. Mourn, shed. Exude liquid. So, tears down his cheeks is liquid. so he was crying.
Worried about admitting that? You think it sounds
Absolutely
weak?
not. That's a perfectly fine scenario to cry in, but I think the act of crying is an act of desperation. To sit and to cry
No, it's not.
is an act in and of itself. To do push-ups thinking of your children with tears running down your face, but you're concerned.
When was the last time he spoke about his children? He only, like, before all of this shit went down, he never spoke about his children. He always talked about, like, bitches.
With finishing as many push-ups as possible within that day, I do not consider that crying. I consider that tears running down my face.
When you found out what they were alleging you'd done, sexual assault, exploitation, and so on, what did you feel about that? What was your first reaction?
My first reaction was, the standard playbook. The standard playbook for anybody who speaks up against power is...
That is not the standard playbook. There are a lot of people who speak up against power, like progressives, for example, and they don't... The first attack is not sex trafficking, false imprisonment. That is not the standard playbook, dude. That is you.
Sexual exploitation. Isn't that the normal one they go to? Can't we name like 10 or 15 people right now they hit them with this exact same garbage? Name a full-grown man who's 36 or 37 years old who's not had sexual relations with a woman at some point in the past. And the way the Matrix works is they lie by omission, right? They just hit Russell Brand with it. I think they hit P. Diddy with it this morning. Julian Assange just got hit with it. He's still in a cell.
But lots of people get hit with these allegations and it turns out to be true.
A lot of people
Exactly.
get hit with them and they turn out to be false. So.
Yeah, but you're sort of trying to make out all the people you just named are innocent. You
Right.
Of course I don't know that, but a lot of people get hit and it
But
turns
why
out to
would
be
you
false.
why would you assume they're innocent?
Well, I'll tell
Like, literally, like, his implication was like, oh, these people just get accused and they're all innocent. Even though he didn't say it. You can say things without saying it. You can imply.
tell you why. Because the way the Matrix operates is it choose something which is heinous. If they accused me of drug dealing, nobody would care. They choose something which is heinous, so the process itself is a punishment. So they damage your reputation throughout the
They could have accused him of murder.
process, regardless of whether it's successful or not. Then what they do is they lie by omission. They throw you in a cell and they contact everyone you've ever interacted with. 2,000 people I know were called, and they were looking for one person to say they're a victim. By the way, they failed. They did not even find one. But if they did, they would then say, Andrew Tate's victim, he's a sexual assaulter. And they would remove the testimony of the 1,999 people who said, I'm a very nice man. Lie by omission, and then they put together this entire package, use the mainstream media to convince the world that you deserve to be in jail, and that is how the Matrix operates.
I mean, to be clear, I don't know if you're guilty or not.
I do.
You're perfectly entitled to say that, and you know, right?
Of course I know.
But I don't know, and I will await any trial that comes to see what comes out in the trial and see what happens, right? So I'm not going to prejudge the trial. I'm not going to judge you and say, I think you're guilty. I don't know, right? We are where we are. You've been charged with serious crimes, and it's likely you'll face a trial, and we'll see how that all plays out, obviously. Going back to jail, how were you treated by other people?
Everybody in jail was extremely apologetic to me. All of the staff, the police officers, everyone who worked in the jail.
Are you
the person who served
fucking
my meal,
shitting
everybody
me?
was very sorry for what happened to me. They made it very clear they knew it was garbage, and they were apologetic. That was the only vibe I could give you. They were kind of like, listen, you got too big. I'm sorry. This is how things work. And sorry, here's your meal. Nobody had any real problem with me. None of the prisoners had a problem with me.
Did you get into any fights?
There was a couple scenarios where violence could have occurred, but I think once people realize that violence is a certainty and that you do not operate under a fearful realm, they often aren't so interested.
So people threatened you?
I wouldn't say they threatened me, but they would have liked to have got the opportunity to threaten me.
What?
Happened?
And they realized that would have been a bad decision. And all in all...
Well, what did you say to them? Because you don't speak Romanian, so...
I didn't, you're right. I actually used a quote from Street Fighter. I said, I quoted Dowson, and I said, they do not understand the secrets of yoga fire, because I knew they had no idea what I was talking about. It was near the washing machines, and they looked at me like I was completely crazy, and they walked away.
There's more than one person.
He is crazy.
And they made it clear what? That they wanted to...
I have to be careful what I say, because I'm still beholden to the Romanian judicial system.
Yeah, but that's just an incident in jail. That's
Correct.
nothing to do with the system.
That's a cop-out.
An incident report was written, and it's better I don't mention.
It was a direct threat to you.
I've had threats, yeah, and I have threats every single day of my life, and I think jail is a hyper-pressurized
Sorry
version of
about that.
reality, and you need to have an extremely strong
I ate
mind so you
something
don't attack
spicy,
yourself, and an extremely
so you
strong
know how
body
your
so it
nose
doesn't attack
runs.
you. And I understood that there was a threat of violence at all times, and I just decided to go through life extremely respectfully, but make it clear if that's a decision somebody else wants to make, that I'm prepared to partake.
One of the things I would think about, other than my family, immediate family, but one particular member of my family, if I found myself in jail, would be my mother and what she would be feeling and what she'd be thinking. She's been incredibly supportive to me. I know yours has to you. Did you think about your mother?
I was extremely concerned for her. I was concerned because the media establishment were hounding her. She was obviously very worried, but she knew she raised strong sons. But we're her number one protectors, and I was concerned for her. I wasn't concerned for myself in jail. I didn't even suffer in jail as much as I did when I got out. I didn't
But
have
he cried.
nightmares in jail. I had nightmares once I left jail. I was in the middle of a battle. I don't think you get PTSD while you're fighting. You get it afterwards. I was in the middle of a battle trying to make sure that everybody I love and care about is
But he
taken care of.
doesn't believe in mental illness and like disease and stuff like that. Like depression doesn't exist. So PTSD, shouldn't that not exist either?
Of and trying to make sure that bills are paid. Please understand, the day I was arrested, which is a year ago, every single bank account that I have was frozen. All of my assets were taken. I haven't had a dollar of
You
money
had 10
since January.
cars taken, I think.
15.
15 cars and how many properties?
15 cars, 6 properties, 20 diamond watches, gold bar.
Why do you need that many cars, bro? Unless you're trafficking. Why would you need that many cars? And why is he just like talking about all of us? He's just flashing his wealth.
Cars, cash, land, every single bank account, millions and millions and
What was
millions
the
of
total
dollars.
value of everything they seized?
16, 17 million?
Pounds?
Yeah. And they took all of it. And I still don't have access to any of these things.
I mean, as we're doing this interview, you're expecting to hear sometime today as to whether you may get those possessions back. Is it all or nothing? Do you get it all back or nothing?
Correct. As we sit here, the judge is deciding whether I get all of my items returned or I get none of them returned. And truthfully, under the law, I should have never had them taken in the first place. So we're going to see what the judge decides. And I have to put my faith within the Romanian judicial system. I have no other choice. I'm not a coward. I'm not going to run. But let's not talk about the Romanian judicial system. Let's talk about the judicial systems of the world. I've recently seen some very scary decisions in America and England, in these Western democratic nations. You see people doing 20 years for attending peaceful protests. So you start to sit and wonder when you're in these situations, what is a trial? What is a judge? What is this? These are just people in a room.
Which peaceful protest are you talking about?
There's been a few. And I
Who's got
Be
20 years
specific.
for attending a peaceful protest?
I don't want to say names. I saw it somewhere on Twitter.
Why?
Somebody attended, I think it was a pro-Trump protest, and they ended up being 20 years.
Well, if you're talking about the January 6th riots, they were riots where people died.
Well, it's
They're
interesting.
not peaceful protests.
Well, it's interesting because the world is actually very nuanced. And what I tried
But that wasn't nuance. That was a huge mob of
What
people
I tried to do
attacking
was-
the US Capitol.
Well, what I try to do is I try to look at a broad spectrum of events, and I try to put things into a nuanced view, and I don't try and take a instant black or white point of view on things. And the fact that BLM were rioting and destroying the entire nation for months and during that exact week, and then some other people got together with an opposing political view and are facing serious prison time for doing less damage than BLM did. I find that kind of scary because
Well, people did die.
Well, in a democratic nation, we should all be the same under the law.
But
shouldn't we,
Andrew,
sir?
just to be clear, on January the 6th, people died.
People died during BLM.
I mean, there are certainly inconsistencies in the way groups of people have been policed. I think
Well-
that's the same. That's the same whether you're talking about the BLM marches to the pro-Palestinian marches and so on. Right? There's a lot of inconsistency.
Well, then we agree.
There's a lot of inconsistency in global policing. I think that's a perfectly valid thing to say. But the idea that someone's got 20 years for being in a peaceful march is not true. The ones who've got the lengthy prison sentences have been held accountable
Well,
for serious crimes.
I'm not even condoning January 6th. I don't even know the ins and outs of January 6th. I wasn't there. I'm not saying it should have happened. What I'm saying is exactly what you have said. There seems to be some massive inconsistencies in global policing now. So when you end up in a position where you're speaking against the system, as I do, and you understand that there are massive inconsistencies in policing globally, you start to sit down and seriously wonder if you stand a fair chance of a fair trial in any country on earth. I actually have to give massive credit to the Romanian judicial system because a judge one day sat down and said, why are these boys in jail, and let us go. I don't know if I would have had a fair shot like that in many other nations.
When you were released from jail after about 3 months, what was that feeling like?
My brother and I were in the same cell at that time. We were extremely happy. I remember using the last of my mouthwash. During the day, I had some rituals to keep me sane, and I'd enjoy one swig of mouthwash a day. It's amazing how bored you get when you're staring at cockroaches, and even that sensation.
So there were literally cockroaches in your cell?
Correct.
How many at any given time?
At night, there was a lot.
Like, what, dozens or?
Yeah, a few. There was an infestation. We did our best to kill as many as we could.
Ew.
It kept us entertained.
Ew, if that's
But,
true,
they're
ew.
annoying to sleep with.
But
But
I don't know if I.
mouthwash was something I enjoyed every day. The sensation of mouthwash made me happy.
think he's
and I
telling
remember
the full
using all of my
truth.
mouthwash. And then instantly my brain started turning to all of the things I need to do. I'm a man, I have responsibilities. For 93 days I wasn't working. I started concerning myself with, okay, I'm about to get out of jail, thank God. I'm gonna leave. Who do I need to take care of? What's paid? Do I have any money left? Are bills due? Is mom okay? Are my children okay? And I just started thinking about work. And as soon as I got out, I didn't sleep for 3 days.
How many children do you have?
That's confidential.
Why?
Because I have enemies, and unfortunately, I do not want to give them any information.
But you have more than one.
I have more than one, correct?
Right. So, obviously you're caring for your children. I understand that as a father, right? And obviously, and you have a partner?
Yes.
Are you married?
No.
I think I asked you last time. Are you
Why is he smiling?
You're not married yet.
There are only like certain. I feel like Observe, the YouTuber Observe, should do like an analysis of this, because I'm not fully qualified. That is, I didn't take a body language course, but I do know psychology. I do have a degree in psychology, and he smiles in certain situations where he knows there's something he knows about something. He knows he's lying. He knows he's not being truthful, and there's a little bit of superiority and contempt that creeps in.
You have a partner who's the mother of your children.
Correct.
The same woman is the mother of all your kids?
It's confidential.
That means it's a no.
It is confidential, Piers. It's
I
confidential.
don't think you marry
That-
and have kids with is confidential, surely.
It is.
That means no.
Really?
Of course, I am basically #1 enemy of the state, Piers. Look what they've done to me. What have they put me in jail for?
He thinks he's like the main character of the world. He's not. Do you hear what he just said? #1 enemy of the state. You're not, dude. You're not. Yo, what the fuck
At the
is
beginning
that?
of this garbage, people were sitting there thinking, maybe he's a human trafficker. It's been a year. Who? Show me a picture. Show me a video. Who's even a victim? There's nobody. The whole thing is made up.
Well, we're going
Piers.
to come to what they say you've done, right? We're going to come to that. But I'm just curious. You come out of prison. You've got no ability to access any of your assets. How have you been functioning financially since then?
I believe in prayer and I trust in God.
Well, prayer doesn't pay the bills.
And I do my very best.
The prayer doesn't pay the bills.
Unfortunately, absolutely everything I own was seized by the Romanian state, so I'm just going to have to survive and do my very best.
Yeah, but how?
Yeah.
I'm doing my very best, Piers.
Have you got wealthy benefactors helping you?
I'm doing my very best. I wish I had wealthy benefactors. I wish I had people on my side.
Yeah, but you
who
can't
were
function on no income at all.
Seems you can.
How?
What?
I'm doing my very best, Piers.
What does that mean?
It means I'm doing my very best. Absolutely everything I own.
He's
is
doing something
taken
illegal.
By the Romanian state. I don't have anything they don't have.
How do you pay for food?
Just have to do my best.
That makes no sense.
What does that mean?
It means that I believe in God and I pray.
Is that point? Money does not grow on trees. And it's like, does that mean he's still trafficking, or is he still exploring people, like exploiting people, like income? That's a good question.
God's not going to pay your bills.
God has been paying my bills so far, it seems. It's amazing how far faith can take you. It's often when you have absolutely nothing left, people turn to faith. But you should turn to faith first. And you should believe in God when things are good, and that He will be there when times are bad.
He didn't.
Initially, you were put on this sort of rolling 30-day house arrest, and they kept renewing that month by month by month. And then in June, you and your brother and 2 others were formally charged with rape, trafficking, and forming an organized crime group to sexually exploit women. And there were 7 alleged victims named in the indictment. You said at the time, I look forward to being found innocent. You said earlier, who are these women? Well, there are 7 named in the indictment.
Yeah, have you seen the videos of them on the internet saying we're not victims? They made us be victims. We told them
Well,
we
that
were
will all
victims.
presumably be analysed in a trial. Do you know when the trial may be?
I have no idea. It's going to
Do
go
you
long.
believe it will happen?
I'm not sure. It could get to a point where a judge, anytime before the trial, decides his case is garbage and throws it away. If you ask me what I believe happened, it's very simple. They threw me in a jail cell knowing they had no case, knowing they had no victims, but they thought if they plaster me all over the MSM and they say that I'm a bad person and they call enough people, they will find the case they want. They couldn't find it. You name the date they charged me. They had 6 months to charge me. Usually the Romanian state, even the American embassy confirms to me, charges within 30 days. With me, they used all 6 months trying to build a case and find actual victims of an actual crime. They couldn't. They charged me on the very last possible day they could, unless they'd have to drop the entire case. And they charged me with garbage because they have nothing. There are no victims. I've done nothing wrong. And they've tried very hard. And let me say something very pertinent to the audience here. It's very difficult when you're thrown inside of a jail cell. You do not have access to social media. You do not have access to money. The entire MSM establishment are calling you a bad person. Hotlines are set up saying if Andrew Tate's ever hurt you,
So how's he getting his money now?
call this hotline. You're a rich person where people may want to get money from you and exploit you and extract resource from you. And they're sitting here calling anyone you've ever known. They called my gardener's daughter, who I've never even spoken to, asking if I've ever done anything wrong to her or said anything wrong to her, trying to find victims of a crime that don't exist. It's actually a miracle from God that no one's come out trying to extract money from me. Whole thing is garbage. They could do this to anybody. Piers, they could do this to you. They could put you in a cell, put all over the media you're a sexual exploiter, and for 3 months talk about how bad you are when you can't defend yourself, and call everyone you've ever interacted with. And if anybody you were ever rude to once decides they want a payday or some fame, they can use it against you. It's insane.
The Romanian authorities' prosecution files accuse you of using verbal and physical abuse to keep women in line, taking 50%, I believe, of the women.
After him just getting so heated, it's just like, yeah, I can see that.
Online income, although I believe that figure could vary, could be up to 80%.
Nobody sits like
No,
this
they
permanently.
accuse me of exploiting women who did TikTok. The same women who say we were not exploited. He just told us how to do TikTok. Also, in the prosecution file, if you want to talk about it, there's not a single bank transfer. There's not a single piece of evidence for any money. So I'm accused of making money from TikTok, but they haven't found any money. There's no money, and the victims are saying, I didn't exploit them to do TikTok. The whole thing is a joke.
What is, I think, problematic for you is the war room, which was
I'm gonna be right back.
Categorized and
I'm gonna make
it was called the war room.
Correct.
Okay. And it had a lot of people who were dubbed the generals who ran the war room
Correct.
for you. And the war room had 500 to 600 members who paid, I think, $6,000+ to be a member of this. And when you saw the logs of the web chats between people from the war room to each other, a lot of it made disturbing reading. Were you disturbed by it when you read that?
Firstly, a lot of that is bullshit. A lot of that's fake. Secondly,
You think that literally those logs are fake?
absolutely. Secondly,
But the BBC verified them.
the BBC verified them, or they're the same people who verified the vaccine. Those people, they're liars. Firstly, a lot of them are fake. Secondly, the
Were
war
you
room-
disturbed by anything you read?
No, because none of it's real. Firstly. Secondly, there's 4,000 members in the war room. Thirdly, the war room is about masculine personal development. We talk about fitness, making money, strength. We talk about very important things. There's 4,000 members inside. If you're telling me that amongst 4,000 members with 24-hour chats 7 days a week for the last 5 years, they've managed to find 2 guys talking locker room talk, and that somehow offends the world, then nobody understands how the world works. That's not why I was in jail. It's nothing to do with the war. I was in jail because I spoke against power, because I told the truth about COVID, because I told the truth about the war in Ukraine, because I told the truth about all of these things.
I don't understand why people would want to put you in jail for giving your opinions about COVID or Ukraine. Why would they?
Why wouldn't they?
Well, why would they? Why would
Because
they say that Andrew Tate's opinion is so important on Ukraine that we have to put him in jail? I don't buy that.
Okay, because I was the most Googled man on the planet, and I had a huge affinity with the most troublesome demographic for the Matrix, which is the young masculine youth, the people who you need to die in wars, the people who you need to psyop into being slaves to build the roads while telling them that they're not allowed a point of view and they're not allowed an opinion on anything. And I was saying things which was going against the narrative. And the Matrix, the way it operates is it uses the MSM to purport lies, to inject slave programming into people's brains so that we live lives which are not good for us but are good for them. And I was sitting there unplugging it. Why would they sit there and say, we've put together this massive psyop. We're going to convince everybody to inject themselves with poison, and we're going to lock everyone in their houses, and it's all a lie, and we're going to let this one guy who everyone listens to.
Andrew, it wasn't all a lie.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't. There was a new novel coronavirus. Okay. I'll tell you what the facts were, and you can then laugh at them if you wish.
Sure.
But there was a novel coronavirus, COVID-19. It was killing thousands of people a day.
Really?
Yes,
scary.
absolutely. Yeah, and and I know people who died.
Who doesn't? I know people who died before Corona. of
Fine,
illness.
I'm sure people die of lots of things, but it was killing exponentially thousands and thousands of people, and then vaccines were developed at very high speed, and they managed to save, in my estimation, millions of lives. You may not agree with that,
Absolutely.
but those are facts as assumed by the body of scientific and medical experts in the
The
world.
body of scientific and medical experts, you mean the Matrix? I could get...
What is the Matrix?
The Matrix are a bunch of people who can come up with studies from the sky to say anything they want them to say, so they can use the MSM to purport garbage inside of people's minds. So you end up locked in your house, clapping for the NHS like a performing seal, injecting yourself with experimental poison for the 9th time. It's a lie. There was no reason to lock everyone in their house. More people died from missed cancer appointments than anyone ever died of COVID. People always got the sniffles before COVID, and they've always got it since.
It wasn't
Let me ask you a question.
Hang on,
son.
it wasn't...
Where has COVID gone?
It wasn't...
Diseases don't go away.
It wasn't...
Where's COVID gone?
It wasn't... Well, the COVID strains have got milder, as indeed flu did. Flu used to
so
kill...
it's gone away.
Well, flu pandemic in about 100 years ago killed 50 to 100 million people, and it's got steadily milder over the decades since. This is normal medical science pathway for most pandemics, right? So on that, I mean, your sort of cast iron, it was all Matrix, MSM nonsense, is palpably untrue.
Well, I'll tell you why that's not untrue. Let me tell you my personal experience with COVID. I'm an extremely logical person. At the beginning, when everyone was dying, dropping dead in the streets in China, which I never saw, by the way, funny, and the Italian hospitals were full, English hospitals were never full, funny. Me and my brother sat there and said, if this disease is so deadly and can damage us as strong military-age males, then the world is over. So there's no point in hiding in our house. We decided to go to Sweden. On day one of COVID, day one when everyone still believed, we went to Sweden. Why does no one talk about the fact that Sweden was open the entire time? Why does no one talk about the fact they didn't have masks or lockdown or vaccines? My brother and I partied in nightclubs 7 days a week for 3 entire months while everyone in England was locked in their house.
Sweden actually had a number of restrictions.
Not when I was there, it was open.
Not as draconian as we had in the UK, and there are certainly legitimate questions to ask about the scale of our lockdowns. I think people panicked. They saw what was happening in Italy, which had the second best medical healthcare system in the world, and people were dying in massive numbers, and the hospitals were overrun. So people may have panicked.
Did you hear about the guy who died in a motorcycle crash and it was a COVID death? Did you hear about that one?
Well, there was certainly...
Downing Street didn't seem very concerned with
There
COVID.
was a
They were
long debate about people dying of COVID or with COVID. I know all that, but the bottom line for me, it is indisputable that COVID was a deadly pandemic that killed a lot of people. It turned out a lot of older people more than young people, but they didn't know that at the time, not for a long period. The vaccine saved millions of people's lives. There are legitimate questions about some of the boosters, about some of the side effects of the vaccines, as there are, by the way, with all vaccines. But the idea that COVID is some invention by the Matrix to suppress and control its people is for the birds, Andrew. It's for the birds.
It seems the birds and
I
I
don't
are
think,
friends.
don't think a smart guy like you actually believes that.
Of course I
And that's one of my
absolutely
problems.
believe that.
One of my problems I have with you is that I think you are intelligent, but I think you also adopt positions that you know are going to get the anti-Matrix mob inflamed. And it's just these all-encompassing views you have. COVID was a load of nonsense. Vaccines are all dangerous and killing more people than they say.
Never said that. I
No,
said the
but-
COVID vaccine.
Well, COVID vaccine, well, you don't think they worked?
No, of course not, because the idea of
Of course
the
it
vaccine,
worked.
the word vaccine in and of itself is that you
They
get...
saved millions of lives.
If you get a vaccine, you do not get the...
Certainly.
Downing Street didn't seem very concerned with
There was
COVID.
a
I
long
thought they were fine.
debate about people dying of COVID or with COVID. I know all that, but the bottom line for me, it is indisputable that COVID was a deadly pandemic that killed a lot of people. It turned out a lot of older people more than young people, but they didn't know that at the time, not for a long period. The vaccine saved millions of people's lives. There are legitimate questions about some of the boosters, about some of the side effects of the vaccines, as there are, by the way, with all vaccines. But the idea that COVID is some invention by the Matrix to suppress and control its people is for the birds, Andrew. It's for the birds.
It seems the birds and
And
I
I
are
don't think,
friends.
don't think a smart guy like you actually believes that.
Of course I
And that's one of my
absolutely
problems.
believe that.
One of my problems I have with you is that I think you are intelligent, but I think you also adopt positions that you know are going to get the anti-Matrix mob inflamed. And it's just these all-encompassing views you have. COVID was a load of nonsense. Vaccines are all dangerous and killing more people than they
Never
say.
said that. I
No,
said
but-
the COVID vaccine.
well, COVID vaccine, well, you don't think they worked?
No, of course not, because the idea of
Of
the
course it
vaccine...
worked.
The word vaccine in and
They
of
worked, and I can tell you The experience of getting COVID pre-vaccine and post-vaccine is a completely different thing. I could have died the first time I got COVID. It was pre-vaccine. It was like nothing before. And I swear if I wasn't young and fit, like exercising regularly, you know, healthy, otherwise healthy, no asthma, no other comorbidities that would affect the systems that COVID affects. If I wasn't that, I think I would have ended up on a ventilator. I actually do. Because the amount of phlegm and coughing, the fact that you can't, it's not a productive cough either. And it's thick mucus. If it gets into your lungs, you can't breathe. It's awful, and you're exhausted. You just can't do anything. And you feel like you have a fever, you're fuzzy. Sometimes milder, sometimes not as, sometimes less mild, like more, sometimes milder, sometimes more severe of an experience of a cold or a flu. But post-vaccine is completely different. It saved a lot of lives. It doesn't say it prevents you from getting it, but it lessens the likelihood. And if you do, you're less likely to die, and it's less severe symptoms.
Itself is that you
It
get.
saved millions of lives.
If you get a vaccine, you do not get the disease. They changed the
That's
definition
not
of
true.
vaccine in the dictionary so they continue to inject us with this pointless poison. Now,
Oh my
I had the
God.
vaccine for polio. I've never had polio. You got the vaccine for COVID, and you're bragging online how you have COVID for the 8th time, but it's not that bad because you've had 6 injections. It's insane.
You know, there's different types of vaccines, right? Dude. There's like the flu that I studied this in I took a class called HIV/AIDS in college, undergrad. You learn about all these stuff about viruses and why HIV was so insidious. And like other RNA viruses like herpes or something like that. Because they embed themselves into your DNA. And there's like transcription from RNA, and the body can't tell between the healthy cells and the dormant like cells that literally carry enzymes where they cut your DNA and insert their own nefarious DNA into. Like, that's fucking crazy. Anyway, my point is there are different types of like vaccines. You know, some are basically cures, and others are like the flu vaccine, for example. It can prevent you from getting it, or it could make when you get it less severe, shorter, or whatever. You know.
Please understand my position. Please understand that I'm a person.
Not
who
an
believes
expert,
study.
I'm just
So believe
saying-
this garbage. Don't believe the Matrix. I'm a person who was in Sweden
I'm
for
not
3 months, as everyone was
ignorant.
afraid, locked in their houses, partying at will,
Sweden
and
had-
it was perfectly fine. They had a
Sweden-
lower death rate than the UK.
They had a much higher death rate than their neighbouring countries in Scandinavia. Did you know that?
They had a
See? He mischaracterizes things, disingenuous, and credit when credit is due. He's not a perfect person, Piers. He corrects Andrew Tate a lot of the times.
a lower death rate
Did you
than
know
the
that?
UK.
Did you know that?
It doesn't. No, I didn't know that.
Doesn't matter to you.
Of course not.
So you wouldn't compare them to their immediate neighbours. You'd only compare them to a country in the UK.
If you think lockdowns worked, Piers, if you think lockdowns,
I think lockdowns were only acceptable
In the
as
beginning.
an immediate panic move, which it was,
Yeah.
before there were vaccines. The moment they had a successful vaccine program that worked, then there was no justification for further lockdowns.
You're a very important person, and you're very well respected.
I'm not
within the-
important, I'm a journalist.
No, you're very important, and you're very well respected within the UK, and you've been famous for a very long time. Were you invited to the party at Downing Street, or were you not in that circle?
No.
No? Oh, that's a shame.
And I thought the
Because
behaviour...
they seemed very concerned about COVID on the TV,
And by the way,
they
I
didn't seem
thought-
to give a shit as
and
soon
I
as the
thought-
TV was
I
on.
thought that was disgraceful, and I thought Boris Johnson and the people working at Number 10 who were having those parties, when I had friends of mine who were literally saying goodbye to their mothers on FaceTime on their phone because they weren't allowed in to see them. I knew people in care homes where it ripped through and killed a third of the people in the home in 2 weeks. And the desperation that people felt. I had a cousin who lost his father who couldn't go and see his dying wife and so on. There
It's
were,
disgusting.
There were terrible stories.
It's criminal.
Terrible stories.
It's disgusting. So let me ask you a question as a professional, because we're both adults and we're both very smart. As a professional, which is more likely, that The government believed COVID was deadly and everybody should be truthfully afraid and locked in their houses, but because they had this spirit inside of them and they couldn't resist the idea of a party, decided to risk their lives to party, or they lied on the television trying to scare everyone and enslave them and lock them in their houses knowing it's garbage, knowing it's a lie, and not caring, and had a party behind everyone's backs and didn't think they'd get caught. Which one is more likely as a
Number one.
logical human?
Why don't we just agree that they were
Number
a bunch
one.
of rank hypocrites, stupid people who were behaving utterly selfishly to the extent that the Queen, when her husband, Prince Philip, dies, is in the church on her own, in a mask, with none of her family around her after losing a rock of 70 years, and it turned out the night before, Downing Street had, I think, 2 parties, including a karaoke party. I think that was shameful and disgraceful.
Well,
So we can agree on that, right?
We can agree on that, and we can wake up and start to realize, oh, maybe the government doesn't care about us. Maybe the government lies to us. Maybe they tell us
The
things and
government
try and scare
cares.
us, but they don't actually
They're-
care themselves. Maybe all they are is hypocritical.
Not a lot.
Maybe they
A
are.
lot of,
Maybe they use the MSM to
there are people in the government that do care. Not all of them are bad, but vast majority of them are bad in America. I can speak for America, cannot speak for the UK.
purport their lies, to keep everybody enslaved while they do whatever they want, and that is the matrix in and of itself. And if you speak against it and people listen to you, I'll repeat this. Your ability to speak freely is directly...
He is just like mad at governments because they don't like him. Like, he gets in trouble because he does illegal shit and they actually enforce the law on him. And if he's so concerned about freedom of speech, move back to America then. And you can talk shit. But he doesn't want to do
that. You deploy the lover boy method, where you would make women fall in love with you. You would then persuade them to do webcam stuff, right?
TikTok.
Okay, but wait, let's call it webcam stuff, right?
No, let's not call it that. The indictment is about TikTok.
Okay, what would you make the women do, or what would they do with you?
I don't make anybody do anything.
Okay.
In fact, let's talk about the lover boy method. This is very interesting. Let's imagine the Matrix is pissed off with a said individual who's telling too much truth and everybody is listening to him, and they decide they're going to attack him with sexual assault claims. They say, he's making women do, well, we found conversations where he gave advice on how to go viral on TikTok. He's making women do TikTok, but he isn't being horrible to them.
That's not
hitting
true.
them. He's not being mean to them. So what can we do? Let's use the lover boy method. If I was abusive and mean, they wouldn't say lover boy method. You know what lover boy method means? Being nice. He was nice and polite and kind, and they really liked him.
That is not the lover boy method, and he said it himself during one of his podcasts with his brother or something. We'll find that video. Well, maybe we can find the video now. Uh-oh.
So they come along and they said, oh, you're a human trafficker. I said, well, I've never transported anyone. I've never kidnapped anyone. I've never restricted anyone. I've never held anyone.
I don't know if this
I said,
is
no, but you're a
it.
human trafficker by the lover boy method. I said, what's that? It's where you pretend to love them. So what, being nice? So I was nice to some girls 10 years
No.
ago?
Not those.
Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money and give you the money. So the way you're going to do that is you have to have some element of influence. And you're going to have that element of influence through her respecting you, looking up to you, and her believing she needs you. And this is extremely important. Because at the beginning, she will need you. But then she won't need you. But you have to keep that fallacy, keep that dream alive, that she can't do this without you, to ensure that she doesn't do it without you. And at the beginning, she can. But there'll become a point she can't.
He still had hair.
You being here, it synergizes this teamwork energy. We're going to do this together. Yeah, you go on the camera. Don't worry. I'll talk to the guys. I'm going to talk to them. We're a team. Happy, positive teamwork. You cannot run this business through fear. And this is one of the biggest things people don't understand about the pimp game. Even street pimping. They think that you can do
The
it through
pimp
fear.
game?
You can scare girls. You can intimidate girls. If you're going to scare a girl and put her on the street, she's just going to walk off and leave and never see her again. She has to respect you and love you and want to work with you. And And that's done through positively inspirational and motivating person.
Yo!
Positive.
Yo! He just fucking made pimp into a freaking acronym. Bro.
Energy. There's no negative energy in this business. You have to be positive. So by you typing for the girl, you maximize your money, and also she believes she needs you, which is extremely important. Another reason we use Chatterbait is because they will pay you in Bitcoin. They'll pay you in Bitcoin. Put in your Bitcoin address, and they'll pay you in Bitcoin. And this is amazing because you've all seen the thought audit shit that's going on. You've all seen the fucking legalities of banking. Trying to get money out of these sites into your bank without paying a shitload of tax is actually very difficult. And that was going to be about an hour.
Tax evasion.
Fucking thing. But we don't need to do that anymore because in the last 6 months, Chatterbait have released the Bitcoin option. So they'll pay you in Bitcoin. So if your girl on there working, let's say you generate $3,000, $4,000, bang, you get Bitcoin into your wallet. Done. No fucking tax, no thought audit, none of that shit. So don't worry about any of that. None of that's going to come back to get you. So, they're going to pay you in Bitcoin. These are the two reasons why Chatterbait is the best website. If you sell a WhatsApp, I used to sell a WhatsApp for about 3,000 tokens. But back online. You don't let your girl have this, because if your girl ever runs off and leaves you, which is going to happen to some of you at least, you don't want her to have an address book of all the guys. Any of my guys' phone numbers, I have nothing. And that's why they don't want to leave. Because like, oh, well, he has everything. I need him. I have to stay with him. He has everything. It's important. I'm telling you, it's a very important element, that control. Because once the money starts pouring in, the girls will be like, well, what the fuck do I need this dude for? And they will leave. You don't have every aspect of control. Next.
Every aspect of control.
Tax. Going back to tax quickly, we talk about the thought audit thing. Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. But you need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax.
So he's tax evading
Because girls
too.
are lazy, and girls are stupid, and girls don't understand how taxes work. So the girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we've made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble.
We're not fucking lazy.
So okay.
Fuck you, bro.
Now that allows you to do two things. Said we have to pay the tax. They want to get fresh or whatever. Webcam girl, you typing for the girl, replying to the PMs, giving her instructions.
I've had enough of this. I've fucking had enough of that.
As a person, and he told them how to do TikTok.
But that's not what the
He's
lover boy.
a lover boy.
That's
of course it is.
Andrew, that's not what the lover boy method is.
Absolutely it is.
The lover boy method is where perpetrators woo
There we
victims
go.
with the prospect of a loving relationship until they can be forced into abusive situations or a form of slavery.
This is garbage.
That's actually what it means.
The lover boy method is being nice to people so that you work together. Effectively, what they're trying to say here. I was nice to girls who asked me for TikTok advice, and they sang it's the lover boy method. I didn't beat them into doing TikTok. I didn't force them. I didn't threaten them. In fact, I was like, yeah, you're very pretty. You can be pretty famous.
Was there
You can do
any
well."
element of coercion?
How can there be an element? What does that even mean? Let's be professionals here. What does that even mean?
What do you think coercion means?
Let's look it up. I know what coercion means, but let's look up the dictionary definition. Practice of persuading someone to do something by force or threats. Force, compulsion, constraint, duress, oppression, enforcement, harassment, intimidation, threats, insistence, demand, arm twisting, pressure, pressurization, influence. Kind of sounds like the Loverboy method, and kind of sounds like what he was doing with all of that, what we just watched. When he talks about, like, having all the things, having all the controls, WhatsApp, the clients, blah, blah.
I was coerced into this interview. You came along to me.
What?
You weren't coerced into this interview.
Yes, I was.
Well, don't tell me. The bullying
Piers.
MSM said, Andrew, you've got to do an interview.
No, you
and I'm going to fly all the way to Romania to do it.
You
Do
didn't
me
do
a
that.
favour.
You used the lover boy method. You said,
The
sir.
lover boy method.
Yeah. Andrew, this is going to be a very interesting interview. We had a good one last time. You're a nice guy. We have some interesting conversations.
I didn't say you were a nice
I'm going to
guy.
come along.
Wait a minute.
We're going to make some money from
Hey,
this interview.
wait a minute.
Money will be made for
Wait a
both
minute.
sides.
Wait a
You
minute.
Loverboyed me.
Wait
and
a minute.
You stole the profit.
But just to be clear, I've had no conversation with you about this interview, and the conversations I've had with your intermediary were very professional, and I said I would like to do an interview
Were
with
you nice?
I'm always nice.
Loverboy. You can't believe you used niceness to loverboy me because this is a profitable enterprise and I was coerced here.
I make no pretense that I've come all the way from London to Romania to
Correct.
interview you because, yes, I want to do it on my show, and that
Correct.
will clearly benefit me and my show.
Am I a full-grown consenting adult who decided
But
to do this
idea,
show?
yeah, but you're not being coerced into doing
Am I a
this.
full-grown consenting adult who decided to do this show?
Yes.
Okay, so I wasn't coerced, correct?
But what's that got to do with what I've asked you?
Because you were nice to me and you're saying that...
I wasn't
that's
nice to you. I didn't even talk to you.
Being nice is not in that
Andrew,
adults have no
Andrew, I
personal
wasn't-
responsibility.
I
And
wasn't
if you're
nice-
to someone, they become your slave.
I wasn't nice to you, and I didn't call you a nice guy.
I feel loverboy. I feel loverboy.
Do you?
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
You had a website, Hustlers University, offering courses teaching husbands and boyfriends how to get their partners into
Absolutely
webcam.
false. The Hustlers University, which you can go to now, actually, we changed the domain. It's university.com. Is a school which teaches modern
It's illegal.
luxuries
You can't
that
do that in the
teaches
US,
people
which
how
is
to
another
make
reason why
websites,
he's not
teaches
here.
e-com.
Why did you call it a PhD, pimping hose degree?
No, you're talking about which was made satirical.
Why did you call it that? Oh, that was satire.
Of course it was. 9 years ago, the internet was a very different place. And if you're going to sit here and say, oh, 9 years ago you said stupid things on the internet, it's not a gotcha moment because every single person has. So have you.
No, but you've been very.
So have you because you advocated for the vaccine, sir. So
yeah,
you said
absolutely.
stupid things on the internet.
Yeah.
Life, that's how things go. It's satirical. I also said I'm an astronaut. Do you believe I've been to the moon? Because I haven't, believe it or not. Hustlers University teaches children
But you
how to
were-
make websites, and it's.
There's only one reason
and
I'm
it's
asking you.
fitness
Only
advice.
reason I'm asking you. You've repeatedly said in interviews since you were arrested that you have never categorized yourself as a pimp. You don't think you're a pimp, right?
Well, what about all the rappers? Did you ask Ice Cube if he's a pimp and a murderer and a drug dealer?
I'm not
Jay-Z
interviewing-
sold crack.
I'm not
We're sitting here
interviewing.
talking.
I'm not interviewing them. I'm asking you whether you have at any stage in the last 15 years been a pimp.
Of course, I've not been a pimp. I've said I'm a pimp. I've said I'm an astronaut. I've said I'm a cowboy. I've said I'm the strongest man in the world. I've said I'm James Bond. Throw me in jail.
Are you just?
Put me in jail.
Okay,
I
so-
deserve it. 9 years ago, I made a joke on the internet.
So here's my question: Are you a fantasist?
I'm not a fantasist.
Do you have a persona that's just not you?
Of course not. I am me.
Well, if you are you, why would you repeatedly call yourself a pimp and then now say you've never been a pimp?
Are you going to sit here and say that because I've once said, oh,
I'm curious whether if you're trying to say to me you didn't mean any of the things you said. So I'm asking myself, well, I have a complete persona that you fueled for money that has nothing to do with the real you. I don't know. You tell me.
I exaggerated on the internet 9 years ago for comedic effect. I'd walk into a nightclub and there'd be girls at my table, like every other man who walks into a nightclub, and I'd say, pimpin'. Oh no, put me in jail. 93 days was not enough with the cockroaches. I should go back. This is a matrix attack, Piers. Every single person, every single man out there has done things worse than I've done, than him saying he was a pimp on the internet 9 years ago. You will find actual, genuine crime. And I've done nothing. I live true to God. This is all garbage, and it's not real.
Life
Of course he's
is
gonna
open
say
mic.
he's
You
not
can charge
guilty.
with serious offences, but I am not going to judge you because I'm not a judge. This is not a courtroom, right? But it's interesting to me that one of the biggest charges against you is that you're a misogynist, and you've always said I'm not a misogynist.
Women
And
are
last time I
lazy.
interviewed you, I may have said some things that may have been misconstrued, but even in the last week, you've tweeted some stuff which I'm not even sure if you're aware as you tweet this stuff
Women
how
are
it
lazy.
sounds.
Read
He's
it.
gonna
Okay,
just
let's read this. Is
deny
quite a long
being a
one,
misogynist.
But I think it's important to read it to get a sense of how you view women.
Absolutely.
Any woman I date does not have a job. Okay, so the woman you're with doesn't have a job.
No.
Okay. Do you date other women?
Sometimes.
And your partner's fine with that?
Obviously.
Yeah? And you're fine with that?
Why wouldn't I be?
Well, you think it's fine to be dating other women when you have a mother?
think-
And religious too? I thought that monogamy. Or is it fake religiosity? Andrew.
We're consenting adults, and everybody can make their own personal
Okay,
decisions.
fair enough. Why would I be working so hard, you say, to have hundreds of millions for my woman to waste her life enslaved for pennies? No. I will give you a life you can never ever afford. Private jets, 5-star hotels, new cars, endless spending money and diamonds. You will be rich because you're praying for me every day and protecting my spirit. I work in the physical world, she works in the spirit realm. Women shouldn't have to work.
Or
because being a
bedroom
good
realm.
partner is a full-time job for a woman. She has to look good. All the beauty treatments are time intensive. Not about money, it takes a lot of time. She has to train every day and stay in fantastic shape. Shop to look amazing next to me. I know there are some men who do 100 times more than this on a daily basis, but women are not as organized as men. And achieving anything significant causes them huge amounts of stress. They need to have huge sections of their day empty to waste, or they will have a mental breakdown. True. And do you want a woman who's stressed and angry after the commute, unshaven and exhausted? Or do you want a Barbie doll who's always smiling and saying thank you because she did her nails and bought you Prada that day? As a man, unless you're a loser, you're already filthy rich, right? You can get endless sex anyway. Girls are easy. So what can a girl give you? Happiness, vibes, always smiling. Take the edge off a stressful life. Can she always be happy if she's been working all day? No. Just to wake up at 11, gym till 1, one appointment and some shopping. Dress beautiful by 7 p.m. for you to finish working and tell you how strong you are. No matter how pissed off you are, just to always be laughing and smiling and writing little notes about how you're perfect. And just to be playful and funny. She can't do that if she has a job. So your job is being my girlfriend, and now you understand.
Andrew's face. Oh my God. You know, I need to show that to a lot of men in my life. Well, not a lot of men, but like a specific dude or dudes that I know that would, like, there are a lot of men who like overtly will say they're feminists, they're pro equality, but like subconsciously what Piers just like described, that's what they want. They say they want like a successful woman, but they really don't. They don't know how to handle strong women. They don't know how to handle strong wills where they advocate for themselves and they don't just submit, you know, and don't like, they're putting you first before themselves. Like, they will only look good for you. They're not looking good for themselves. Like, just because you bought them Prada, like, it's just Prada. I mean, it's just Prada. And Prada's not even my favorite luxury purse brand, okay? That's Chanel. Chanel and maybe Louis as well. But, like, I don't give a fuck. Like, yes, it's nice. And it's true that beauty treatments and working out and looking good takes a lot of time, a lot of fucking time and effort. And it is exhausting. And it's an expectation of society that women do that. Or else they're like, oh, are you okay today? Are you sick? Are you tired? Or like if you go to an interview and you're not wearing makeup, they're not going to hire you. They're just not going to hire you. Especially if it's a client-facing job, you know? If you're like, maybe if you're like a scientist in a lab. But you still got to dress nice. You still got to look good. Do your hair and everything. Like, it takes a lot of time and effort and money to be a woman. There's like the pink tax. Everything you buy, like, it's more expensive to buy like razors, like female razors, you know? It's called the pink tax, you know? It's a lot you have to deal with, and you have to be successful, especially today's economy and the way that everything is priced today. Most families are dual income households, unlike before where you can survive on one household income, okay? And it's just ridiculous that he's just putting all this onus on women that, like, they are no good but for looking good and to make me feel better. And they can't have emotions. They have to be happy all the time, or else they're terrible to be around, you know? Like, but like, I can have a hard day at work and feel really shitty, but like, I can expect like a man to like cheer me up and always look like a Calvin Klein model and like just like rizz me up, you know? Like that's just doesn't work the other way around.
Understand quite how that comes over, because I think that is the purest definition of misogyny I've probably ever read.
Well, I don't think you understand. One, especially when I'm talking about the fact that women can't handle what men can do, etc. One, it's slightly sarcastic. There's a sarcastic to
It isn't though. It isn't though.
Any woman I'm with, I will provide for because
no woman should work. They should spend all day beautifying themselves for you, right? And they make you.
Dude, I can't. Every time, like, even after my rant, every time he reads something from that, it's just ridiculous. Like, women shouldn't work. You're losing half the workforce. a lot of the work, like nurses, done. Healthcare system, done. If you have doctors, a lot of doctors, you know? Like, if you, like, a lot of, like, half the workforce is made up of females. Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, half the people in the world, the planet, are females. Like, literally, like, there are a lot of female-dominated professions that, without which society would crumble, screech to a halt, and malfunction, and cause huge disruptions.
Promoted to wife.
This is
Your
my
job is being my
Promoted.
girlfriend. There are hundreds of millions of women around the world who do a good day's work who still manage to be a very good wife or partner. Right?
Agreed, completely. But it's my
So
life.
why would you encourage a whole generation of young men? I mean, I'm going to be honest. Since our last 2 interviews, before you were arrested, I would say every single day I have young men, teenage boys, maybe early 20s, coming up to me asking about you. It's gone on every day since I interviewed you. I'm very aware of your reach. I'm very aware of your influence. And whenever I've been asked about you, they say, what do you think of him? I said, I don't really know. I find myself agreeing with 60 to 70% of the things you say. And I do, because I think a lot of the stuff you say about empowering young men to be confident, to work out, to take care of themselves.
To have enough money to not force their woman to work.
Right, but that's the bit. That's the bit where, when you stray into that kind of language, particularly in the detail where you reveal what you're really thinking, the kind of pathetic, soulless life you want for these women, where does it allow for being a mother, for example?
Absolutely, that's
How does a mother of your children manage to find time for being a mother in
this-
this routine of love and devotion to you?
How does having a job give her time to be a mother? This gives her all the time in the world to be a mother. One, it's slightly sarcastic, firstly.
What do
Secondly,
you mean?
well,
Do you mean you
tell
don't?
by the tone.
Do you mean you don't mean it?
No, I mean it.
Well, which
But
bit?
it's slightly sarcastic.
Well, sarcasm
for
means
comedic effect.
sarcasm means you don't mean it.
No, I mean it. But it's slightly
Well, you either
sarcastic.
mean it or you don't. It's either sarcastic or it's not.
I mean every single word.
But this is the conundrum.
But it's
And like
Right.
slightly
taking
sarcastic.
care of a
This is the
baby like
conundrum with you.
24/7,
Right.
especially if the
If you
baby's
let me
having a
explain
bad
the
day,
conundrum
crying
about
and
it,
stuff.
also
you
what
You're
know
not
this
turned
thing.
on. You're not
This
gonna
out,
want to
I
like
get thousands
like
of women,
look all
yeah,
pretty
begging
for
me,
him, pretend to be
inboxing me,
happy,
saying, finally a man who
and like
understands he needs to provide for a woman's
pretend to be happy, and then like want to please him in the bedroom. Like that doesn't turn a woman on. Like after a whole day of crying and taking care of a baby or babies. Like, come on.
she can be her best self.
Right.
This is exactly the kind of life that will allow
No,
women to
there
become
are
mothers.
definitely women that will absolutely love to be
So why don't you
treated
are
like
they
this.
misogynists?
No, but what I think they're people who just basically, it's the old sugar daddy thing, right? They want to have a rich guy who's going to pamper them and take care of them. They don't have to do a day's work. They just have to make
Being a
themselves
good partner
look
is
good
a
for
day's
you.
work.
Well, so you say.
Yeah.
But it also, the language that you use here seriously diminishes women who do work. You make them out to be,
Yeah.
well, you're not doing your job as a partner or wife. You should be doing your job, which is just to devote yourself to his pleasure and making him
Well, it's
happy.
actually interesting you say that because I'll put a lot of the fault of this on men. Let's if you want to gender the argument, let's do that. I think that a lot of the reason why women can't live this life, if they so choose, if you're a woman who decides to work, then go to work. I don't care. But if you're a woman who decides she
He
wants
cares.
to retire, it's because she can't find a man who could provide for her at this level. Do you think when a woman marries a billionaire that she wants to go get a job in Starbucks? Because in my experience, when they marry extremely successful men, they don't want a job. I'm sure Ronaldo's wife isn't begging to go work in IKEA.
Actually,
No,
Ronaldo's wife works very hard.
she works for herself, which is different.
And her family.
Of course,
Yeah.
which is
She's a
different.
hard-working woman. actually.
Absolutely, because being a fantastic partner and having a bunch of children is a bunch of hard work. And she also finds the energy to have, with a man of my stature, you don't have to work. Now, if I met a perfect woman and we were together and we were happy.
When you say a man of your stature, with respect, right now you have no income, no possessions,
Correct, I'm
and you're
completely
facing
flat broke.
serious criminal charges. I mean, I'm not quite
You
sure
have no
what
woman.
stature you think you're
And
currently
he's
selling,
smiling.
but it ain't great.
Okay, well then it's a shame all those women inboxed me after I put that tweet out saying,
I've got
we
no-
agree with you. I think you should interview
I
all
met
of
a
them for
woman
their
yesterday who, when I
misogynistic
said I
views.
was coming to interview you, was immediately like, "Oh, can you put a good word in for me?"
Of course.
Sure, you have a definite appeal to a certain type of woman. There's no question.
I think providing
my
for
question
a
is,
woman
if I was
financially is a man's responsibility. If that means I'm a misogynist, then I'm a misogynist.
no,
I think
so you
that-
accept you are a misogynist.
No, I think a man should provide for a woman financially, completely and utterly. If she wants to work, if my partner were to say to me right now, I really feel like getting a job, it would make me happy, then I'll say work. But she doesn't have to. Her job is looking after the children, looking after me, and being as happy as possible. If you think I'm a
Yeah, looking after the children, looking after him. What about you look after yourself, dude? Like, what about him looking after her? Like, and like, that's not just money. There's like other needs, you know? Like, and the way he phrases it, what Piers quoted, like, it's not what he's saying in this interview. He basically says that, like, if I'm dating women, you have no job. Like, that's your job is to be beautiful and be dumb and be there for me and please me.
bad person for saying. If you're
And he's
choosing
trying to
that,
sell
read the
that to
subtext
other
and
people.
context.
I read it all out.
To
Okay,
young,
good. Then you
impressionable
understand what I'm
boys.
saying.
You know I did. You heard it.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying is, I'm a man. My life is stressful. My life is pain. I go to jail. I suffer. I have to
Women's lives are stressful and are painful too. What about single moms who work multiple jobs?
deal with making money. I have constant, endless headache. I do all of that so I can give you everything, but then I get.
And
to
you
have
don't even.
Your
You
job
don't
is to be
even.
happy. I want you.
That's
to,
not true. Like. Like. Oh my god! I can't. Let's go back.
Then you understand what I'm saying.
You know I did. You heard it.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying is, I am a man. My life is stressful. My life is pain. I go to jail. I suffer. I have to deal with making money. I have constant, endless headache.
Okay, these women also have to make money, okay, to survive, and it causes them constant headaches.
do all of that so I can give you everything.
And they do all of those jobs and suffer all those headaches to give money to their family.
But then I get to have you. Your job is to be happy.
That doesn't mean that they're entitled to have a man and that their job is to look good and make you feel happy.
I want you to smile. I want you to look your best and
Smile?
feel your best all of the time. If I'm a misogynist for saying that I go.
What
through
if it
so
doesn't
much-
make her happy? Like you just giving her financial stability and you never being home and you being with other girls and you just buying her Prada. What if that doesn't make her happy? Then what?
much pain so that we can be financially secure. So I hope the woman I care about does not
That's
have to work
not
a
the
job.
only thing that
If
matters
makes me
in
a bad
life.
person, then so be it. Because all I'm saying is I want to take care of her in every single realm. I take care of her physical safety. I take care of her financial security. That is my job as a man.
That's it?
And
What
if
about
more men acted
emotions?
like me, you will see that the world will be a happier and better place. The women who say, I really want to work
Then
out
go
with her,
live
that's-
in like Saudi Arabia, go live in like those countries where that's basically because it's a theocratic government, like that's basically how they think. Go live there, Andrew.
their prerogative and their decision. They're allowed to do that. But also, often the reason they do that is because they can't find a man they trust to take care of them.
No.
I've had this from women in their own
Andrew,
mouth. If I found a man
you've had it
who
from
was
so-
financially secure and as smart as you, I wouldn't be doing this
Fine.
garbage job either. Why was I psyoped into working to pay taxes when I should be at home having children
Oh,
with a man I
Andrew,
adore?
Andrew,
It's a psyop.
Andrew, there are so many women that will listen to that and be laughing and mocking you.
Will there?
Saying, don't be so ridiculous. I have a job that I love. Maybe they're being paid even more than their man, right? The real world isn't the one that you categorize.
The real world is varied and nuanced, but I am talking about my life experience.
There's
and
a very-
my experience. Any woman I love
Fine.
does not have to work unless she decides. to.
Fine, you're the boss, you're in charge, her job is to make you happy, her job is to make herself look good, her job is to work out for your benefit, blah, 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 blah. It is actually just misogyny.
Do you think a woman looking
And it's
good?
also-
Do you think a woman looking good and working out has no benefit at all to her?
Of course it does.
Okay, so it's not for my benefit, then, is it?
No, but you see,
Stand
but when you
corrected, sir.
no, but when you talk
stand
about
corrected,
young,
sir.
no, I don't. When you talk about young men and you tell them to work out and take care of themselves, I cheer you on, right? I want that. I've got 3 sons. I want them to feel that.
Don't you want them to become very rich and successful and have
course.
a woman who relies on them and have a beautiful family?
No, but I don't want a woman who's subservient to them.
Why is subservience? Why is a
Literally, the
woman relying-
tone of the tweet I read is subservient. So you did another tweet this week. Men love by telling you what to do and not allowing you to make stupid decisions. We save you from the female inclination to make stupid choices. If a man isn't giving you instructions, he doesn't love you. If you won't listen to a man's instructions, you don't love him. The whole language is so ridiculous.
Let me change the language then.
Well, you tweeted this to
Absolutely.
8.2 million people.
Correct. So let me say this. A father loves. Let's say instead of a man loves, say a father loves. A father loves disciplinarian. That's how a father will love you. A mother will say,
That
"Oh,
is not true.
okay."
Nope. In my family growing up, it was the opposite. My mother was a disciplinarian, and my father provided financially and was very loving, very, like, emotional support all the way. Like, dude, this man is not living in reality. He's living in this misogynistic world, and he knows that vulnerable young men who are lost in this world are looking for, like, some figurehead to, like, model themselves after. And the sad thing is that these, like, men that, like, will listen to him, like, will, like, end up not having any woman, and then it just makes their situation worse. Maybe they'll go shoot up a nail salon or whatever because they think that, oh, all these women feel like they're entitled to whatever and they're not giving me sex or whatever. Like, what?
Okay, but a father will come
That
along and
has
say,
happened
"No,
before.
Don't do this. You must do it that way. That's incorrect. It has to be this way." A father will discipline you because a father feels he knows best for you. It's the masculine essence of love. When a man loves, he shows that he cares by a degree.
But there is a massive difference between a relationship between a father and a child and between a man and a woman in a relationship.
Completely.
And I'm not sure you quite get
No,
that.
there is a difference. I would argue, Piers, I would argue in the happiest relationships, it's a traditionally masculine role in which the man plays and provides. The female is traditionally feminine. The man is the head of the house, not in an abusive way, doesn't beat her up. I'm talking about the man being the head of the household, like I would like to believe you're the head of your household. And he comes along and says what happens and what doesn't happen because he's the man of the house.
No, that's not. That's actually not how most households operate now.
Well, then
Yeah.
it sounds like we
You're
understand
living
why
in,
the
like-
entire world's a mess. Because only 10 years ago, that's exactly how the households operated. There was a man of the house, and now we have no longer any clear defined roles. There's no more longer a man of the house. You want to talk about knife crime, kids doing drugs, the crime rate, all of these problems. You want to talk about all of the societal ills we face. Perhaps it's because we don't have any men in the house anymore. Perhaps we need to bring the man of the house back. And the man of the house will come along and be a disciplinarian, and he will make the set rules and the creeds of that house. He will say, within this household, we don't take drugs. That stands for the woman I am with, the children.
Go live in Iran, go to Saudi Arabia, and this will be your world.
Who we have birthed. Nobody takes drugs in this household because this is my house and I'm the man of the house. So it sounds to me like we need to bring it back, sir.
Yeah, listen, it's all good macho stuff, okay? And I know lots of young boys who listen to this and go, wow, that's how I should be. Then I read the detail of your tweets. And again, come back to this. We save women from their female inclination to make stupid choices.
Females are emotional.
If a man isn't giving you
Now,
instructions...
females are emotional.
Hang on.
Piers,
Wait, he cried when he was in jail. Doesn't that mean he was emotional too? Both sexes, or more than that, are emotional. Human beings are emotional, okay?
He doesn't
Females
love you.
are- females are emotional.
All this stuff is designed to, exactly as you've just articulated.
And you know,
is
nurses have told me that more men faint from getting their blood drawn than women. Is that because they're suffering from hysteria? Is that because they're more emotional? No.
designed to make young men feel that the only way they can be successful in life is to effectively have their women under control, give them instructions that
By
they have,
buying them
that they have
products.
to
And
obey.
women
Well, don't-
won't want to
they-
do
they
that
don't buy
today.
women Prada, you'll end up in jail.
You can buy them Prada, but let me finish my point. My point is that it seems to me
You buy me a Prada, but I'm not going to listen to you. Like, that is not, like, because I can buy my own.
from reading your tweets, even now,
But if you want to buy one
that
for
you
me,
have
I'm
a
not
blind
gonna
spot when it
protest.
comes to how they sound.
I
And it may
no, I
be,
don't.
and it may be that the legal problems that you're in, which might be extremely serious, and we'll see when the trial happens. But it may be that in your head,
All
nothing-
they gotta do is play all those videos of him in the past saying all that bullshit. Put up exhibits of all of his tweets / X's. Like, that's all you gotta do. All you gotta do. And then just put a few people on the stand that he fucking wronged and fucked over. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do.
you've done is remotely inappropriate, because actually in your tweets you can see there's an element there of wanting coercion and control. You want to control women. You want them to be
Look at his little
effectively
smirk.
your
It's like
servants,
contempt.
slaves, for want of a better phrase.
Slaves who get Prada and get to work out in the gym and get to look good.
But you understand
What? Slaves? Just because, like, they have... Oh, this is like the whole, like, oh, it's fine that they're slaves because they were, like, house slaves. So they had nicer, like, environments. Like, otherwise they'd not be on the street. Like, no, nobody wants to be a slave.
But do you understand the point I'm making?
No, I don't. Because
Which is in your head, the line is blurred so much now with this macho rhetoric that you've actually lost track of how this sounds.
Here's all of the things
Even when I read that stuff to you, I could see you looking at me, and you said, your answer is, I was being sarcastic.
No.
And I said, well, where? And then you go, well, no, I meant it. Well, it can't be both.
I meant it, and I said
You either
it's a
mean
sarcastic
it,
tone
you either
for
mean
comedic
it,
effect.
or it's, well, no, because sarcasm means you don't mean it.
Piers, all the things you've just
Do
described.
you accept that?
No,
You're a smart
meant,
guy. You know what sarcasm means, right?
Absolutely. I said it has sarcastic tone for comedic effect. All the things I'm saying and the things I've said are basically the way the entire world thought only 10 years ago. You may buy into the psyop, you may buy into the new.
It's not a psyop.
Psyops.
We just talked about the vaccine, sir.
Yeah, the vaccines weren't psyops.
Of course not. So I believe that there should be a man of the house.
You had a polio vaccine, right?
Correct.
Why?
Because I didn't get polio. I wouldn't have a COVID vaccine because I'd still get COVID. Plus, probably myocarditis and have a heart attack. So,
That's not true.
we believe there was a man of the house 10 years ago.
Do you think statistically more people...
He's
with myocarditis-
misrepresenting that study, okay, of like males and that heart and myocarditis. And it's like there's like a lot of comorbidities and there's like an age group. Like he's misrepresenting it.
By having the vaccine or not having it?
I think statistically.
Why
You
did
don't-
he
you
get the
don't know, do you?
polio? Why did he get
Why would I
polio
know?
vaccine and
Why
all
would
the
I
other
look at the
vaccines?
statistics
Why would
and
you bother
studies
to- why
that
would you-
come from the Matrix itself?
So the Matrix, so every fact you don't like, because it doesn't suit your agenda...
picks and
you just
chooses.
dismiss as Matrix bullshit.
No, I'll give you a very simple way I view the world. COVID can't hurt me, so why would I take their injection?
You don't have to.
Point two.
You don't have to
They
take
tried
it.
to make us, including you.
Yeah.
You told people
Yes.
they
You know
should
why?
have the vaccine.
You know why?
If they don't have it, they shouldn't leave their house.
You know why? Because at the time, the scientists... And by the way, scientists is ever evolving. At the time I said that, the scientists said if you had the vaccine, it would prevent you transmitting the virus.
The Matrix
That
said
turned out to be wrong,
'Cause the Matrix
and they
lied.
issued updated advice saying further studies said that actually you could transmit it.
Is that
And at that point, you know what I did, which you never do? I held my hands up and went, I was wrong, because the advice changed, and now I would not say the same thing. That is called actually evolving opinions when facts change.
Let me give
That's
you-
actually how a civilized democracy works.
Oh, is it? We live in a civilized democracy, do we, sir? I actually would argue that point with you for a very long time. I don't think we live in a civilized democracy. Another point I want to make here, if I had cancer, or if I was at threat of a genuine disease which could actually harm me, would the NHS text me 10 times a day trying to get me treatment, or would I be sitting there waiting for 8
I think the
months
way
to
the-
get an
I think
appointment?
the way-
They wouldn't care about me and they'd let me die.
The way
So the
the-
fact that they will endlessly text me and try and beg me to get this poison should have been an alarm bell for anybody with a brain.
Actually, I tell you what the NHS sent me. I'm a 58-year-old man. In the last few months, they've sent me one about a flu jab, which I'm going to have, because I think it stops you getting flu, and flu's nasty. A COVID booster, which I won't have. I think I've had enough of those. I'm fine with that, thanks. They sent me one about having a check for bowel cancer, which I've done and came back negative, and so on and so on. The NHS texting system is for our benefit. You don't have to do it. No one's holding a
Yeah,
gun to your
sign-
head. The
like,
Matrix isn't
literally
saying, if you don't
tell them
have
to stop
this,
messaging
Andrew
you.
Tate, we're gonna do something to
Do
you.
you have any idea
You're
how
not
deep-
you've not been treated in Romania by their system because of anything to do with COVID vaccines. And your attempt to try and persuade people that that's the case is ridiculous. And you know it's ridiculous.
Do you have any idea how difficult it was to remain unvaccinated, Piers? Let me tell you from somebody who was unvaccinated and traveled the world. Do you have any idea how difficult that was
Well, yes,
actually
because
to do?
countries
That's
have
your
border control.
choice.
No, because they tried to force everybody. So to sit and say they weren't trying to force, you know what they did? They said,
Why don't
"Come
you
get the
start your
COVID
own
vaccine, it's
country,
good
a
for you, it's gonna
one-person
help." They tried to
country.
coerce you by being nice.
No
They tried
taxes,
to
no
lover boy
laws.
everybody. They tried to use the lover boy method to force people to get the COVID vaccine. It just came to we need
Nobody-
to put all these people in jail. They
Andrew-
were being nice to people,
Andrew,
trying to help them. Unbelievable.
Nobody forced you to have it. Did you have the vaccine?
Absolutely and utterly not, sir. My principles are not for sale. I would have stayed in my house to the end of human time and sat there as a pureblood, the last one, the last pureblood
Pureblood?
before I inject myself with poison.
You're not making an MGM trailer.
Yes, I am. Because it's a matter of principle.
Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm dying. Not making an MGM trailer. And also, pureblood? What are you trying to say, dude? You're a mixed guy. You're mixed. And there's no such thing as a pure blood. Pure blood of what? What are you trying to be superior? By like, I don't know how many years from, how many centuries from now, everybody's gonna be mixed with everything. We're all humans.
I am not a farm animal. My blood is mine. It does not belong to the government, and I decide what is in it.
Right. All right. So you have a polio vaccine, but not
Correct,
a COVID one.
'cause- correct.
So your brilliant brain has determined that you know more about the medicinal and scientific benefits of individual vaccines. And the polio one, you decided with your brilliant brain, we'll have that. But even though a lot of people, by the way, have had side effects to polio vaccines, did you know that?
Yes, correct.
Is that the Matrix doing that?
No, I didn't say the Matrix gave them the side effect.
Oh.
I've just told you all the reasons I didn't get the vaccine.
Right.
I've already described it at length.
But you work out with your brilliant mind which vaccines to have.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
You realise
You
that?
can join my email list on CobraTate.com. You can sign up for free, and I'll tell you which vaccines you
I
should
wouldn't
have.
come to you for vaccine advice.
Why?
Because you have zero experience.
I didn't get the
offer me
COVID
any
one.
advice.
I obviously did pretty good. I avoided the poison shot while everyone else got it. So
It's not
I'm
a
actually
poison
pretty proud of
shot.
my track record.
What happens if you're found guilty of the things you're charged with?
Well, then I'm going to have to go to jail, I assume.
What's the maximum sentence you could get?
I don't
Life.
know. I
Yes, you
don't.
do.
I actually genuinely don't.
You've never asked your lawyers?
It can be between
That's
3
stupid.
to 8 years, I
Right,
think.
so you do know.
No, I don't know the maximum.
But if you were to serve 8 years, having served 3 months...
8
and know
years,
how
that's
bad that
it.
was,
Yeah.
could you cope with that in a Romanian jail?
Interesting question. Could I cope with it? Yes. Would I be the same afterwards? I'm not sure.
What do you think even the 3 months did to you as a man?
Well, it was a
Hasn't
fantastic
changed
test
me.
from
I'm
God
gonna
to make
still
sure
do
I
the
am
same
man I
shit.
say I am, because I think there's a lot of people who speak about
But he
masculine-
just said to believe in God not only in your hour of need.
masculine excellence who are not the men they say they are. When trouble appears, you often learn that they are nothing but postures. I had nightmares for a very long time. I couldn't sleep. I struggled with certain things. I would check my bed sheets every single night for cockroaches religiously. I had a problem with that. But I never turned to therapy. I never turned to drugs. I understood that all of these things are from God and they're given to me so that I can become a stronger version of myself.
Never turn to
And I
therapy.
welcome
Therapy's
them all,
bad,
and I embrace them
apparently.
all. And now that I'm a better, not completely, but almost better, part of me actually misses my nightmares, Piers. Part of me misses training all night. I didn't sleep for weeks.
You said
months.
you didn't have nightmares.
No, I had nightmares. I said I didn't have nightmares in jail. When I left, I did. And I kind of miss it because I had so much time in the day to get things done. And now I'm sleeping a full 6 hours. I feel a little bit lazy. So perhaps I need another test from God. And if God decides, Allah is the best of planners, if he decides I need 8 years in jail, then I will embrace those 8 years in jail and do my absolute best to come out as the most formidable version of myself.
Have you felt suicidal at all in the last year?
I don't believe in suicide. It's haram.
I know, you said that before, but did you feel like you may want to end it all?
I would never kill myself under any circumstances. So the day they put that on the news when they finally take me out, you can know it's a lie. It's haram. I would never kill myself. Lock me in that cell for the rest of my life. I would never kill myself.
While you were under house arrest, you tweeted this: avoid women who go to festivals. They're either on some loser's table who's feeding them cocaine or in a crowd of sweaty peasants because they're a sweaty peasant. Endless Instagram stories screaming and having fun to prove to the world they're worthless. Hard pass, festy hoes.
Correct. I tweeted that, yes.
Again, why would you categorize all women who go to festivals in such an unpleasant way?
I actually categorize all men who went to festivals also. Did you read that tweet? Why are you gendering the argument? I think all people who go to festivals are stupid.
So Elon
It's
Musk
peasantry.
defend-
I've never been to a festival in my life. I'm not going to stand there and scream and jump up and down for some other human like he's God. I think the whole thing is embarrassing, all of it from head to toe. It's all sweaty peasantry and it's all just drug-fueled insanity. So why are you gendering the argument when I insult the women who go to festivals and also the men who go to festivals, because all of it is peasantry head to toe, and I do not regret it. All festivals are peasantry. Anybody who goes, I do not associate with. I've never been to one in my life. I never will.
So you've never been to one. How do you know what they're like?
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
see enough. I've seen the sweaty bodies bumping into
You've
each
never
other,
been to
high on ketamine, pretending that the song they heard on the radio
You do not
at
do.
home.
He's definitely never been to a festival or a rave because you don't do K. You're gonna rape. That is not the drug of choice. Okay?
Is now more fantastic because they're listening to it from a loudspeaker.
I get it, but
it's
just
embarrassing.
to be clear, you've never been to one.
Correct. My infinite brain that understands vaccines
No,
perfectly
we've
also
established
understands.
we have established your brain is unique.
Correct.
You tweeted a picture of Amanda Holden, a very good friend of mine. It's a very harmless picture. She's in a bikini on holiday under a rain shower, looking extraordinarily beautiful.
In a sexual pose.
And you tweeted, "You are a wife and a mother, and you're far past a teenager. There's no need for this post."
What?
Again,
Just because you're a
it's ridiculous to
teenager
say
doesn't
that.
mean
What
that.
kind of woman of her age? She's just turned 50. What kind of woman of that age actually show off her beautiful body in a
Yeah.
nice bikini
The fuck?
like that? What's wrong with
Men
that?
do it all the time. Your father.
But I think
That means
once
you
you
can't
reach
do
the
it.
ripe age of 50, any woman should not
Ripe
thirst trap on
age?
Instagram. I think she has bigger responsibilities. I'm sure she's a very intelligent lady.
She's not
She's
trying to
not
thirst
interesting.
trap.
She's famous. She's obviously very capable, and I think she could do things more interesting than standing around trying to thirst trap on Instagram like she's 18.
Because
I think she's above it. I wasn't insulting her. I was reminding her that she's actually such a fantastic person.
But
She's
it's
done
her
such a-
choice, though. It's her choice to post that photo. She never asked for your reminder.
amazing things in her life, and she's so achieved that she's actually above thirst trapping. I was reminding her of her worth because as a feminist, we're all feminists here, right? We all believe in women empowerment. I'm reminding her of her worth.
Are you a feminist?
Sure.
But you're not, though, are you?
I believe in feminine empowerment, and I think feminine empowerment is in... Yes, I do. And feminine empowerment is in modesty. Modesty is empowering for females.
You only believe in
Taking your clothes off for men on Instagram is not empowering. It's empowering when you say, no man but my husband can see my body. That is female empowerment. And I was reminding her of that. I was reminding
No,
her
that's
of
not true. That's not true.
her ripe age and her intellect, and there is no need for that.
How old are you now?
I am 36.
36 years old.
Correct.
At what point will your antics, chugging your cigars in your ripped body in your compound with your security?
Yeah,
and your
what
bikini,
ripe age?
At what age does that become a thirst trap?
I don't know if that ever stops being a thirst trap.
What?
it's fine
Okay,
for you,
so
once
so
again.
for women, there's an age limit, but for men there ain't.
One rule for the man,
It's
another rule
interesting.
for the woman.
Well, it's interesting because I've never heard this argument before, but I'm extremely intelligent. I've already deciphered how this is going to go from head to toe. It's called, I guess we can look at peacocks, right? The male peacock, he shows, look who I am. Look what I can do. Look at my
Because
achievements,
Pierce
my
wants
beautiful things.
eyeballs,
I guess
you
could call it
know.
peacocking to a degree. I'm showing the world.
you
I'm
showing
extremely
your-
physical capable. I'm extremely physically capable. Yes, that's correct. I'm extremely financially successful.
But you
yes, that's
stripping
correct.
off for Instagram is fine.
It's not stripping off
But,
for Instagram.
you
I'm
do-
boxing. When you
do-
box, you have no
you
top
do,
on.
You do it all the time with your cigar and you're showing off.
Well,
your
when
big
you're
butt.
in
That's
a
fine.
bathing suit, you're swimming, so you can't do that.
Fine for you.
Fuck.
But if Amanda Holden dares do it, that is apparently
Yeah.
thirst trapping.
I think me boxing with no shirt on is different than a 50-year-old woman posting.
You don't just box. I've seen you doing ones where you wander around all moody with your cigar and you're topless and stuff. So fine for you.
Are you a fan, Piers?
No, I just think it's thirst trap.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't do that.
Perhaps it's successful. Maybe you should start. Perhaps it's successful because I do have a lot of female fans out there in the world. And I pretend I'm a misogynist, but it turns out that 85% of women on the planet seem to agree with me. Every single woman I've ever
What?
met in real life agrees with me. I have no female hate at all.
That's
I've never had
anecdotal.
Negative interaction with women ever.
Yes, you have.
With who?
Well, what about the BBC journalist that came to your compound?
Lucy.
Yes.
I've never
I
had
don't
a
think
negative
she-
interaction with a female
I don't
ever.
think she was a fan.
I think she
I
was.
would categorise that as a negative interaction.
Well, she seemed to follow me around for a long time. I think she was a little bit
There are lots of
obsessed.
women, Andrew. There are lots of women I know.
She
personally.
followed you
There are
because she was in your fucking compound, you fucking idiot.
Lots of women who find you incredibly offensive.
Well, he's been banned off
It's
of
their
like
right to.
every
It's your right to-
social
of course, It's
media.
your right to not care.
Yep.
But the idea that somehow you're this beloved person for the world's females, I think is not true. You are for a certain type of woman who likes to be
delusional.
treated in the way that you like to treat women.
Well, let's counter that argument, right? Because the world, as I said at the beginning, is nuanced. Am I beloved by all females? No. But when I'm sat here with someone as prestiged as you, who says you're a misogynist and you hate women and women hate
I think
you.
you talk in a way that is misogynistic, yeah.
Okay, well then you make it sound like all women hate me, and that's also not the case. Of course, it's a nuanced
I didn't
argument.
say all women hate you.
Some women agree with me, some women don't agree with me. When I said that post about Amanda Holden, a lot of women said, Andrew, that's actually completely correct. She's extremely famous, and there's no need for her to be posting video pictures like this at her ripe age. I was actually empowering her. I believe that female empowerment is in modesty.
But you don't actually believe in feminism.
I believe in the idea of...
It's,
believe in
feminism
masculine-
is equality, right? Not that females are better than males. So he just said that women cannot post quote unquote thirst traps or pictures that they want to post. She's swimming, she's in a bikini, and she wants to post it. She can't do that because she's 50. But then Piers asks him, what about all the shit that you do? Boxing, half naked, cigars in your compound, thirst trapping. When can you not do that? And he says he's 36. And he goes, I don't think there is an age limit. So that is inequality. So therefore you are not a feminist.
Controlling women.
No.
They have to take instructions from you. They have to do what you tell them.
What
And
about
that
he
is
does
actually what
everything
love
that a
and
woman
relationships
tells
are about.
him to
No,
do?
I believe that men and women have different roles. I believe that we were created differently by God because we are the perfect team. I believe that a man who's in his masculine frame is best suited by a woman who's in her feminine frame. I believe when we work together, we can achieve amazing things, whether it's raising children or preserving society. And I believe a man has certain jobs and a woman has certain jobs. You don't understand this about the things I say. When I said there that women make bad decisions in the tweet you referenced earlier, the point I was making is that women are more emotional than men. That is their superpower. That is fantastic. That is a great thing.
No,
I
but
love
the
female emotionality.
way that he says it makes it denigrating. It's not a good thing when he says it.
In the tweet before you tried to use against me, I was talking about how I love a woman to be happy all the time, smiling all the time while I'm stressed. I love female emotionality.
But he can't-
The reason women are
so
better
she
with
can't be
children-
ever
the reason women
unhappy.
are better with children is because they're emotional.
not what
That
your-
is their superpower.
that's not what
But
your- that's not
in a
what your tweet
position-
said.
In a position...
You're not even remembering what you
Of
wrote.
course it is. I said women are more emotional than men is exactly what I said. I'm saying that is a fantastic thing, but there is no light without dark. So in certain situations, the emotionality is positive. In certain situations, the emotionality is negative. We can also argue the same
Okay. When his fucking trial comes on, I'm gonna be covering that shit because I'm gonna be so happy when he gets convicted.
for men, because what happens with me is everyone tries to gender my arguments. We can actually argue the same with men. Stoicism. Male stoicism is positive in certain scenarios. It can be negative in others. We can come across as unempathetic or not care because we're stoic.
I mean, I know
but in certain
people-
situations, it benefits.
I know people who've told me that their kids who are in their late teens, they're at schools where the name Andrew Tate is banned. Nobody's allowed to mention your name because the teachers think that your brand of masculinity is so toxic, they are seeing a immediate effect on the way that young men behave, and not in a good way.
Is that what the teachers think? Is it?
Yeah.
Like he says that crying is not masculine and having emotions is not masculine. Let's look at The Rock. He's cried, he has 2 girls, he has kids, he takes care of his wife, his family, all that kind of stuff, and he's okay with being emotional too. Does that mean he's not masculine? Not doing his job as the head of house?
Well, I am actually genuinely concerned by the fact that I've been banned from schools when I do nothing but preach masculine strength and excellence. But then if you actually
What about
understand
for
how
women?
the society is going and how the world works and all the insanity they're trying to push on all of us, I can understand why they banned me because I speak the truth. If I was wearing
That's
a
not
wig, Piers,
That's not
and
necessarily true, dude. So if everybody who speaks the truth gets banned, like that doesn't make sense.
and telling young boys to remove their genitals, would I have been banned from schools? No. They would have said, no, you can say his name, no problem. No matter how big I got, if I had a wig on and lipstick and I had been castrated medically, I would be allowed to talk to the young boys. But as soon as I say you're supposed to grow up and get big and strong, and if your wife...
I don't
doesn't
know
have
if
a job,
that's
you need to
true.
pay
If you were in Texas and you did that, you'd definitely be banned.
for it's your job as a man, you better find some money. Then I'm the public enemy number 1. Garbage.
On that last point, you don't say if a woman doesn't want to work, a man has to take care of it. You say a woman shouldn't work.
I say my woman won't work.
Right.
I'm talking about my personal experience. I said any girlfriend of mine, because I'm an extremely fortunate...
Yeah, but he always says this thing, oh, this is just my life, my experience. But he's preaching it and using like universities to teach how people to live his life, right? So like this argument that I'm just talking about me, so it's fine. That argument doesn't work.
Financial position. I was before Romania took everything, of course. I have hundreds of millions of dollars. So because I am in my position, I would not want my woman to work. I think there's more important things she can do.
If you have
than earn
hundreds
money.
of millions of dollars, where you said you had a worth of 17 million.
No,
Where's
I
the-
said they took 17 million. Years.
So where's the rest?
They must have taken it. I think they have it. Or maybe I lost it. I think I lost it somewhere.
You've never had hundreds of millions of dollars.
Of course not.
You haven't, have you?
Of course not.
You said they took all your assets.
Exactly.
Or did they, or didn't they?
Of course, they took everything.
I mean, they'll be watching this. Are they to assume that there are hundreds of millions more dollars they haven't got yet?
They're
They should go
watching this,
find.
that's right. They take absolutely everything, you have it all.
Right. But again, is that all just the smoke and mirrors?
Is he lying?
Is that all just the top G stuff that you play up to, which has no bearing on reality?
I was the most Googled man on the planet. I was
No one fucking cares but you.
55-year-old males, which are the highest earning and spending people on the planet. Do you really think that I can't pay my bills, Piers?
Right now, yeah. Someone's paying them for you.
Correct, you're right. Someone's paying them for me, you're right. My girl's got a job. She works at Starbucks. Exclusive, Andrew Tate's girl, top G's girl works in Starbucks to pay the rent. I've been exposed.
That is not enough to
See,
pay the
again,
rent.
I don't know what to believe when you say stuff like that.
Well, I'm telling you, my friend, that the Romanian state...
I think you
have taken
deploy deliberate smoke and mirrors because you think it plays up to the brand.
Romanian state have taken all of my money, and I'm just, getting by.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up.
Do you worry about your impact on young men?
I think that...
Because, like I said, I'll be completely honest. I think a lot of what you say, they should be hearing.
Yeah.
And I've tangible proof
See,
every day.
Pierce
when I
is
walk
unhinged
around
too,
that they
but
are listening to everything you say.
Yeah.
But there is other stuff you say where I don't want my sons, especially in that impressionable late teenage, to
Correct.
be listening to that.
Correct, and that's a
And
very...
I don't want my daughter to grow up and think that actually her only success in life will come if she's at home as some kind of servant to her man.
Well, that won't be her only success, but that's a very professional question, and I'll give a very professional answer. I have a massive responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility, and I understand.
He
that
thinks
young
he's a
men listen to
superhero.
Everything I say. I do think I say good things.
Earlier in
but
this
you also
interview,
made a very
he made
pertinent point there. You talked about the impressionable age.
the
of a
point that
teenager,
he's a
and it's very easy
superhero.
for a teenager with their hormones and the lack of life experience to take the things I say and weaponize them and use them in the incorrect context. However, that is not my fault. You could argue that 16 and 17-year-olds can look at anything on the internet and misunderstand it. You could argue that all of this transgender garbage and all of these rappers talking about killing each other and all these drill artists talking about stabbing their enemies could be misunderstood by a 16-year-old.
I agree.
So,
No,
that's
listen,
not
on
my
that-
fault. However...
On that, I totally agree.
Okay, so I have a massive
And
responsibility.
you are held to a different account, actually, to a lot of those rappers.
Absolutely.
Right? There's no question. I mean, the far story is when John Legend rewrote the lyrics to Baby It's Cold Outside because apparently it encouraged sexual assault, but wouldn't say a negative word about any of the disgustingly misogynist and actually very violent lyrics of his rap friends. That to
Absolutely.
me is total hypocrisy.
And it is hypocritical. However, unlike all of these other people, I have taken into account my massive power and my massive responsibility, and I try to make sure that I use my words as carefully as possible so that they cannot be misconstrued or misunderstood. Can I make sure that no teenager on the planet who listens to me ever misunderstands me ever? No, I can't do that, but I am doing my very best. What do I actually talk about? What do I actually say? What I do is I come along, and let me give you the broad overview of my message. You're a man, so your life sucks. It's always going to suck, and it's going to be pain. You're going to do nothing but suffer. You're going to suffer as a nobody, or you're going to suffer the pain it takes to become
Actually,
great.
most men don't have that.
But that you're going to suffer as a nobody, because trust me, nobody suffer. Or you're going to suffer the pain it takes to become great. Life is not supposed to be a happy picnic. You're supposed to get up, work hard, dedicate yourself, get strong, get rich, go through whatever it takes to become somebody of significance. That's my overall
You
message,
don't have to
and
get.
I believe
you don't-
it's a positive.
You haven't got to get rich to be happy.
No,
Most,
perhaps.
in fact, most of the super rich people I know in life are incredibly unhappy.
Really?
So you're setting a kind of false dream.
Well, I don't.
A lot of rich people are miserable.
Have you ever seen a rich person?
And
give
a lot
their
of
money
people
away?
who have very little money can be very happy.
Have you ever seen a rich person give their money away?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Do you give all your money away? Will that make you happier, Piers?
I don't
Do you want
know.
the Romanian state to take it all? I didn't smile that day. And let me tell you that the reason I tell about men to become financially successful is for two reasons. One, because you have a job as a man to protect and provide, and you can do neither of those things if you are broke. That's the first reason. And the second reason I actually preach to young men to become as financially successful as possible is a greater, broader reason.
He needs a
And I
bigger
believe we've
jacket.
entered a very interesting stage in humanity where the matrix is finally cracked. 3 or 4 years ago, there were certain narratives you could not talk against, but with Elon Musk owning X, and now we have Rumble, we have a lot more information on the internet, people are starting to tell the truth about many different subjects. There's a whole bunch of them we can name. And I like the idea of people who are free thinking with a free mind,
When
who
you
are
say-
not matrix controlled,
Yeah, but hang on.
making as much money as possible
on.
because it takes money to win wars, and I want these people to be financially successful.
Fine. When
That's
you-
why I tell all of my fans who believe in me to become as rich as possible because they understand that everything that the government does is lie to them.
Fine.
And we need finance.
You use the word truth there. I don't think it's necessarily that people want to promote truth. They want to promote their opinions. Often people's opinions on facts can be very different. People can take the same set of facts to different opinions. Doesn't mean it's the truth, right?
Well, that's true, but
I mean,
can also-
I don't believe in this my truth crap, right?
Neither do I. But
But there are facts which have to be accepted. And you can have an opinion about them. You and I can disagree about all sorts of opinions, but actually not facts.
okay, but I can argue this point where the Matrix comes out with a fact, and all the opinions countering that fact are censored and they are destroyed, then that fact becomes de facto truth because it's the only version of reality which exists
Do you think-
to be ingested by the mind. So you still
Let
need
me ask
varying
you,
opinions on all public.
Do you think that what you, let's put it this way.
Sure.
You would have relationships with women and encourage them to take part in webcam sexual stuff?
No.
Well, actually, yes.
Why are we going back to this?
Because there's one question I want to ask you
Sure.
about it, right? And both sides made a lot of money,
Sure.
right?
Okay.
And in most cases, because they haven't complained in most cases, you would assume it was a mutually beneficial transactional relationship, right? I can assume that because thousands of women have been through this and most of them haven't come forward and complained about the way they were treated. It was transactional. But was it moral? Do you think what you've been making money from, park the illegality aspect to one side, do you feel it was moral?
10 years ago, I helped women promote their profiles on the internet. Correct. 10 years ago. Firstly, I have not been involved with it for 7 years. It's not how I make money. I haven't touched it for a very long time. 7 years is a
But
long
you made a lot
time.
of money from it.
I made some money from it
Right.
a long time
How
ago.
much?
Some money. I can't even remember.
Millions? Millions?
Perhaps.
Millions. You made millions of pounds.
A long time ago.
Well, hang on. It's important. You made millions of pounds from sexual webcam
Off of women.
activity where you and the woman doing the webcams would make money. You accept that?
No. What I did is...
Well,
to
that is how you made money.
No, a long time ago, and I talked about this at length on many different podcasts,
Yeah.
and I don't hide it. I said a long time ago, 10 years ago, I helped women with the tax side and the technical side and the promotion of
Well, they
their
work for you.
profiles. Or the promotion of their profiles on certain websites.
Is there
And I said about this, and I said I haven't been
Is there a
involved
statute of limitations for some of the charges, like sex trafficking? Let me
for 7
see.
years. The only reason this is even coming up again is because I'm monumentally famous, because nobody cares. We're in
Well, no, it's
Let
not.
me, Piers,
It's
we're
not.
in Bucharest,
It-
Romania. Do you understand that there is a video chat studio with girls talking to men online right there, outside that window?
I'm sure.
In fact, there's about 10 or
I'm only
15,000
asking-
women in this city who do that job
fact that you-
now. And the fact that I had
Andrew.
I dipped my toe in it 10 years ago isn't even significant.
I'm only asking if you think it's moral.
Do I think it's moral?
Because you speak in such a morally...
It's hard to find for for tax stuff. Statute of limitations is 5. Okay, let's see. 3 to 15 years imprisonment, human trafficking. In the U.S., there is no. The statute of limitations for trafficking crimes has been eliminated, but it doesn't say much about Romania. Okay.
the self-righteous way now, do you think that that was moral?
Well, I wasn't religious back then, but let me sit and
Because you're now, you converted
No,
to
I'm-
Islam.
yeah, correct.
You're a Muslim.
Correct.
They have, a code
Correct.
of behavior. Do you think that that fell short of
I
that?
have to answer as a professional, and as a professional, I would say
He converted to
judging by-
Islam when he went to jail, and earlier in this interview, he was talking about how it's like better if you like believe in God before you need Him,
The
and
current
it's just
code,
like
no, I do not think
it's
that
just
women
full of
being
contradictions.
is moral. However, there is
So you made money immorally. You can admit that.
it's nuanced like all things, Piers. At the time I was atheistic, I know that some of my girls talked men away from suicide. A lot of men are ridiculously lonely. I would also say a lot of the lessons I know about men and how they think and how lonely and sad they can be and how difficult life is as a man actually came from that era, because I saw a lot of very successful men with a wife and with kids and with money pouring their heart out to some 20-year-old they never
Sure.
met about how sad they were. I learned a lot about the world, and I know that a lot of suicide was prevented, and I made a lot of women millionaires. But would I do it now?
But you
No.
stole their
However,
money,
I'm in a
too.
very different situation now. I'm a different person. I'm religious. I'm also extremely financially successful. Please understand, Piers.
Off
I
the
come
backs
from
of
Marsh
women.
Farmington. I came from one of the worst areas inside of the UK. I could have stabbed someone. All of my friends were breaking into cars, breaking into houses. Most of my friends were in jail. What did I do? I promoted accounts on the internet.
You
Didn't
made
sell-
money.
Didn't sell crack. Didn't sell drugs. Didn't rob anyone. Didn't shoot anyone. And now because I am successful, I'm going to be held to this moral standard by people
That's
who grew up
insane,
in
Shark.
fancy homes with
Thank
white
you
picket
for the
fences and private
context.
schools.
Well, no, actually-
I am from Marshall
appreciate
and
that.
Luton, and the biggest crime I committed was completely legally promoting internet profiles.
Right.
There are people around me who did far
Actually, you're
worse
only going to be held
for far less.
No, you're only going to be held to the standard of the religion you've converted to, which you've already
you take
said.
the Shahada,
Well, hang
all
on,
your former
which
sins
you've
are
already
erased.
said would look at that as immoral.
When you take the Shahada, all of your former sins are erased, and I actually encourage you to find the light and convert to Islam.
Andrew Tate, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Dang, that was a fast cut to the end. Dang. I have not personally read the Quran. I know aspects of Islam, but I have not read the full Quran. And I have not read the full Bible, like, in all of its versions, even though I am Christian. I grew up with the King James Bible. But now in the US, it's like a different Bible, I think. It's like so boring. You know, just fucking boring. Okay, there was some breaking news. Where was it? Look at this guy. Back when he still had hair. Okay.
Yo, we just brought up Ukraine, and
breaking.
one of the things that the U.S. claimed that we were standing up for in Ukraine was the quote-unquote international rules-based order,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
This was the case that we made to the American people of why we should be all in with Ukraine, because we have to make sure that the international rules-based order stands, that we consistently apply these principles. Well, now, when it comes to Israel, you have U.S. officials being pressed on whether effectively we are enabling Israeli war crimes and whether potentially we are also enabling Israeli genocide of Gaza. Take a listen to these responses.
Are you confident Israel is following international law?
What made you leave Islam, Shark?
John, just yes or no there.
We are confident that it is our position that it needs to. When we have seen issues that are raised based on incidents on the ground, we raise them privately and directly with the government
John,
of Israel.
let me just-
Said
you're
also that
you're
not
saying-
gonna,
you're
in
saying
real
that
time,
Israel
play judge
need-
and jury on this question.
Yeah, let me just follow up quickly. You said Israel needs to follow international law. Are you confident they are following international law?
What I can say is it is not our position, certainly my position as a policymaker, to play real-time judge and jury on the question of any particular incident. When we see things that concern us, we raise them. We have done that during the course of this conflict. We will continue to do that. And again, just to restate it, it is our position that all countries, including Israel, including the United States, need to adhere to laws of armed conflict. Hamas, by the way, does not only not hold itself to that standard, it openly boasts.
Well, why can he so easily dismiss Hamas doing war crimes, but he can't do that for Israel? What is the line for the current American administration? How many people and children have to die in order for it to be considered a war crime? How many? How many hospitals do they have to bomb? How many schools?
About its willingness and its reality of violating those standards. So that is the challenge.
But this word genocide is getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. Yes, there are too many civilian casualties in Gaza. Yes, the numbers are too high. Yes, too many families are grieving. And yes, we continue to urge the Israelis to be as careful and as cautious as possible. That's not going to stop, from the president right on down. But Israel is not trying to wipe the Palestinian people off the map.
Yes,
Israel
they
is not
are.
trying to wipe Gaza.
Yes, they are. There has been leaks, and also they've said in Hebrew, not in English, specifically in Hebrew, so the American audience doesn't understand and doesn't hear that shit, that they've said they wanted to nuke Gaza, they wanted to expel the Gazans into the desert and set up an island here, an artificial island, like, so they don't have to deal with Gaza anymore. There's no border, there's no land border, there's no threat anymore. Like, they've killed, how many people, what's the percentage of people that they've killed in Gaza? It's insane. Like, so many of them are homeless. I've seen children who've like lost like limbs and both parents. Like, how do you even like deal with that? And they have no anesthesia. Like, imagine cutting off your legs when you're like 8. You're an orphan because of a war that had nothing to do with you. And those bombs and guns were all said made in America.
Off the map. Israel's trying to defend itself against a genocidal terrorist threat. So when we're going to start, if we're going to start using that word, fine, let's use it appropriately.
Well, the Biden administration previously had no problem using that word. They used it without hesitation to apply it to Russia. So that's number one. And when it comes to war crimes as well, you now have every single Biden administration official, when they get asked this question, or Democratic member of Congress, this is their response. Well, I'm not judge and jury, so I can't say. But once again, when it was Russia, they didn't need to be judge and jury. They were very, very willing to call it what it was, call it war crimes. Here's Joe Biden himself being asked whether Putin is committing war crimes, whether he's a war criminal, than it was last week. I believe this was in the wake of the language you use here, and whether it's technically genocide or whether it's technically ethnic cleansing can get very tedious. But actually, John Kirby has a point when he says if we're going to start using these words, we need to start using them appropriately. And I would say we need to use them consistently. Now, I don't care if you're a normal person and you feel uncomfortable using the term genocide, it's fine. That is fine. If you think, genocide equals Holocaust, and I don't see what's happening here in Gaza as equivalent to that, no problem with that. But if you're the President of the United States, you need to apply this term consistently. If you actually care about any sort of humanitarianism, if you actually care about the quote-unquote international rules-based order. And what we have seen from the Israelis is not only the spoken genocidal intent, and we have some of those comments that honestly are not even the worst ones that have come out of this government, and also the clear actions. And Emily, I looked up, the definition of genocide per the Geneva Conventions. Mm-hmm. They say genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, or racial or religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcefully transferring children of the group to another group. And so you have to have two pieces. You have to have the intent, which again, we have numerous statements coming from the Israeli government all the way up to Netanyahu himself that certainly constitute spoken genocidal intent. And you have not only killing members of the group, not only causing serious bodily or mentally harm to members of the group, but this piece about deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. All 2 million plus people in Gaza right now are under a complete siege. You're denying them food, fuel, water, complete communications blackout. I mean, if that's not denying them conditions of life, I don't know what is. So again, if you're calling it genocide when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, where frankly at this point the barbarism of Russia is nothing compared to the civilian death toll and the conditions imposed on all of the people in Gaza, be consistent. Use the word, whether it is friend or foe, because John Kirby is right. We need to use these words appropriately. They need to be consistently applied, whether it's Russia, whether it's Hamas, or whether it's Israel.
Yeah, there's no consistency, and the international rules-based order is a rhetorical weapon, basically, that's used by the person who has the most power and the upper hand.
That's true.
Even when groups don't have the most power, the upper hand, it can be powerfully sort of invoked at places like the UN. So I think your point about Russia is very well taken. There's a complete lack of consistency that undermines our case about civilization versus barbarism. I'm not saying that case isn't broadly accurate, but that is not helpful if you're trying to make that case. And in fact, actually, Crystal, we have some clips that show further undermining of that case, of comments that have been made by people in the Israeli government.
Yes, so Yair Lapid, who is supposedly like the moderate or liberal opposition figure in Israel, just made the case that actually majority of all the people who have been killed in Gaza were terrorists. Let's take a listen to that, and then I'll tell you on the other side why this is such an issue.
You have to remember, Jonathan, many of the people who were killed were terrorists. the majority of people who were killed were Hamas terrorists. People are saying this number, 12,000 people were killed. Yes, the Hamas is an army of 40,000 people, and many of them were killed.
So this is like the moderate liberal version of the case that has been made from many other Israeli officials that basically everyone in Gaza is Hamas, everybody in Gaza is fair game, that there are no innocent civilians. And I'll tell you why I say that. Take a look at this next piece, put this up on the screen. So according to the UN, roughly 70%, 67% of all of the people killed are women, children, and babies. 70%. So when he's saying a majority of the people who have been killed in Gaza are terrorists, are the babies and children and women, are they terrorists? Are they Hamas? And so again,
Basically, that's what he's
this
saying.
fits very closely with the comments that we saw from Isaac Herzog and from many other Israeli officials and from our own member of Congress, Brian Mast here, that effectively there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. Therefore, we don't really need to worry about civilian life here, and anyone is fair game, which, you know, fits in with the previous comments from John Kirby about whether or not this is a genocide.
Well, and problems with the numbers, which certainly exist, as they would in any conflict, don't necessarily, by the way, mean that you can deny 70% civilian casualties, 70% women and children casualties. So you can't jump from one point being true, which is likely that there are some problems with the numbers, although in some analyses, it's that the numbers are too low. There's some analyses that will say, well, and you hear this a lot from Israel, we've heard this from people in the Biden administration, that the numbers are actually inflated. But then you have other people saying the numbers, if anything, are too low. So we know that there's quibbling over the numbers, and we know there's no way that these numbers would be precise. To take point A and then jump to point B.
Because Israel will not let anyone in, and they'll kill any journalist in there that is not with them.
Just that imprecise numbers mean most of the people who are being killed are, of course, Hamas. This is what we talked about yesterday when we talked about Osama bin Laden's letter to America, the point Sagar made about how he justifies killing civilians.
That's right.
From that perspective, which is that you're able to say, they use the line that everyone voted for Hamas, which is not true. Although there is support for Hamas in Gaza. There's not denying that either. But also then that because people just exist in Gaza in a way that's supportive of Hamas, although if you also believe Hamas is evil and dictatorial, then it's true that they intimidate their citizens out of uprising. So there's just a lot of inconsistency. That was a great word, I think, that you used a couple of minutes ago. There's a lot of inconsistency in these arguments. And sadly, the people who are being caught up in the mix are civilians.
Yes, that's right. And also an attempt to justify not only the killing of civilians, but of aid workers. We also have this clip of an Israeli government spokesperson who says now actually the World Health Organization is also Hamas. So we already had them making the case of the UN that UN aid workers are Hamas. The hospital is Hamas. All of the schools, all of the apartment buildings, this is all Hamas. According to Yair Lapid, majority of those killed, the women, children, babies, this is also Hamas. Now we have them arguing, this is an official Israeli government spokesperson, that actually the World Health Organization is Hamas too. Let's take a listen.
It is tragic and outrageous that the World Health Organization resisted Israel's calls for an evacuation before the start of the ground operation and is now calling on Israel to facilitate that evacuation under fire in an active war zone. We hold it complicit with Hamas's human shield strategy. We hold it complicit with any loss of life from its gross negligence. And we know that despite completing a risk assessment about the Shifa hospital, that assessment still covers up for Hamas's abuse of the hospital, still says nothing about the hostages, and the World Health Organization is yet to condemn, astonishingly, Hamas's illegal exploitation of hospitals as human shields, jeopardizing their protected status.
And finally, in what is
What?
maybe the most extraordinary recent comments, and rather than going back and playing all of them for you, we've covered many of these comments before coming out from, the Likud party, from security cabinet members, etc. Put this up on the screen. You've got Israel's finance minister saying they completely agree with this column from the retired Major General Giora Eiland, former head of the National Security Council, who is an influential figure. All right, well, what was in this op-ed that the finance minister agrees 100% with? In part, Giora Eiland writes, The way to win the war faster and at a lower cost for us requires a system collapse on the other side and not the mere killing of more Hamas fighters. The international community warns us of a humanitarian disaster in Gaza and of severe epidemics. We must not shy away from this, as difficult as that may be. After all, severe epidemics in the south of the Gaza Strip will bring victory closer and reduce casualties among IDF soldiers. And no, this is not about cruelty for cruelty's sake, since we don't support the suffering of the other side as an end, but as a means. So we support the suffering of the other side as a means, actively calling for severe epidemics in the south of the Gaza Strip, which is where, of course, they told all the civilians to flee to from the northern Gaza Strip, and pushing back on the idea that we should care at all about the well-being of the ordinary civilians within Gaza. And again, this is Israel's finance minister who says they completely agree with this view of the conflict. So, it's really extraordinary to me, Emily, just the distance between the way that our leaders present this conflict and present the Israeli position, the Israeli approach, the Israeli plans for after they end the war and after there is a ceasefire at some point, what happens next, and what the actual Israeli government is out saying very clearly in op-eds, in public statements on Israeli television day after day.
Well, and this is like several weeks ago when there was a lot of talk of Dresden, right? There were all of the sort of representatives and talking heads that were going to the media were saying, listen, we remember what happened at Dresden. We remember what war looks like. And it's very, I think, different from how a lot of people perceive. And in fact, actually, we just heard John Kirby talking about how Israel doesn't have genocidal ambitions towards Hamas that match Hamas's genocidal ambitions towards Israel. And I think it's actually really important. I mean, one of the benefits of talking to you and Ryan and doing a show like this is you actually see some really dangerous flirtation from, when you're digging into stuff like this. You're looking at the rhetoric of people who are actually in positions of power in Israel. Not all perfect, and you wouldn't, know that from a lot of Western media coverage. And yeah, I mean, I think that's really, really deeply unfortunate, and it should be a wake-up call about sort of, if we go back to Netanyahu saying, we're fighting your war,
right?
We're fighting your war. Well, what is our war? Are we in agreement with Netanyahu on what that war actually is and how it should be prosecuted? I think not. I think the American people are certainly not in agreement with how that should be prosecuted. So yeah, I mean, and again, this is the frustrating thing. Are they probably right? And we may disagree on this, but are they probably right that there's complicity at the World Health Organization and the UN in ways that are inappropriate? In order to function in Gaza, that's a really difficult thing for NGOs, and we're actually going to talk about how it's difficult for journalists in the next block. There are some obvious obstacles, and I think they're right that there has been complicity, there have been troubling relationships and connections with the World Health Organization and UN as they've operated in Gaza over the course of years. That does not jump. That you can't just take that point and jump to point B. You can't go from A to B and say that their numbers are wrong. The World Health Organization, calculating 70% civilian casualties or women and children casualties. That doesn't mean the numbers are wrong. That doesn't mean you can continue to deny the full reality.
The Geneva Conventions came out of the horrors of World War II with this global idea of we can never have war look like. We're going to have war. It's going to happen. It's apparently an unavoidable fact of human life. But civilians in particular should be completely off limits. Mm-hmm. Civilian infrastructure, like hospitals, should be completely off limits. And there was some consensus around that. Now, has it ever been applied perfectly? Of course not. Of course not. But when you pair our stated aims in Ukraine and our claim to really adhere to the international rules-based order and really be out there in the world trying to make sure every country is, consistent with the rules of war and with the international rules-based order that has been laid out post-World War II, when you lay that beside the comments from our officials, who could say whether they're war crimes? I don't really know. I'm not really an expert. Is it genocide? No, I don't really know. I'm not really an expert. Well, guess what? There are experts who are looking. If you're not an expert, I'm not an expert. There are experts that are looking at this, that are saying, yes, very clearly, when you have put al-Shifa aside, if you want to take, the Israeli side, okay, how many other hospitals have been bombed? How many other schools have been bombed? How many refugee camps have been bombed at this point? How high is the civilian death toll? It's not hard to see plainly what is happening and what is unfolding here. And so I don't think the U.S., this was already a problem for the U.S. after the Iraq War and that debacle. I don't think they can ever go and with a shred of credibility lecture anyone in the world about war crimes, about anything to do with humanitarianism, about the laws of war, about the international rules-based order. It's over. It's done.
That's part of the problem here. And again, this goes back to when we were talking about the Bin Laden letter to America. That's part of the problem here is not just the shattered credibility, but the insistence on that credibility in other parts of the world that is grating for people who are still, in Iraq or in Afghanistan. And that's why these groups continue to proliferate. That's why it's like whack-a-mole with terrorist groups in the Middle East, is precisely because that credibility has been lost over the course of years. And then on top of it, we continue to try to throw around this credibility as though it's totally intact. And again, this is what's frustrating. It's that, and I know probably a lot of people in our audience disagree with this. I do think the United States has the moral high ground here. But thinking that doesn't mean that the United States is perfect, is morally perfect and morally immaculate. Thinking that the United States has moral high ground over another power doesn't mean that the United States is, morally impeccable. And so those things are not, they don't have to go completely together. And to not be able to acknowledge where those mistakes are being made, I think is I actually think it's amazing that we live in a country. In fact, I think this is part of where we have the moral high ground, that we can have conversations like this that are highly critical. So it just needs to trickle into the high-profile conversations and not just be an independent media.
Before this moment, I might have been able to agree with that and might have been able to make the case. But when I see us day after day and Biden aggressively saying no ceasefire, in spite of the fact that 2/3 of Americans and 80% of Democrats want a ceasefire, in spite of the fact that, this horror of these babies dying, 5 premature babies dying, the siege of 2.2 million people, denying them food and water and just the basics of life, enabling that, funding that, providing diplomatic cover for that. No, I don't think we have the moral high ground. I don't think there's any way that we could claim that versus anyone in the world at this point.
I disagree on that, especially when it, juxtaposed with the case of Hamas, juxtaposed with the case of, even in Ukraine, I still think we have the moral high ground, as bitterly as I disagree with
but Ukraine is different to fucking this Israel-Hamas situation.
But the perspective that I think you just shared is going to be increasingly powerful with a wide swath of the American people.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com.
Ended himself this weekend without addressing the cause of his latest controversy, agreeing with an anti-Semitic post on his social media platform X. Last week, Musk endorsed the claim that Jewish communities push, quote, hatred against whites, writing in response, quote, you have said the actual truth. His statement prompted several large companies to pull ads from the platform. That includes Disney, Comcast, and CNN's parent, Warner Brothers Discovery. On Sunday, Musk did not directly address what he posted. Rather, he wrote that there were hundreds of bogus media stories claiming he is anti-Semitic and that nothing could be further from the truth. Tonight, we also learned that he is suing a progressive watchdog group, Media Matters, over analysis
I need to get
highlighting
these...
what they say is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I need to get these adjusted because they keep digging in to my nose on this side particularly. But they were closed for training the last time I was there. The fuck are they training for? Where do we sell glasses? I don't usually wear glasses. Only, I usually wear them, when I'm watching a movie or, in, university or college when I was trying to see the board. Because I don't sit at the front. I'm not a front row sitter.
anti-Semitic content on X, once known as Twitter.
Do I look better with glasses or do I look smarter with glasses? Like, what's the vibe? Does it give a different vibe? Like, if you came across my stream, me wearing glasses versus me not wearing glasses, is there a difference of the way you think about me?
As that continues to play out, Musk is facing a different battle, and he's facing a lawsuit that you may not have heard about. It centers on a 22-year-old named Ben Brody, who says his life was turned upside down by a conspiracy theory amplified by Musk on Twitter, which is what it was called at the time. Brody has never told his story on camera until he agreed to talk with our Donnie O'Sullivan. This is the exclusive report.
I was just, oh my God, is this for real?
22-year-old Ben Brody was at home in Riverside, California when
I started getting these text messages from my friends. You're accused of being a neo-Nazi Fed. Look at all this stuff that's being said about you. And I was like, okay, this is just some prank.
But it wasn't a prank. 1,000 miles away near Portland, Oregon, two far-right extremist groups had gotten into a fight while protesting against a pride event. Ben Brody was not there, but online trolls tried to guess who was involved using a video of the crowd. They found random photos of Ben online.
They said, oh, this person looks like him. He has to be this person. You know, there's
Okay, he's
no
just
way
some
it's not
he's
him.
just some generic white guy, so like, you know, this, it's gonna, sadly for them and for him, they're gonna look very similar, you know? You think it's cute that I have glasses on? Really? I feel like people will like stereotype me more when I'm wearing glasses, you know? And I'm like terrible at math. I'm actually better with English than I am at math. But people just assume that I'm good at math when I'm not. My sister is, though.
It was just like an assumption that just went wrong.
A person in the video resembled Ben, but even though it definitely was not him, the trolls thought they had found their man. They pulled information from Ben's fraternity page, which said after graduation he plans to work for the government, and turned that into a lie that he was a federal agent who was infiltrating the extremist group to make them look bad, a so-called false flag operation.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Ben Brody, and I wanted to address the false accusations against me.
Desperate to clear his name, Ben made this video. He even posted
That
timestamp
sucks.
surveillance footage showing him at a store in California at the same time the brawl was happening near Portland. But the false claims about Ben's involvement continued to spread. Even the owner of Twitter, now X, Elon Musk, weighed in, posting to his millions of followers. Looks like one is a college student who wants to join the government, and another is maybe an Antifa member.
Is
But
the
nonetheless, a
blue
probable
light thing
false
true,
flag
though?
situation.
I knew that this was snowballing, but once Elon Musk commented, I was like, boom, that's the final nail in the coffin.
And how much did it intensify then after
Yeah.
Musk's involvement?
It massively intensifies it. This guy DM'd me on Instagram. He's like, now even Elon Musk thinks that you're a Fed. And what was really scary too is that these people were threatening to tell my school. And I was scared that I wasn't going to graduate.
Ben's
Yeah, that
friends
sucks.
and others
That's
tweeted
scary.
At Musk, telling him the person in the video was not Ben.
This case, at its core, is about Elon Musk being reckless in making an
But
accusation.
it doesn't
about
matter
this.
anymore. Like, it's kind of when like legacy media does like big like stories and then they later do a retraction, but nobody reads the retraction, you know?
Mark Bankston is Ben Brody's attorney and is suing Musk for defamation.
Ben published a video online to try to clear his name. It didn't work. So there's this incredible feeling of helplessness that there's millions out there, millions who think that Ben was involved in neo-Nazi activities.
And that is how I know you lied to me.
Bankston is best known as the lawyer who successfully sued Alex Jones for the lies he spread.
Dude, I
about
wish
the
I was
Sandy Hook
streaming
elementary
while
school
this was
shooting.
happening.
Now he wants to hold Elon Musk accountable, writing in the
Or
lawsuit
when
Musk
the
made
Amber
ridiculously
Heard
false and damaging accusations
Johnny
against Ben
Depp,
Brody, and it has led to
lawsuit was
severe
happening.
personal harassment and permanent damage to his reputation.
How did we get to a place where somebody so powerful can make that kind of accusation based on something so flimsy from just anonymous people on the internet?
His home address was posted online, and he worries his name will forever be associated with neo-Nazism.
Someone posted saying, a Klansman lives here, and they gave the address with a picture of my house, and I was like terrified.
Ben, who is Jewish,
Not
says being
doxed.
called a neo-Nazi has been especially painful. Did you think your life was ruined?
Yeah, completely. You know, if you just put in my name into the search bar, you know, neo-Nazi fed Ben Brody.
Ben is seeking damages in excess of $1 million, but both he and his lawyer say it's about a lot more than money.
We have to change how we deal with information, how we spread information, and how we attempt to influence others.
The fact that this is happening to private people, that's just terrifying. And it's gonna happen again, unless someone stands up to this guy.
And Donnie is here with me now. So, has Elon Musk commented on this?
Elon Musk's lawyer this evening, Alex Spiro, tells us that they expect this case to be dismissed. They have until the 5th of January to make that case essentially to the court where this is filed in Texas. Look,
Of course it was filed in Texas. Why did he file it in Texas? I feel like that's silly. You should file it in like a blue state. You know.
What is in this lawsuit is page after page after page of Ben Brody's lawyer, Mark Bankson, making the case essentially that Elon Musk has...
Yeah, but that was pure content though. It's pure content. Yeah, I mean, well, because Amber Heard was told in IMO and in the eyes of the law, Amber Heard was lying and a fucking bullshit, malintended, beautiful woman that took advantage of the patriarchal stereotypes in society that set a lot of it back, a lot of progress back that we've had about like believe in women. But it's such good content, but it's so hard to win a defamation lawsuit when you're a public figure like that, because it's hard to prove intent. But in this case, well, in Amber Heard's case, it was, easily
engage and praise and amplify racist and oftentimes anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, or engage with accounts that push those tropes as well. Obviously, that is something we expect that Musk's lawyers will contest in court. But as you can see there, Ben Brody's life, as he was about to graduate, was really turned upside down. You know, it's one thing to have trolls, anonymous trolls, pushing this about you, but to have it kind of be egged on or engaged in some way by one of the world's richest men and the person who runs X, it's a whole different story.
Unreal. All right, Tony O'Sullivan, terrific report. Thank you very much.
A prominent Tesla shareholder is calling on the company's board to suspend CEO Elon Musk for endorsing anti-Semitic views last week on his social media platform X. This as Musk is suing a progressive watchdog group, Media Matters, for defamation over a report highlighting what they say is anti-Semitic and pro-Nazi content on X. For more on all of this, Matt Egan joins us with more.
Like, my hair is usually like closer to her hair color or even lighter.
Controversy around Elon Musk continues.
Sometimes I do
Now,
miss
a lot
my
of this goes back
blonde
to
hair.
last week when
I
two
joke to
significant
say
things
that.
happened. First, Elon Musk endorsed an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on X, and then Media Matters published this analysis that found that X places ads for Apple, IBM, Oracle, and other brands next to pro-Nazi content. Now, those two things actually fueled an exodus of advertisers from X, and now the company is firing back by filing a lawsuit against Media Matters, accusing the progressive watchdog group of distorting how likely it is for these ads to appear besides extremist content. Let me read you from the complaint. They wrote, quote, Media Matters designed both these images and its resulting media strategy to drive advertisers from the platform and destroy X Corp. Strong words there from the Elon Musk social media company. Now, Media Matters, for their part, they're not backing down. They put out a statement of their own saying this is a frivolous lawsuit meant to bully X's critics into silence. Media Matters stands by its reporting and looks forward to winning in court. Amber, all of this shows just how massive the stakes are. And Elon Musk knows that he overpaid when he bought this company last year. They've already in enormous financial stress. They cannot afford a complete exodus of advertisers from this company.
Okay, well, let's talk about those stakes then, because a Yale professor that you interviewed said brands are being self-destructive if they continue to advertise on X.
Yeah, that's right. I talked to management guru Jeff Sonnenfeld, and the Yale professor, he did not mince his words. He issued a strong warning to brands. He told me it's, quote, self-destructive for any advertiser to be associated with him, Elon Musk. It's pathological. And Sonnenfeld went on to call for ex-CEO Linda Yaccarino to step down unless she can do the unthinkable, force Elon Musk to recant. Now, I should note that Yaccarino, she's signaling she's got no intent to step down. She does seem to be planning to stay on board, even though she is facing some significant pressure. Now, all of this comes as
Really?
we have seen a series
I
of
always
major
thought
companies,
that Depp
pull
was
their
going to lose
advertising
because
from
it's so hard to
that
win a
includes
public defamation case.
CNN owner, Warner
Because
Brothers
he's
Discovery,
so famous.
Comcast, IBM, and NBC Universal. Now, I should note there are some implications here for the rest of Elon Musk's business empire, including Tesla. I mean, what is going to happen to Tesla if some potential car buyers decide that they don't want to buy a Tesla right now because they don't want to be linked to Elon Musk's controversy?
AKA me, I always wanted a Tesla pre him going psychotic. But now I'm like, no. Anybody who's driving a Tesla, I can't. That was bought post psychotic Elon Musk is a little bit.
Significant shareholder and two corporate governance experts, they're calling for Tesla's board of directors to take
Low-key
action
kidding.
here, hold Elon Musk accountable by suspending him. Now, I don't think that we should hold our breath waiting for the board at Tesla to punish Elon Musk. He's obviously
Because she wanted to
extremely important
use,
that company.
you know,
He's
the
visionary
Me Too movement
leader.
against
He's
Johnny
on the
Depp.
board of directors himself, and he's also the biggest
And because she's
shareholder of the
beautiful,
company.
you know?
Still, though, Emra, I do think that all of this shows how the controversy around Elon Musk and his
And
unique
just-
management style
Just
is
like what
having real
Taylor Swift
implications.
said, karma is her boyfriend. Karma is a god. Karma is a breeze on a weekend.
I used to have funny ones
relaxing
for the record, but
vibe.
then I was working on a Haler slideshow.
I know why you have mental health problems.
Initiating happy dance is awful. I've seen it. You don't need to search it. Why are you doing this to us? We don't need to see this.
Wait, no, that's you asked for it.
I didn't. I want to see. I got Starbucks. I got Starbucks. I don't even like coffee, but I guess I'll try it.
Yeah, I am a big Swiftie, but I'm not psychotic. As I'm not a galer.
Ooh, a cake.
I'm not that psychotic.
She's like the female Ludwig.
No, she's not.
Oh no! That's crazy that you say she's like female Ludwig.
Can you bake a pie with 4 ingredients? Yes! I could also eat my mattress. Fire your oven. I'm sorry. I have to go. Pastry.
He's doing too much. I need him to chill.
This guy is like the male Ludwig.
Did you mean the gay Ludwig? You meant the male.
Ludwig is the gay Ludwig. Fucking got him. Ele fez
Dude, okay, Ludwig,
dispositivo
okay.
para-
Ludwig is totally playing into the gay thing. Like, he's totally gay baiting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is a little, maybe he is bi. I don't know, but he's playing into it.
Encontrar grama de forma automática.
You do get weird TikToks.
I don't with TikTok. It's just not for me. Look at my For You page. Look how shit it is.
I think this is completely
Okay, maybe
Okay,
that's
that was.
And I would put the question to you.
Look at my likes.
I don't know how do we log into your TikTok
It's
though?
not that hard. You just go to log out.
Okay, I'm logging out.
Why is he so whiny?
I just don't know anything. I don't know anything.
Hassan has
I don't know
freckles.
You want to use the
Yeah,
QR
you
code?
QR code. Yay! And then you go to my page.
Okay, first we're gonna like all of your.
It's just how quickly after the
First-
events of the last 2 weeks, this
I'm gonna
issue.
get
Why is
canceled,
that?
'cause I think it's polarizing because people do not.
Ahmet Ali Çelik'ten. That's him. Was it
No,
him?
everyone.
Okay,
You have
it's
political
two.
views, and I don't know. I don't see anything.
Wait,
Dude.
you don't follow me.
Dude, oh my God. Why is Cutie not following Hassan? Like, they literally have a podcast together. B, on one of their episodes of their podcast, I think Cutie was like, who is this person, or what does that mean? And I was just like, dude, I'm not even American and I know what that means. Like, I'm probably going to be American soon. I have the test coming up. And I know my personality of like wanting to like ace every test. I'm going to over prepare. And I'm going to know everything. It's 6 out of 10 pass rate, I believe. But I want to get 10 out of 10. And they test you on your English, reading, speaking, and like listening, hearing, or whatever. Writing. And I'm like, can I just use my education to like sub for that? Like, why am I doing this? Can you adopt anyone to Americanism? What does that mean?
I don't run my TikTok. I just don't make
She has other people running her TikTok. I need to be at that level.
I have to look at something.
I need to be at that level.
Don't follow Austin.
Oh no, Austin's gonna die.
Oh, you don't even follow Will.
Nor Will.
Okay, wait, hold on.
I would think that Will would be the only one that she would follow.
Ayahiga. What? Okay, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, Maya's her best friend, so.
Okay, never mind. Who do you follow?
That's a great question. Jamie, I follow iGoTrop.
Why do you follow Jamie, but you don't
Matt
follow?
Rife, I follow
No, it doesn't
Okay,
work.
if you're not
American.
following Ludwig, I'm gonna lose my.
Dude, like fucking American immigration system is so fucked. Don't even. Like, I could go on and on. Like, it's fucked.
I beat drama.
Wait, you're following Matt Wright, but you're not following me, Will, nor Austin.
Yeah,
you
like,
better
what
be
the
following
fuck?
your boyfriend. Oh my god. Oh, okay, clear.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Follows her boyfriend and Matt, right?
We found out that you're a bad person. You hate your podcast
I have
co-host.
9.1 million likes. I'm famous.
So here, this is what you've liked.
And by the way, Matt Rife is like one of the guys that we've watched on those paranormal videos. So.
Videos of mine.
Some of these are gonna be boring. Like that one. That's
Found him before he got famous.
So that one's boring.
That's crazy that that's the first like.
I want another piercing.
With the tinsel tree.
Like one here and one here. But like, I don't want to get them at the same time because when you get ear piercings, you can't sleep on that side for a while. So if I get them both on this side, I'm gonna be sleeping like this, you know?
The amount
like fuck that.
Chat, don't call it a cum tree.
Yes, I bought 34 Taylor ornaments.
Hi, the Swift Street Ornament Girl.
Wait, what the? This is.
Oh my god.
Taylor Swift had a merch drop. Okay, this is more embarrassing than I thought it was gonna be. Taylor Swift had a merch drop. She dropped freaking 34 ornaments. I bought like 20. Cause I saw her TikTok and I was like, and she has all of them. She has like 50 something ornaments, and I have none. And then I'm like, shoot, I've been missing out.
Okay, I'm not. See that's the another level of a Swiftie fan. Okay, I'm not buying Swift like T Swift like Christmas tree ornaments. Okay, I'm not at that level of crazy of not crazy. She's not crazy. I mean like I'm not that level of Swiftiness. Okay. But I did buy other merch, you know, and where the fuck is that merch? Okay, I bought a crop top and I bought, I think, either a necklace or a bracelet or earrings or something like that. And it still hasn't shipped. So pissed.
Sorry, hurry and bought the ones I got, but I missed some of them. I think I only got 27. I spent $700. But now
$700? No, I did buy some of her merch. Yeah, Canada's pretty cool. I need to go visit. I have so many, like, childhood friends who moved there and went there for college.
You have to go on eBay and find all the old ones. Unless you have them, you can send them in my P.O. box. My Christmas tree is going to be Taylor.
Isn't Nigel from Toronto?
White women are crazy. Where did she buy these?
Off Taylor Swift's website, but most of them are gone. I didn't get the Lover Swan one. I didn't get the Lover album one. Wait, I didn't get that accordion one either.
The thing I do love about Taylor Swift stans are that they're like always so woke. They could be so vicious, like white women, white feminism. It could be so racist, but they're like always very woke.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Would
That's
never.
just books. We can skip that.
If you only read 2 books.
I I didn't even watch this. She was just convincing and pretty, and I just want to fit in. She wants me to read those books, so I was like, maybe I'll read them.
Kate plus 8 beat? What does that
I don't know
mean?
who she is, but she told me to read those books, and I was like,
You were
beautiful.
like,
I'll
what do
read
you
them.
think? Like you're.
I think if I read them, I'll be
Oh,
like
you'll
her.
you'll look like her.
Yeah.
The books?
I'll be like, wow.
That's
so
what
great.
happened. She read those books and became hot.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this?
I feel
Why
like
is it
Cutie's hotter than that girl.
Slay.
Someone in the chat said Cutie wasn't lying when she said she's a Swiftie. He thought she was that good of an actress that like she could portray herself as an insane person convincingly like that. No. Jamila
Hassan said that,
was
I
in
didn't.
what was it? The Nice Place or whatever. She's like very woke. The Good Place, not the Nice Place. The Good Place. She is the archetypical liberal. Like she wanted to make fat shaming a hate crime.
Oh my. That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, no, it's great. Like, I love her. More power to her.
Which brings us to Scooter Braun. Would you re-record?
You did it too. At the same time. You're a freak. What? What? Oh, did it again. Okay,
Wait,
you have
what?
like you have issues.
I saw that and I was like, maybe I'll try it.
You saw that and you were like, I gotta save.
My hair's so bad, everybody. I'm trying things, okay? So I saved the TikTok. I thought maybe
Cutie,
I'll go
this
back
literally is like some insane conspiracy shit.
You don't, yeah, but have you tried
Just
it?
by the music.
Listen,
Made me look like Tom Cruise.
Listen, guys, I am not in the pipeline, but I'm not too far out of it. Anything that fixes my hair, I'm back in.
I never get sick anymore. Okay, this is awesome. I love your likes. They're so silly.
Oh,
In April 2013, Swift was the one to enter a relationship with Styles for the third and final time.
So this
10
was
months
for
later,
research
in
purposes, obviously.
Oh.
You don't need to watch these ones. This is just breaking down some Haler stuff, and it was really well
It's
explained.
another great day to be
Well,
live at
so-
the same time as Taylor Swift. Put your clown noses on and get your notes ready because today we're going to be covering who the heck is Ellie Conway and what does it have to do with Taylor Swift.
It's
You
got
have no
nothing to
idea
do
what
with
it's
Taylor Swift. It's just a theory. I like these things for the podcast, so we have something to talk about. You like it? What do you think? You can skip this one. You can go to the next one.
Be like walking down the street in New York, I'd be like,
Every single time we've gotten on a bus ride already, I'm out here just peeking out the windows, just like, oh man,
it's cute.
God, I hope they make it. I imagine they make the other one feel so validated. I'm gonna be honest, he's not allowed to break up with her. They're gonna.
That's gonna be a problem. But I think he loves her. They're gonna get married. For it. Maybe. Okay, let's keep it's cute. Some of the characters.
Cutie, what you see is what you get. I'm getting that from here. I'm getting that from you. That like everything you put forward is not even remotely embellished. Like this is you through and through. Disney, Taylor Swift conspiracies, Taylor Swift music, Taylor Swift ornaments, Taylor
cute.
Swift, some crafts and DIY videos.
I have funny ones. I just was working on my.
I'm not doing this. Like this is what's on your likes. Oh my god.
Let's just keep going.
That's the 3 in a row. Okay.
This is lip liner. Go down. You can skip it.
What the fuck?
You really, when you spend your whole life trying to be small.
Okay, this is about eating disorders. You can skip it. Maybe I should go. I used to have funny ones for the
Maybe
record,
I
but
should
then I was
go.
working on a Haler slideshow.
I know why you have mental health problems. Okay, now I want to look at my likes on TikTok.
Taylor?
Except Austinox controls my TikTok, so he probably likes a bunch of with me in it usually. This is my wait. You're asking me what my likes are. There he is.
Wow. Go to the next one. I can't watch it. You like your. Don't like and then dance your own dance. You're not that girl.
Ace and then
You like
no, these are my own,
I
and
thought
I
that was a
love
band
Zora. No. So Austinox,
you like C-Dog.
Austinox will like all of my,
Your
he'll
own
like all
TikToks?
of our own TikToks and like archive them. I think he's like for the algo or something. The funniest thing is like these are all my likes. Let's see what Raph. You want to know why these are all my likes?
Why?
Because these are all the things that I've only looked at on stream. Things that I liked on stream because these are all things
Yo,
that I
look
did
at
on
his
stream. I don't
setup.
really go on TikTok.
I'm Bro Noah, so.
Oh, he's so hot.
Yeah, he is. Or is Austinox liking our own TikToks that we make so that it's...
are
Oh, look at him.
USA.
My pronouns are USA. How about it, huh? My name is Ted Cruz, and my pronouns are kiss my ass.
My pronouns are
What is this? I don't even.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the world income distribution from 1800 to 2015.
What is this
Right
from?
here we have the international poverty line, and you can see poverty has drastically.
This is literally just like Richard Wolff for 3 minutes.
Wow, explaining the whole thing. This is my hair oil.
Probably Austrian.
Capitalism is your hair oil, and Palestine is your Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Sniper Wolf put out an apology. Again, I think.
Like, I did not write this.
Gee,
This is
early.
This is 1,000% Austin Ox is doing.
Nice, Austin.
He wrote OMG early, and then
Heroes
sometimes
over.
it's funny because like sometimes he just uses his own account underneath my.
That is weird that he does that.
I don't remember this at all. I don't think I like this. He probably likes these because he wants me to do it.
This one?
This one I like myself. I think. It's sick. This is cool.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, this is why my TikToks suck.
It's
Okay.
why your TikTok
This
sucks.
is why my
because
For You page
Your
sucks.
is your own, and so it gives you TikToks like yours.
I'm gonna redistribute my wealth like this. Call it
Especially
socialism.
if you're so nice. Especially if you're like
I don't
chewing
even know
up
what
on.
it is. I see
Finish
Pokey.
it,
I hit
you
him.
ADD dumbass.
Does Hassan have a crush on Pokey?
This is sick.
This is Ocean's 12.
Benchot, mother chot.
चलो शुक्र है शायद साथ है
Problem is you just watch this one.
What?
Excuse me, it's gonna be fucking
You're
sick.
not gonna know what's going
If
on.
this is my entire For You page, my For You page is excellent, okay? Oh, I've seen this.
I've seen this. Stanley Center. Oh.
Hey Danielle, my name is Terrence.
So, was it actually like real or was it an ad? This.
He got her a new car.
That's crazy.
Yeah, if it's not an ad, then she deserves one.
Stanleys have lead in them.
Whoa.
Well, turns out that shit is indestructible though. And that was a Toyota, and Toyotas are pretty much indestructible. So Hassan is also a Swiftie.
I get a text from Hassan. He says, "Cutie, remember that you're a monster on a hill. You're not a sexy baby."
Sometimes I feel like a sexy baby, dude. That's right. And you're a monster on the hill.
I said, "Hassan, I want to be a sexy baby. I don't want to be the monster on the hill." And he's like,
He doesn't
"No,
know
I'm
the
saying that you
difference.
are a monster on a hill." I was like, "Hassan, you got it wrong. Everyone wants to be a sexy baby."
It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
You tried.
I think you guys forget that I'm a Swiftie. So it's me. This is when I was lying because I want it because I'm a man.
That's all. They got you locked up for life, my boy.
No.
The hell wrong with you? Hey, yo!
Did you see that?
That's all. They got you locked up for life, my boy. The hell wrong with you? Hey, yo!
Oh, a spicy.
He said a kissy poo.
Here's what most people think in this situation. Oh, what a cute little dog. Look at this guy. I should let him smell my hand. Look at that.
Excited. Oh my god. I watched this TikTok the other day. So this dog psychic was like, "Do you want to hear my most gruesome story?"
Dog psychic?
Yeah. She's like, this woman was murdered, and the only witness was the dog. So the police pull me in the office, and I'm interviewing the dog, and the dog tells me that the boyfriend did it and where the knife is, and I solved the murder. I believe her. Chat, have you seen that TikTok?
Oh my
Dog
god.
psychic?
Find it.
I don't get it. Like, what the?
Well, if there's no other witnesses, you have to have the dog psychic there.
Hey, just let me have this. I know that this is fucking crazy shit that I'm watching, but sometimes you just need a break from war.
Oh, she did one of those lip plumpers. Oh, these are not good.
What the? No! No! Oh no!
Y'all, look at the bottom. Bottom is like flat. It's so big. Stop. How does that happen?
Oh, it's flapping.
I'm dying. No,
That hurts so bad.
If you don't know what Wisp the cat is, she's a dog. Oh! Oh! Yo! What the? Yo!
Yeah, I can't get
stop.
over that.
Burn it with fire.
What is wrong with you?
Burn it
She's
with
just-
fire.
She's
The-
just a baby.
Yeah, its life is torment. What is
It
happening?
just had lots of sauce on its face.
No, you gotta put that down. You gotta put whatever the f that was. You gotta put it
What's
down.
wrong with you? You're a problem. I'm reporting you.
I'm so excited that Taylor Swift gets to be small girl with Travis Kelce because he is large boy. And then you explode with a loser. rectangular prisms. Twice.
What? Okay, I just found out a term called zillennial the other day, and I feel like I am a zillennial.
I love my children, but sometimes I need to love them from a distance.
Because I cannot relate to any of this shit.
That sucks. That sucks a lot.
I'm so ashamed of my generation.
Me too, and I like recognize that.
Don't put this on millennials. I mean, a lot of this is on millennials. Let's be real. But I mean,
I think
Zoomers
Cutie's
do a lot of
a
cringe
zillennial,
too, and Generation
too.
Alpha will make fun of them in the same way. It's already starting. I hate that I know that I will be like this one day. I am not faced with my own mortality. Yeah, I mean, it
I
happens.
was like, no, like, I'm finna be in the pit. Cancel Eminem.
I feel like I finna be in the pit is actually kind of Zoomer core too. So I don't even think that chick is a millennial. I think she's literally a Zoomer. So yeah, millennials don't know what finna is. They don't say finna. I think that is gonna be the cringe for Zoomers is like how much they did like broken AAVE that doesn't work at all and seems silly when you do it. I love the cancel Eminem stuff. What was that? What is that?
People got really mad because they remembered that Eminem said the F word in a few of his songs. But then they forgot that Elton John was like, no, that's my boy. And then Eminem
I don't think that Canada will ever get rid of
Elton John got married,
their
Eminem
universal
sent
health
him
care.
like
That might get
diamond
worse.
encrusted anal plug.
Really? Yeah. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Like
It was Elton
funding
loved
and
it.
shit.
You
but-
used it?
Anyway, I don't think. Oh, you guys knew. Look at you guys.
Wait, what
I'm
the
gonna end it
fuck?
on that note. Thank you, Cutie, for coming. Cutie Cinderella,
Butt
come
plugs.
promote. You're just walking away. She was literally trying to run away.
I need
so
a new.
bad.
I need a sure mic. I have the blue mic right
Yeah,
now.
subscribe to Patreon. Patreon.com/Farron. Patreon.com/Farron. We already shot this week's episode, so that's right. Pokemon.
Pokey's also like super pretty too. Look at how pretty Cutie is, and she's like doesn't even like try like all the time. You know what I mean? Like that's just like so unfair. But I'm glad for her. I am happy for her. You know? Good for her. Good for her. Hold the fuck up. Alright, we are going to play some Suika, I think. Because I need a break. Let's see. Okay, my goal is to get 2 watermelons because I've gotten 1 watermelon. But I haven't gotten 2 yet. So, I think my high score is like 25 something. I hope I don't get clapped for this music. I hate this orange. It's so fucking bouncy. fuck? Alright, baby. Okay, those aren't gonna touch, are they? Oh! Okay. I don't know if this is the run. I just don't know. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna wait and see if the pink ones merge. Come on. Just drop. Come on. Okay, maybe you just need a little bit of a nudge. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Whew. Crisis halfway averted. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? Okay. That was a mistake. Whoa, that was fucking bouncy. Let me check something real quick. How's your day going, Nigel? I forget, like, do you guys celebrate Thanksgiving and it's just on like a different date, right? My day's going good. Getting a lot of shit done, you know. I won't be streaming on Thanksgiving though. Friday's stream is TBD. I might stream that evening, who knows. I gotta see what's up with, like, family and friends and shit. There may or may not be a surprise stream on the weekend, but we'll just see. It just really depends on what happens with family and friends. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay, I'm just gonna see if that apple merges. I think it's gonna. Okay, now what do I do? What do I do now? Let's do that. Okay. Oh! Okay. I'm so close to 1 watermelon. I want to get 2, so it's gonna take a bit. Yeah, I knew it was a different date. Is it always like a Thursday in October or something, kind of like in America? Or is it like by the date? Oh, shit. No! Fuck. Okay, no, it's okay. Okay. I can still save this. I can still fucking save this. Whoops. Fuck, I hate that fucking grape. It always causes issues. Oh, fucked up there. Royally fucked up. Yes. So it's not that different in Canada. Is it? I know it's not as widely celebrated, but is it generally considered widely celebrated? Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, that didn't work, did it? Let's see. Oh, no. I'm gonna lose this round. Fuck! This is bullshit. Oh, so it is a national holiday. Did I just fuck up? Nope. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. The pink one always like throws a wrench into things, you know, because it's like so uneven. It like moves shit around. Sometimes it like bounces shit around too. See, it like fucking, it's like crazy. Alright, let's just let things settle here. The grape is super bouncy, so is the orange. That's why I hate them. Because it's so hard to control. Whoop! Cool. Fuck that orange. See, this is what I mean. Ow. I need to get these glasses adjusted. What the fuck? That made no sense. Okay, let's see. What am I gonna do with this? Huh. All right, all right. I don't know if that was a mistake. Is that grape gonna fall? Please fall, please fall, please fall. I think that'd be useful, right? There we go, there we go, there we go. Yes, baby. I would like 2 watermelons, please, sir. No good. Yes. Okay. Come on, baby. Oh no! I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe. I hate that feeling. I hate that feeling you get when you're like about to sneeze. Ugh. Awful. Oh, I freaking hate that grape too. Okay, let's see if the pink. Let's wait to see if the pink goes anywhere. Come on, come on, come on, baby. Okay, there we go. How did those 2 cherries not touch? Somebody tell me how that didn't work out. Okay, now what? How have I not gotten 1 watermelon yet? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm weighing that down. Weighing that down. Oh, 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 oh. see if they're gonna. Does that mean they're gonna touch? Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Or does that mean if the oranges touch, the apple's gonna go flying, maybe? Let's just not do that. Come on. Fucking bullshit. Shouldn't have done that. No! Ugh. Fine. I'm getting annoyed. Let's see. Give me a second. What do you guys think of Rachel Zegler? The new, like, she played Snow White and the new Hunger Games lead, female lead. I feel like she has, like, a likability problem. It's like the things she says. I haven't seen either of them too, but I know that she has like issues. Like I've seen her in interviews. She just doesn't, she like tries to market feminism by putting down men, and I don't like that. Like, it's just, you know, not a good situation. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about.
Rachel Zegler, welcome to our show. We are big fans of yours.
She needs a
here
new
at the show,
PR
so thank you
team.
so much for coming on. I appreciate
Thank you
this.
for having me. I can't even. This is crazy.
All right, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
excited. I have things I want to ask about you.
She's very
One
petite
is
and
your
slim.
name, Rachel.
Yes.
You got this. You got your name from someone very famous, and am I right?
You are correct. I was named after Rachel Green from Friends.
Okay, all right. That is real.
That's
That is real.
crazy.
That is a real fact, and nobody ever believes me because they think that there's no way I'm young enough to be named after Friends. But,
Oh, you were?
But I am, yeah. My mom, they were going to name me Catherine, but my older sister's Jacqueline, and they thought that might be too confusing for babies to figure out.
Yeah,
And
Catherine
so,
Jacqueline, yeah.
Yeah,
Some
and so, yeah, my mom loved the way it sounded on Friends for Jennifer Aniston, and then that was my name.
I mean, that's a perfect person to be named. We love who doesn't love Jennifer Aniston?
I mean,
or Rachel.
I love Jennifer Aniston.
You could have been
I
named
love
after the hairstyle.
I could have been Ross.
You could have been Ross.
Who knows?
You could have been Ross. Yeah, all right.
Why not, right?
Ross Zegler's got a good name to it as
Yeah,
well.
right?
Yeah, well, if you want to have a brother, oh yeah. I want to talk to you about this because I know you're a big Swiftie.
Yes.
And you were at the how cool are you?
She looks very sad, but that was just because I had food poisoning.
No.
I did.
You did not.
I did, but
You still went to the show.
oh, I would not have. I sold my kidney to be
Really?
there. Yeah.
You love her that
I
much?
mean, come
love
on.
her so
No, she
much.
didn't.
Back in the day, Swiftie?
Yeah, from self-titled album, which we're still waiting for the re-record of.
She wasn't even born, probably.
Yeah.
How
But
old is
Are
she?
you one of those people at the concerts that yell out, the next song's gonna be this or that?
Oh, I knew the set list. I know the callbacks. I was waiting for the secret songs.
Secret song?
Yeah, my best friend Brenna
It's like
had
22.
gone in
Okay,
Atlanta
fine. She was
before
probably like,
the MetLife show,
I
and I
don't
went to
know,
MetLife night
how
one.
old? 10 years
and
old?
she said to, thank you. And she said to my older sister Jacqueline, who I took to the show with me, she was like, Jacqueline, if they play Getaway Car or Maroon, she's on crisis watch. Not only did she play Getaway Car,
I love
she
that
also
song.
played
Maroon.
Maroon. I was having a
Love
mental
both
breakdown in the audience at MetLife Stadium.
I love it, yeah.
Yeah, and then Ice Spice came out, and I kept making the joke.
That's right.
Exactly.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
I was making a joke all night to the girls behind me. Wherever they are, they can attest to it. I kept making the joke that Ice Spice was going to come out, not knowing anything about that actually happening, and then it happened.
Wow, so you should play the lottery that night.
Yeah, I guess
Anything you did came true.
My Swiftie manifestation says Reputation TV is coming.
Okay. Right now, let's talk about Hunger Games.
Yes.
Okay. The Ballad of Songbirds is focused. The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
Yes.
By the way, your character Lucy Gray sings a lot in the film.
Yes, she does.
Which is great. Which you did live on set.
I did, yeah.
You can do it. You know how to do it. I mean, I was reading somewhere there was like inspirations of Dolly Parton in there.
Yeah. Well, she's a country folksy singer, and so Suzanne Collins, who wrote the book, she used to be a country music DJ. So she had this and it's she has such a deep knowledge of that whole world, which I really didn't know too much about. And so
She was a country DJ.
I didn't either.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, and so she's obsessed with Dolly Parton, Patsy Cline, and then we kind of based her voice off of that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, the soundtrack it comes out this Friday as well. You were featured on it.
Yeah.
And Olivia Rodrigo is featured on the album. So everyone's talking about this.
Yeah.
It's already got over 1 million streams or whatever. It's just crushing.
It's
Congratulations.
insane. Thank you.
And you accidentally started a rumor, and I thought tonight would be the perfect night for you to clear up this rumor.
It's time to address it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I accidentally started a rumor that Nicki Minaj was on the album for the Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
That is not true.
It's not true. She's not. She's releasing her album on Friday, I believe. But it was one of those things where there's a character named Barb Azure in the movie.
Okay.
And the actress who plays Barb Azure has a great sense of humor. Her name is Honor Gillies. She's so fantastic. And posted a video of Nicki Minaj saying, "Calling all Barbs," when she got cast. And her character plays the stand-up bass in the movie. So obviously I commented, "Slapping that super bass," as you would.
Yeah.
Now, the Barbs got me good. They were screenshotting those comments, posting them all over social media, being like, "What is Mother doing?" They are very, very, very dedicated.
I don't think
and
Jimmy
amazing.
knows what's
I'm
going
Barb.
on.
I love Nikki.
Yeah.
But she's not on the album. But she started playing into it. She posted a TikTok with the Hanging Tree song, saying, like, "I have something coming out November 17th. Like, she knew what she was doing. I had no idea.
No idea what she was doing. No.
No.
You were just being you and go, I didn't know I
Yeah.
didn't start this
And
rumor. Yeah.
I didn't know if she was on the soundtrack, so I was just kind of like, okay.
No. And she's not.
And she's not.
Okay, good. I'm glad
Just
you
me.
said it. Yeah, no, good. I'm glad. It's you and Olivia Rodrigo.
Yeah.
We're happy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Thanks.
How do we set up the movie Hunger Games? This is pre-Katniss.
Set 64 years in the past.
Yep.
It's been 10 years since the districts and the capital have like gone to war, and the Hunger Games have been going on for 10 years.
It's a giant movie. and
Yeah.
I would suggest go see it in IMAX because
Please.
it's just a lot.
And we
It's
did
got
film
a
it for
it's
IMAX.
it's
the
got a good cast, but like I've not heard good things about it,
craziest
which
experience.
is shocking
Enjoy it.
because
I
of
wanna
the
show you a
cast.
clip. Here's Rachel Zegler.
And all the
in
clips
The
I've
Hunger
seen have
Games,
been
The
good,
Battle of
but let's see.
Songbirds and Snakes. Take a look.
This world, it's dark. This world, it's scary. I've taken some, it's so no wonder I'm weary. It's why I need you. You're as pure as the driven snow.
Apparently she does a lot of singing, and that's about it.
Songbirds and Snakes is in theaters and IMAX this Friday.
There are good young adult films.
Hi to Fiona. Hi to Fiona. We'll be right back with Tariq Trout. Everybody stick around.
I don't know if Jimmy understood like half the stuff that she was saying. Like he kind of does that. He kind of does the whole like. If you watch his face, like it kind of.
Excited to be joined now by Cenk Uygur. He is not only founder
Kinda does that
of
weird
TYT,
fake thing.
but also is a Democratic candidate for president in 2024. Cenk, great to see you. Great to have an update for you on the campaign.
All right. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. So you shared this recent
Why
clip
did Cenk's eyes
of
look
Joe
so
Biden,
red
which you
and
proffered
watery?
as evidence that perhaps he is not the man the Democrats should go with for their next presidential candidate. Let's take a look.
Now, just to get here, Liberty and Bell had to beat some tough odds, competition. They had to work hard to show patience and be willing to travel over 1,000 miles. You could say even this harder than getting a ticket to the Renaissance tour or Britney's tour. She's down in, it's kind of warm in Brazil right now.
I don't see the problem.
You're not
What?
inspired by this?
She's talking about Taylor
Yeah.
Swift. She's talking about Taylor Swift. He's trying to make a joke about Taylor Swift, but he can't remember. So he's like, "Who's this another famous blonde pop star?" Britney.
Wow. Okay, so first of all, it's Taylor Swift, as we all know, and except we don't all know, the president doesn't know. But that's not the point, guys. The point is, what was that? I mean, that's just so. Look,
They
guys,
need
if
somebody
it's just a
else,
matter of Joe
another
Biden's
Democrat to
career
run.
and
I mean,
he's
between
pulling
him
a
and
Dianne Feinstein
him
late
and
in his
Trump,
Senate
obviously.
career, and then I feel
but,
bad for
like-
him and his family should help him, etc. But this is way more important. This is for democracy. This is for a presidential election. This guy's 22 points underwater. His favorable
Yeah,
is only
'cause of the
37.
frickin'
His
war.
unfavorables are 59. Does that guy look
I know
like he's
they
going to
shouldn't
pull
let
off a
him
comeback?
like go
being
off the
22
script.
points,
Stick to the prompter.
underwater? Impossible. He can't even finish a sentence. And I feel, look, I don't enjoy saying this. I feel terrible saying this. But someone has to say it. Otherwise, we're just going to walk into a loss against Donald Trump. And I'm just amazed. All of Washington. Now, I know that there's a little bit of a rebellion going on now, even within the establishment. But for so long, all of Washington was like, yeah, let's just lose. Who cares? Obviously, Biden's going to lose. I mean, he's been losing the swing states all along. He's been losing independents all along. Now he's lost Latinos. We went from a 42-point lead among Latinos down to 4 points. He's lost them completely. Everybody knows he's going to lose. So my job is to be a little bit rude and snap Washington out of it. There's no way that guy who can't finish sentences.
It's not
and is
rude
down,
though.
22 points in
They
his
try to
favorability
say
is gonna
it's
come.
not rude to point out his age, because like he is running for the president of the United States. Like it is an issue. Like it's okay to be like, okay, you can be 81, but you gotta be there. To be the most powerful man on earth, you gotta be there. Give me a second.
Do a miracle comeback and beat Trump or any Republican. I don't know anyone who actually disagrees with that.
And so we actually have some of these poll numbers that we were just kind of alluding to. Some of these numbers, especially with young voters. I mean, look at this. Trump gains edge among younger voters. This is an NBC News poll from this week. Donald Trump is at 46%. Joe Biden is at 42%. That is for Democrats, that is a just absolute disaster. There's no other way to put it, and it's trending in the wrong direction. So it's not as though it started out that way. It's something that's continuing to go down. Cenk, especially somebody who is a kind of a pioneer in online spaces that are influencing a lot of really young voters and is now actively campaigning, how do you see that issue? And then what is the sort of, I'm also curious, sort of when you're campaigning versus when you're trying to, turn an online presence, a news media presence into a campaign, what's that process like, especially with younger voters who are much more influenced by that than I think a lot of older people realize?
Yeah, look, guys, that stat you just showed, it's over. There's near 0% chance that Joe Biden's going to win. And I'm saying that with my political analyst hat on. And in fact, that's why I entered the race, because I can read numbers. This is the same thing I said during the Hillary Clinton years. Guys, she's going to lose. Look at the polling numbers. You're being blinded. But that was 10,000 times less clear than this is. Joe Biden needs younger voters to win, period. Not even close. He won them in large numbers in 2020, and that's why the only reason that he could win that particular election, and he barely won the Electoral College in that election. If he's losing younger voters, and now he is, he has a 0% chance of winning. No Democrat can win without younger voters. Look, this entire thesis of my book as to why progressives were going to win, we talked about this last time I was on, is because younger voters are so overwhelmingly progressive. Do you know how deeply incompetent you have to be as a politician, as a Democratic politician, to lose younger voters to Donald Trump? No, this guy's the worst politician in the world. The only reason he barely won last time is because the entire establishment coalesced around him, including all of media. So look, younger voters, why are they against Joe Biden? One, they didn't grow up with television, and that goes to your point about online versus TV, right? In the old days, you'd get spoon-fed propaganda on television. They'd be like, "Oh, Joe Biden passed the semiconductor bill. You should be really happy." And people would be like, "What? I'm not in the semiconductor
What I
business."
miss?
Okay, I guess so, right? And Joe Biden reduced drug prices on one
Why do
drug.
glasses always give you
and
like
then everybody
marks?
cheers. It's historic, right? But young people can just look stuff up online. They're like, wait, is there only one drug in the world? Oh no, there are tens of thousands. Oh, it turns out it's a trick to protect the other 9,999 drugs. And like, how many tricks? Oh, you're gonna do student debt relief. Oh, you put a poison pill provision in there you knew the Supreme Court would overturn. Oh, golly gee, did we get caught again? But now it's over because of Israel and Gaza. He's lost younger voters so badly over that issue. Remember, Joe Biden is 200 years old. So he's been since the 1970s or 1990s, and he's like, I support Israel and its war crimes 200%. Green light all the way. And young people are like, vomit. Oh, get out of it. Why is this guy so out of touch, so brutal? Because they're used to having TV do nonstop propaganda for any dumb idea that they had, that they would shove down the throat of the American people. And now young people are leading the way to going, no. You need to do things that we want. Our lives right now are way worse than our parents' lives.
Does Cenk have freckles? Because Hassan has freckles. I feel like Hassan is more like white passing. Or is that just me?
Crap. And Joe Biden is never going to turn around. He's like frozen in amber. There's a 0%
Cenk has
chance
sort
he
of
turns
freckles
around.
or
Look,
like
guys, it doesn't
sunspots.
matter whether you like me or not. And yeah, okay, I am loud, I'm aggressive. I bought the URL BidenIsGoingToLose.com. I bought SelfishJoeBiden.com. They all redirect my site.
That's
okay,
some
I'm
petty
the bad
shit.
guy. I'm the boogeyman. Okay. Oh no, don't say anything about the Democratic candidate. Our job is all to do propaganda and marketing for him, so we can barely prop him up. No, I don't agree. We should pick a great candidate who's actually going to fight for you and fight for these policies. Does Joe Biden look like he's going to fight for you? He can barely fight a nap.
Let's put the next poll numbers up on the screen, which I think bolster
nap would be
some of the points
lovely.
that you're making here. Cenk, this is also from
I love
NBC
naps.
News. So
Remember when we were all kids and like, I don't know if you did this, but like when we were all kids and like it was like mandatory nap at school, at like primary school or junior school, whatever. And you would just like fight the nap. Like I was that kid that would hate taking naps and I would just like toss and turn and like make a ruckus. And now I'm just like, why don't adults have built-in naps too? I would totally take that nap. Yellow people, isn't that what they call Asians? The thing is so weird, like with Asians, I don't understand why they call it first of all, we shouldn't categorize people with color. Okay? Like red, yellow, black, white. Like I have olive skin. Like I don't have yellow skin, but that's what they call Asians. I don't understand the whole yellow thing. Right? Like babies don't want to sleep during nap time because they have so much fucking energy. But like adults want to take naps because we don't have as much fucking energy. Well, we don't get our naps, okay? We don't get what we want. We don't get to have nice things. We don't get nice things. Hi, Maria. What are you talking about, Discord?
Aged 18 to 34 disapprove of Biden's policy on Israel. 56% of all voters disapprove. 51%, so
Interesting
majority
fact,
of Democrats
Shark.
say that Israel has gone too far, and 49% of Democrats, so very close to a majority, oppose U.S. aid to Israel. Now, to play devil's advocate here, what the White House would say is, it's just one issue. We're still a ways out from Election Day. Once we get down to it, and it's Trump versus Biden, people are going to come to their senses, and they're...
I think that argument, I think that would work. I think some people would be like, when it comes down to it, I'll vote Biden if it's Trump versus Biden. And then for other people, they're just going to stay home, or for even another type of group of people, they'll just not vote top ticket. And then we got to think about the whole abortion issue, right? How they're going to really, Democrats are going to really have to like run on abortion, especially Biden. But it's going to be really hard for Biden because Biden's Catholic. So we can't really run too much on being pro-choice.
Gonna, suck it up and vote Joe once again. What is your analysis
Well,
there?
Trump would win
totally
today.
100%
If the election was held today, he would win.
Reality checks here. So, number one, sometimes politicians ebb and flow, of course. And at one point, Obama dipped down to like 43%. And so that's what the Biden people were using for a long time. But Joe, you're not at 43. You're now at 37.
Yeah. So wait, when did Obama drop down to 43%? And like why? And for how long? And like Obama's ability, his charisma is unmatched. So like, it's a fine. Like, of course he bounced back, and he can put a sentence together and not what we just saw about the turkeys and Taylor Swift and Britney and
37 is massively lower than 43. And Obama barely dipped in there once and bounced back up. Joe Biden's been down in the 30s forever and ever and ever. Now, the counter to Obama is George W. Bush. George W. Bush sank into the 30s. And I remember Tim Russert all the way back in the day in Meet the Press doing a segment on the narrative of comeback. And I wrote a blog all the way back in the Huffington Post days. Said, what comeback? You just invented that so-called narrative. This man has no capacity for a comeback. He's going to stay in the 30s the rest of his term. And I was totally right about that. Because George W. Bush wasn't even trying to make a comeback. That was his second term, and he was just driving his numbers into the ground. By the end, his partner, for example, Dick Cheney, finished at 9% apart, okay? So does the person have a capacity for a comeback or don't they? And how far down are they? Well, Biden is way further down than Obama was. He's been there way longer, and he has absolutely no capacity for a comeback. You just saw it with your own eyes. Who are we kidding with this politically correct crap about ageism? People see that. Real people, voters, not political people, not people angling for a job in Washington. Real voters look at that and go, "Hey, no way I'm voting for that guy."
I don't
He
think that
can't finish his sentence. He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
I don't think that. Well, first of all, Jank has to figure out the problem of I think in the Constitution it says you have to be a natural born citizen of the United States of America in order to be president. He's naturalized, so he was not born here. So he's in the courts right now. And certain states allow him to be on it, certain states don't. Just super complicated. Another thing about America. Like driver's licenses should be nationalized, not state. Like that's super weird. It would streamline so much stuff. So that's number one. And Jank too his personality doesn't appeal to like boomers and like the silent generation. Like he's too animated. But he has good points. You know, he is a media person. And I think he has no delusion of that. I think he wants other people to jump in to the Democratic primary. And I think he's said that before. If him jumping in, like, initiates the more people to run for president on the Democratic side, he's fine with that. And I think he's also, like, if he does manage to get a change where, like, people who are naturalized, not just natural-born citizens of the United States are able to run for president, I think that would be a big win, even if he doesn't end up being president. Because, like, he was explaining that on a video I watched, and I was just thinking, like, like, that is right. Like, it seems like a lot of people in the U.S. are naturalized citizens, and if they can't run for president, but somebody who just happens to be born here is allowed to run for president, like, that's kind of a double standard. That's like saying you're lesser. Like, you're not allowed to run for president because you just so happen to not be born here. But like, what if you, like, you probably, naturalized citizens probably know more than a vast majority of normie Americans, because you have to pass a fucking test, okay? And the test isn't that hard, but you still gotta know your shit. And a lot of the times, people who emigrate here legally, you have to have a lot of money to even get, like, any sort of visa. You know, it just takes a lot of money and resources to come here legally. And so you're probably going to be quite educated, probably going to be more politically active. Like, you're going to probably know more. And if you want to stay here and decide to live here, you're going to, like, be more involved. So I just think that, you know, hopefully if anything comes out of this, that Jank will be able to add an amendment and be like, if you're naturalized, you can run for president as well. You don't have to just be a natural-born citizen.
No, wait, let alone Israel, let alone all the other issues. Guys, because of Israel, there's one other giant problem for Democrats. We've lost Michigan. His Arab support has dropped from the 70s down to 15%. And every Arab and Muslim, whether they're talking to me, they're talking online, or they're talking
Well, I
to
kind of knew Biden was talking
all
out of his
saying,
ass
look,
when he was running anyway.
It's one thing whether we vote for Trump or not, okay? But we're not voting for Joe Biden under any circumstance. So we'll stay at home, we'll do whatever it is. That's it, Michigan's gone. So now how are you going to win the election without the most critical swing state of Michigan? This is political malpractice. We're purposely losing this election. I've never seen anything like this. This is total madness. There's no way Joe Biden's going to win. It's not even going to be close. And then finally, think about this. Incumbency is really important for a senator or a congressperson because that gives you name recognition and that gives you all the donor money, okay? But when you're running for re-election as president, incumbency is now, in the modern world, is an albatross around your neck. Why? First of all, it cost Donald Trump the election because COVID hit and he couldn't adjust in time And people were angry about that, and that's why he lost the election. Now imagine, in Biden's case, that in October, gas prices go up. No, 0%. 0. There's no way he wins if gas prices go up in October. Now, who controls gas prices? Well, the country that has the biggest effect by far.
Well, at first, I thought kind of like, yeah, it kind of makes sense, you know, that like only like people who were born here are allowed to be president. But then you do think about how it's like you're treated as like almost like a double standard. But like maybe there needs to be like an extra layer of protection or vetting if you were naturalized versus natural born. I mean, you could still be radicalized if you were born American, you know. Crime rates, like people who are natural born citizens do more crime, commit more crimes than naturalized citizens, you know, immigrants or whatever. So there's that. I mean, you know, but I just, the whole ancestors thing, like how many of my quote unquote ancestors have like brought money to this country? Even just my generation and the generation before, how much money has my family given to the United States of America? Probably millions. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe less, but like I'm trying to make a point. Like exaggerating is to make a point here.
As far as Saudi Arabia, who do the Saudis love? Oh, right, they love Donald Trump. They love Trump and his family. They give them billions of dollars, all the golf tournaments. They've been in bed together this entire time. You think the Saudis aren't just going to hand the election?
But then isn't that not fair?
need a
That means I'm not a
super
true
strong Democrat
citizen of the
who,
United
number
States
one,
of
is not an
America if I don't get
incumbent and will not be
all
as
the same
affected by gas
rights,
prices.
right?
And number two, can withstand an assault from Trump and his allies. Biden hasn't even run. He's not even running. He's preventing everyone else from running, and he's not doing any campaigning because he loves Republicans. So when you ask him, hey, can you do a speech against Republicans? No, but my Republican friends, I've given so many tax cuts for the rich with them together. Where's my brother, Mitch McConnell? Let's freeze together. Come on, guys. Come on. Okay, I'm the bad guy. Everybody hate me. It doesn't matter.
Let me ask you though. Let me ask you though, because you know, if you ask Democratic voters, a majority say we want Biden to step aside, we want other options, et cetera, et cetera. But when you give them other choices, and I'm not just talking about you and Dean Phillips and Marianne, but even when they ask, okay, hypothetically, if it was Biden versus Newsom or Kamala Harris or Pete Buttigieg or whoever, voters are still backing Biden. So why do you think that is? And, you know, and also give us a reality check on how your campaign's going, where you are in the polls, and what your
I think
trajectory is,
I actually
how
do
you
have
wanna
a
make the comeback.
Discord.
Yeah. So
Come to
number
think
one,
about it.
Those polls are deeply misleading, and I'll tell you why. It's not like, oh, I don't like that particular.
I'm just
poll.
not
I
very
hate
active
when
on the
people do that.
Discord.
No, there's two reasons why they're deeply misleading. Number one, they put everyone in the poll. So Biden will have an advantage because he's the incumbent president. Meanwhile, Buttigieg, Newsom are the same guy, so they split the vote, right? Klobuchar,
I mean, it's
Kamala
not the
Harris,
hill
so
I'm
they
gonna
all
die
split the
on.
vote, and then they go, oh, see, Biden's winning.
I don't want to run for
And a lot
president.
of them don't have a lot of
ever.
name recognition, like Gretchen Whitmer, right?
No thanks.
But people don't know her, so she scores lower on a poll. But if Gretchen Whitmer was a
But
Democratic
I'm just saying
candidate,
it
then
makes a
everyone
decent
would
point.
know her. And so she wouldn't have that issue at all, and she wouldn't have the albatross around her neck of being 89 years
Is
old.
Jake
or,
crying? Like his eyes, though. He's not high, obviously. He wouldn't do that. Like he's no. But like maybe it's because he's tired, and maybe he put in some eye drops. I don't know. But he looks like he's crying. Poor guy.
Sorry, 81. If she could finish sentences, she's very popular in Michigan. She would win Michigan. She would win a lot of states. So those polls are deeply misleading and are often just used to further falsely prop up Joe Biden. Okay, in terms of me, look, we, you know what did Joe Lieberman say back in the day? He's got Joe Mentum. I've got Jenk Mentum. No, guys, I'm honest. Look, Quinnipiac puts me in the polls. God bless them. Everybody should put me in the polls. It's maddening that they don't. Anyway, I'm at 2%. So 2%, not the highest number in the world. On the other hand, everyone in the world expected 0, right? They're like, oh, loudmouth talk show host, not born in the country, no way, right? But currently I'm beating the governor of North Dakota, the governor of Arkansas, and I'm tied with Chris Christie. Okay, so what happened? I thought I wasn't supposed to register. And I'll tell you what, guys, they're starting to panic a little bit. The Joe Biden team has started buying up websites that are similar to my website. Okay, what, you worried, dog? Okay, and now they're trying to keep me off the ballot in a lot of places. Why? Because I'm the loudest, most aggressive voice making the clear, obvious call against Joe Biden. So it's bothering them to no end. Good. That's why I got in the race, to knock Joe Biden out. Is it because I'm against Biden? Look, Biden's got issues, as I've been telling you, but that's not the main reason at all. No, it's because he's going to lose to Trump, and we got to beat Trump. That's mission number one. Mission number one. So right now, I got onto the ballot in Arkansas when nobody thought I was going to get on any ballots. So when they tell you don't try, that's because they don't want you to win. They don't want you to succeed. And by the way, they don't want anybody to succeed.
All
They
right,
actually
Shark.
fight for the American people. So it turns out if you try, you can win.
I understand.
Yes,
I understand
we're
your
on
point that
ballots.
it's
We're gonna
like
get on
it
more
can be a
ballots.
thing, like with
Do you have an
spies and
update
shit
on the
and
legal
being radical.
side
Yeah, I
of
get
this
it.
question of whether or not
It's,
you're
you know,
eligible, given that
not
you're
the
a
hill I'm gonna
naturalized
die on.
citizen versus a natural-born citizen?
Yeah. So number one, our thesis is that the 14th Amendment has already amended that part of the Constitution. If you read the 14th Amendment, it's a little bit like the Da Vinci Code. You go, oh, wow. Oh, yeah, it is. It's right there.
Great
How come
movie.
I never saw that before. Because people don't regularly read amendments. 14th Amendment says all persons born or naturalized have due process and equal protection. They didn't say kind of equal, but not really equal. They didn't say, yeah, we said naturalized, but we didn't mean naturalized. No, they said naturalized, they meant naturalized. Equal protection means equal. It doesn't mean asterisks. It doesn't mean you're a second-class citizen. In fact, the Supreme Court has already said that you can't declare someone a second-class citizen just because they're a naturalized citizen. Not about the presidential issue, but about different issues. We're going to make them apply that
And
to
you
the
gotta,
presidential
and
issue.
people
So
follow
we're going to
case
sue a
law.
couple of
So we'll
states.
see. But it's a
And so that
conservative court.
Literally
So
yesterday, we had a big meeting with our lawyers. I've got Bernie Sanders' presidential lawyers from 2016 and 2020 about which states to pick, which jurisdictions to focus on. And so what I would say to the voters is, let the courts decide that. Don't worry about that. If I'm not eligible, then I won't be eligible, and you won't have to worry about it. And it gets resolved much quicker during elections because that's the system we have in place, so the voters can know before they vote. So put that out of your mind and just say, hey, is this the guy that I'd like to represent me? And if you're a younger voter, if you're any voter that's Democrat, I'm going to actually do the stuff that you want. I'm going to fight like hell to do the stuff that you want. And Biden's wrong on a bunch of issues like Israel. So unlike him, I agree with the great majority of both Americans and Democrats. We need a ceasefire immediately. I hate that the bombs being dropped on Palestinian children have made in the USA on them. Sending another $14 billion. Joe Biden says at every turn, we don't have money. We don't have money for paid family leave. We don't have money for higher wages. We don't have money for this or that. And then the minute there's war, he's like, yes, right away. Take all the money. Take American money and bomb Palestinian children with them. No way. And student debt relief, definitely. Legalize marijuana instantly. It's over 70%. What is wrong with you people in Washington?
how
Why
is marijuana Schedule 1 and then fentanyl's like Schedule 2? How the fuck is that? How many people has fentanyl like killed versus weed? And like for a drug to be Schedule 1 it has to have no medicinal purposes. It is very clear that marijuana has medicinal uses and purposes. They use it all the time in legalized states and just medical states too, like literally medical marijuana. So I don't understand why it's so Schedule 1.
What the people want. Paid family leave's at 84%.
Paid family leave too. We're the only country, like advanced country in this world that doesn't have paid family leave. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that? Like, how?
85%? Why won't you do it? And the reality is, it's because they're
It's not
hooked on the
asking for that
donor
much.
money.
Come on.
They only serve their donors. They're all corrupt. These donations are bribes. I'm the only one who's saying it because everyone else is part of the corrupt process. For
Well, and
God's sake,
speaking
pick someone not corrupt.
I was gonna say-
JakeForAmerica.com.
Speaking of that, Joe Biden has the most money right now.
Plug.
Most support in polling, but what do you say to people who will say to you, Jank, that your candidacy just makes it more and more likely that Joe Biden loses?
Crack
to
cocaine does not have
presumptive
medical
nominees, whatever,
use.
you know, media loves to use that phrase. What's your response to that?
Yeah, this is the same crap the establishment says every time. We've picked a loser and someone who's totally corrupt and who will do only what the donors want. Now bow your heads, otherwise you're hurting it. Well, why did you pick the guy who sucks? The guy who we don't want, who's losing in all the polling? And why do we have to bow our heads?
What
What the hell?
schedule
Is this a
is
democracy? Is this the Democratic Party or the Republican Party? No, we're not going to bow our heads. You told us to bow our heads to Hillary Clinton, and she lost. She lost to Donald Trump, who's a moron. A blithering
It's scheduled too,
idiot, and she
so
lost to
they
that
do
guy.
say it
And
has
then Joe Biden
medicinal
almost lost to him in
use.
2020. He only won by 44,000 votes in 3 swing states. Now he's 15 points lower than when he barely beat Trump last time. And now we're supposed to bow our heads? Oh, hell no. No, you bow your head. How about that?
Is
I represent
methaqualone the same as
actual Democratic
methadone?
voters. So put me in a debate with Joe Biden.
The
see
thing
if
the
he can
House was
survive.
on?
See if he can survive the night.
Wait, hold up. The heroin should be on Schedule 1. I don't believe in legalization or decriminalization of all drugs as of yet. Like, I don't believe that. I have yet to see a convincing argument for that. I think there are drugs that are very, very dangerous and very addictive. And a lot of people have addictive personalities, and people don't. Or you need the help of the government, you know? I think ecstasy, marijuana definitely has to be like either descheduled or like at least Schedule 5. Yeah. Ecstasy, I think it should be Scheduled 2 because I do believe that people have studied ecstasy on depression as well as LSD. But though, like, they have to be used very carefully because ecstasy can OD on that really, really bad. And with LSD, like, because it's a hallucinogen, sometimes, like, you feel like you can't, like, get back. You might get lost. Like, some people are predisposed to, like, schizophrenia, and if they do even marijuana or LSD, it breaks their mind, and it's never the same, and they don't come back. So it has to be very, very, very monitored. But you can't, I think you're not allowed to study like a drug as much, or it's really hard to do it. There's a lot of restrictions if it's Schedule 1. So I think LSD and ecstasy should be Scheduled 2. I think pot should be decriminalized, legalized. At the very least, it should be Schedule 5. I think that whatchamacallit? What's that medicine that people take when, like, Adderall is Schedule 2. Okay, that's good. But I don't know why people are like you can get Adderall and Ritalin way easier than you can get like Xanax. Like, because in the US, like, people like abuse Xanax and other kind of drugs like that, like, but they also abuse Adderall. But like, it's so much more like culturally acceptable here. Like in the UK, like, it's the opposite. Like, UK and Hong Kong, I can speak specifically from the culture. It's much easier to get like a benzo or like tramadol, which is like apparently in between, like it's like a stronger than over-the-counter pain med, but it's not quite like a what do you call it, oxycodone or Vicodin. It's lower, but it's stronger. It's still technically an opioid, but it's not as bad apparently. I've taken it once. It's all right. I don't know. I don't like opioids, but they do serve a purpose. Like, I learned my lesson one time. Like, I hate the way opioids make me feel. I took so much over-the-counter meds. I fucked up my stomach, and I ended up in the ER because I fucked up my stomach lining. And from now on, now I know sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and take the stronger pain meds for a short amount of time maybe request a lower dose. But my point is, the UK and in Hong Kong, it's so much harder to get Adderall and Ritalin because it's basically legal coke. But like, people don't abuse Xanax and benzos in Hong Kong and the UK, or at least not as much as in the US, and it's more culturally accepted there. So it's so much easier to get it there for people who actually need it. Yeah, that's my rant.
Everyone knows there's no way in the world Joe Biden can survive a debate with someone like me. Then why the hell's he our candidate? Why don't we pick a strong candidate instead of a miserably weak candidate? I even bought woundedantelope.com. There's no chance.
God, I mean, Cenk is such a troll
it isn't
sometimes.
About, if we just prop up the terrible candidate just a little harder, then maybe we could beat Trump. No, he's already losing young voters to Trump. He has no chance. The correct path to beat Trump is get as many candidates in this race as humanly possible today. Get me Governor Whitmer, Governor Shapiro, Governor Newsom, it doesn't matter. And by the way, put me in a debate with them, see how they do. Okay? Because you need to be...
I'd pay money to watch that. I'd pay money to watch Cenk debate the other Democrats.
Tested by fire. Trump was tested by fire in 2016 with 17 candidates on the Republican side, and he won. Joe Biden had 27 candidates back in 2020, back before whatever it is that he has now has started, and he won, and it made him stronger, and it made him just barely strong enough to win in 2020. So let's get a strong primary in here to get a strong candidate. Saying let's prop up the weak candidate by doing propaganda on his behalf is a losing strategy, and I will not participate in it.
So, Cenk, last question for you. I just interviewed Congressman Dean Phillips, who obviously is also running in the Democratic primary, and he recently put out a tweet apologizing to...
Wait, steroids are Schedule 3? I didn't know that. I thought steroids were legal. Why is Lyrica Schedule 5? Isn't that like... Whoa, that's super weird.
Bernie Sanders, like, oh, turns out you were right. This process is rigged. Obviously, the DNC is not hosting any debates. They have no plans to host any debates. So wondering if you have talked to Congressman Phillips and Marianne Williamson about doing your own debate, the three of you, so at least you can see some competition of ideas and some democratic process.
Yeah, I've been doing that since the day that Dean Phillips entered the race. And I've already arranged 2 to 3 debates, but Dean's got to giddy up. So I don't know what he's waiting for. Guys, the three of us need oxygen. Let's keep it real. Mainstream media isn't like, hey, guys, come on air. Let's do town halls, right? So thank God for shows like Breaking Points. And that way we can get our message out. But yes, the three of us should be doing debates, forums, town halls together. We should be doing it every weekend, and if we can, every day. Because people need to know who Dean Phillips is, who Marianne Williamson is, who I am. And guys, you know, look, these presidential races are really funny because you think 2%, I was kidding around about it before, like there's nothing to write home about. Do you know what Donald Trump started at? And this is amazing. He started at 1%. People think, oh, he started with a big lead. No, he didn't. No, the first poll, he was at 1%. The difference between Donald Trump and someone like me or Marianne Williamson is the press just kept giving him the mic.
Yeah,
they would allow him on the air 24/7.
Shark, I have a question. I don't know if you can hear me. You might be just listening, watching your football game, but I need your help with something. Let me know when you're back.
All over media. Imagine if mainstream media allowed me on air 24/7 like they did with Donald Trump. I would be at 20% within the week. I'd be at 40% within the month. So all we need is a little bit of oxygen to get going here. Anyone who, like normal older Democratic voters, haven't seen a person like me. They're used to whispering, like, oh, okay, now we'll try to beat Donald Trump. But my Republicans are my friends. That's what they're used to. When they see somebody saying, no, goddamn it, paid family leaves at 84%. They're purposely not doing it. When I get into office, first thing is fire the parliamentarian. And we're not going to deal with any BS filibusters, okay? We're gonna pass the bills that help your lives. We're gonna get you higher wages. We're gonna get lower drug prices. When they see that, they're gonna be, even if it's not me, they're gonna be thirsty for someone, anyone who fights for them. So Dean, Marianne, let's go. We should all be appearing together nonstop. And then shame Biden into it. Of course, he's not gonna come, because the minute he comes, you've got a progressive lion like me. I'm sorry, but I'm keeping it real. Someone who actually wants to pass the bills. Who cares about your stupid ego? Who cares who's the president? Did you pass bills or didn't you? And he didn't even try with so many of the bills. He can't withstand a real debate. So we're going to put up a guy against Donald Trump that we all know can't beat Cenk Uygur in a debate. That's a fact.
Hey, listen,
okay?
you're not such a slouch in a debate, Cenk. I wouldn't sell yourself short on that regard. Listen, I'll go ahead and say we would love to host one of these debates if such a thing comes to fruition.
Oh my God.
And I'm always grateful for you taking the time
They
to
should
come on our show
host.
and inform our audience about what it is that you're up to.
All right, thank you so much, guys. JakeForAmerica.com. Don't let him take hope away from you, okay? We're bringing hope back. We're going to get caught trying, and we're going to win. We're going to shock the world, because Joe Biden is not the guy. I am going to knock him out of this race. Hear me now, quote me later.
All right, great to see you, Cenk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber, and help us build the best independent media organization on the planet.
That's right. We're subscriber funded. We're building something new. We want to replace these failing mainstream media organizations.
So again, to subscribe, it's breakingpoints.com.
I'm looking at these like Discord
Perhaps
avatars.
the most influential AI company on the face of
Fucking
the earth
insane.
was thrown into chaos starting on Friday when founder Sam Altman was pushed out of the company. We're going to get into the whole timeline that transpired over the weekend, but let's just start with the news. After being fired on Friday, Sam Altman, we can put this first element up on the screen here. He said, "I loved my time at OpenAI. It was transformative for me personally and hopefully the world a little bit. Most of all, I loved working with such talented people. We'll have more to say about what's next later." Well, actually, we know what's next. After a wild weekend where he's pushed out, he's flirting actually with coming back. There's news reports that he's coming back. He's posting pictures that suggest maybe he's coming back. It turns out he's actually landed at Microsoft. We can put the next element up on the screen. He has been hired by Microsoft already. So this is just between Friday and Monday. He was hired at Microsoft. And if we put the next tear sheet up on the screen, it followed just the wildest weekend. I was telling Crystal before we started filming this, it was like an episode of Succession. The New York Times has a dive into it that they bill as, in the headline, "The fear and tension that led to Sam Altman's ouster at OpenAI." It looked, from reports, especially originally, because of where the fault lines are. Now, OpenAI has a really interesting structure. This is from the New York Times on Saturday. They said the conflict between fast growth and AI safety came into focus on Friday afternoon when Mr. Altman was pushed out of his job by 4 of OpenAI's 6 board members. One of the chairman of the board actually wasn't on this meeting when they ousted Sam Altman. A couple big members of the team, their chief technology officer, quit after Altman was pushed out by the board. He was asked to join this board meeting over video at noon in San Francisco. They're reading from a script, according to the New York Times.
The remote breakup. That's a rough one.
The remote breakup, and again, this is one of the most interesting parts of it, is that they have this nonprofit board. Obviously, OpenAI started as a nonprofit. Altman was one of the people who actually pushed. He was really the person who pushed to start funneling
Why
all
do
of
glasses
this corporate money
leave like
into
these
OpenAI.
marks?
So they're governed by a nonprofit board. I'm reading from the Wall Street Journal now. Only a minority of its members were allowed to have a financial stake in the company at any given time, according to the company's
I
bylaws.
hate that.
Altman himself had no equity in the company, further diminishing his influence with the board. This setup, as the journal continues, allowed the board to essentially oust Altman without the consent of some of OpenAI's largest investors, and even though he delivered rapid financial success for the company and sent its valuation soaring, because the members of the nonprofit board don't exactly have the same, financial motive motives or interest in the financial motives that somebody like Sam Altman would, after steering all of this Microsoft cash and other corporate cash into OpenAI. And now obviously Altman is going to Microsoft to work on AI. That's part of this deal. He's the head of their AI operations now, which means presumably he's going to be, I would imagine he's still going to have, because of the stake that Microsoft has in OpenAI, Altman still apparently has very goodwill with people on the for-profit side of OpenAI. That's why this is really shocking to the AI community. He's ousted by this split, Crystal. I'm really curious to see what you think about this. This fundamental split in the AI world between people who say we need to reel this in, begging for regulation, people like Tristan Harris at the Center for Humane Tech, which worked with the Biden administration on the recent executive orders. So people who are just saying we need to reel this back in, this technology it's a Pandora's box, it's open, and we need to kind of pull it back in as quickly as we can. And the sort of Mark Andreessen camp that is, full techno-optimist, and we need to, be actually on the accelerator right now, because there's so much good that can come from this, and the more sort of profit motive and capitalist drive is involved in the process, the better it's all going to be. Altman is more on the techno-optimist side of this. He's actually been pushed out by some of these same foundational dynamics that he tried to navigate and actually accommodated when he was in charge of OpenAI.
So the history of OpenAI is it originally is established, Altman, actually Elon Musk was involved at that time, and a number of other people established OpenAI as an explicitly non-profit organization to try to pursue tech, including obviously AI, under a non-profit umbrella, so that all the decision-making wasn't driven by just the profit motive. So that was the original idea.
Which is a good idea, by the way.
Which is a really good idea and something that I fully support. Because I do think that there are reasons to be concerned about what AI could unintentionally unleash, especially if you have, big business controlling the decision making and driving the direction of development. Not only are you not going to pursue some of the things that actually could be really good for humanity because those things don't turn a profit, but you also run the risk of unleashing things that are really not ready to be unleashed and have inherent risk. We got a little bit of a glimpse of this when ChatGPT was rolled out. And remember there was that brief period before they sort of like lobotomized ChatGPT where people were having some really wild comments, some real wild stuff was going on over there. And part of why, AI is different than other tech is, I saw someone explain that, it may have even been Sam Altman that explained this, but I'm not sure. But, like a phone, I don't know how a phone works, but I know there are people who could tell me how it works, right? Who could explain, like, this piece and this fits with this and this is how there's a functionality that human beings understand. With large language models, it's not like that. You feed in all of this insane astronomical amounts of data and you create something that is different, that you can't just, there is no human being on the planet who could tell you, like, if you ask the ChatGPT this question or the AI this question, because of how it's programmed, you're going to get this result. That's what makes it such a that's what makes it so different. Right. That's what makes it so, frankly, scary. That's what makes it something that you should approach with some caution and care and not just leave up to the whims of markets and people who want to turn a huge profit on it. So yeah, I mean, that's sort of the overall state of affairs. And my eyebrows were firmly raised when OpenAI shifted to making this big business deal with Microsoft. I had a lot of questions about the direction that would go in. Sam was very out front, being like, no, it's fine. I totally trust them. It's going to be all good. The other cultural divide or like philosophical divide in Silicon Valley too is between the effective altruists that we've covered in the context of Sam Bankman-Fried, who have this philosophy that is like, the best, we need to calculate the best, greatest good that our dollars can be put towards. We should do everything we can to get wealthy and then use that money in these like directed ways towards the things that we find to be the greatest threat to humanity and civilization, and put your feelings aside about whatever cause like emotionally moves you, and we'll just do this complex calculus. I have all sorts of issues with that. I did a monologue on it. You can listen to it. But one of the things that they identified as one of the grave risks that a lot of money should be funneled into is the threat from AI, sort of AI gone wild, I guess you would say. Another one was pandemic preparedness. That's why Sam Bankman-Fried's thing was always like cloaked in, oh, sure, it's not about me getting the regulation or the non-regulation I want of crypto. It's really about pandemic preparedness. Anyway, AI development was the other big cause, or one of the other big causes that they're devoting to. There's a lot of Silicon Valley and tech types who do believe in the effective altruist system. And so that is part of the split here and the tension as well between the direction Sam was going in and the direction that the board wanted to go in.
And that's, again, interesting about this. Like, there are experts, there are people, reporters who cover this really closely who say it's not necessarily, we don't know definitively that the reason he was originally pushed out was because people were like, whoa, Sam Altman, the nonprofit board was like, we just got to pump the brakes on all of this. So much as it could have been that, or it could have been that these tensions stem from that fundamental disconnect between Altman and the nonprofit board, and in other sort of then logistical downstream ways, he ended up sort of on their chopping board. So if it's tensions that come from that initial disagreement, or it was front and center, the initial disagreement itself, I'm sure we'll learn more and more about in the days to come. But this conversation about AI I find so incredibly frustrating, because the techno-optimist side of this will point to all of these silly pessimists. I love retweeting that pessimist Twitter page that were worried about the internet, that were worried about cell phones, that were worried about whatever else it was, that were worried about cars, they liked their horses, all of that. First of all, as a way to dismiss pessimists now, those pessimists made the eventual product safer and better. So denigrating the pessimists is not helping the product. Second of all, yes, the call for regulations that sometimes is the Baptists and bootleggers, it is the protectionists, it is crony capitalism, and it is driven sometimes by apocalyptic fears. But actually those apocalyptic fears are held by people who are not just tech outsiders who don't understand the tech like we necessarily, we can't tell you how the phone works. They're actually, as you mentioned, people who do understand how this tech works, have developed the tech, are also in the camp of the pessimists. Not all of them, but many of them are. So to then act as though people who don't understand the tech are only afraid because they're ignorant is, again, stupid.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And this conversation was just once again thrust to the forefront with the ouster of Altman over the weekend. So now he's the head of Microsoft, which has tons and tons of money. Putting tons and tons of money into AI is massively powerful. Crystal, I don't think we got any step closer to safer AI over the weekend.
No, I don't think so. And there's two separate genres of AI concern. One of them is the apocalyptic scenario, the AI is going to kill us all, and or unleash something that is unpredictable, etc. There's that one. Even if you don't buy into that one, the other one though is that you have massive job loss triggered by rapid AI development, which is something that corporate titans they're all for. So that's part of why people are concerned by this being controlled by the for-profit sector of society. And as you say, Emily, not just people who are outside of it and don't understand, but actually people who are intimately knowledgeable and involved with the development of AI. But I would also just say that sometimes people who have a little bit of a remove, who aren't emotionally invested in the development of X or Y or Z, but have almost a layman's perspective on what this could mean and what it could unleash, those views are also really valuable, because at times people get so into the weeds and so in love with the technology.
There's a part 2
that they have an incentive.
Okay, we're watching that tonight
downplay
for the Piers
risks
Morgan
and
thing.
Downplay some of the consequences. So personally, I wouldn't dismiss people who are sounding alarms who don't have intimate familiarity with exactly what the tech is or what it does. Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com.
There's a part 2. It just dropped. That's why I was earlier, I was that's a really abrupt ending. But they have a part 2. That's why. Okay. So, I am probably going to end this broadcast. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna play one game of Suika, and then I'm gonna end the broadcast. Okay. Balls. Fuck. That's not gonna be a good run, guys. Fuck! I hate the grape. I hate that fucking grape. That cherry just ruined everything. Fuck. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Shit. Okay, I'm just gonna let it. I'm just gonna let it. The fuck? Come on. Go down. Okay, there we go. Come on, baby. do with this? What do I do with this? Okay, I'm gonna do that. This. Go down, go down. Oh, oh. Yay! Okay, not a watermelon. Almost. Guess here. Oh fuck. How to do that? Okay. Eek. Well, I'm fucked. Fuck! I was nowhere near my high score. High score is still 25. Alright. Alright. Time to end this broadcast. I will see you tonight, either at 9 or 9:30. Have a good rest of the day, or have a